Amount of the credit allowable under subsection A shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $50 for each $1,000 or fraction thereof.
The government spent 211 days figuring out the new tax code.
Exceeds the threshold amount.
Something tells us you don't have that kind of time. H&R Block.
Someone to watch over me. People smile and tell me I'm the lucky one, and we've just begun. Think I'm gonna have a son, and in the morning when I rise, you bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything's gonna be alright.
Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide.
Whether I'm creating a special FTD arrangement for a birthday, an anniversary, or even better, just because, I know that it'll probably make a few other folks happy along the way. It always does. So send someone an FTD bouquet right now. Who knows how many people's day you'll be making.
Some of life's best moments come FTD. Call your local FTD florist or 1-800-SEND-FTD for our chicken soup bouquet.
Hi, I'm French Stewart from Third Rock, and for the latest on alien abductions and encounters, please watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
Which can detect the presence of blood, which is invisible to the naked eye. It's an extremely sensitive test, which can detect even minute traces of blood, even after it has been cleaned up with water and detergents.
Una bellissima opera.
Tu come hai fatto a vedere l'opera con questi occhi viaggianti, eh?
Sto guardando quella soprano.
La soprano.
La soprana?
Soprano?
Quale soprano?
Non il spettacolo. Sei stato tu! Sei stato tu!
The Mazda Millennia. So accommodating. The steering wheel repositions itself as often as necessary.
Scema.
This year, we have a new light shaft.
Oh, don't worry. It's improved Mrs. Butterworth's new light. Now it's just as thick and rich as my regular syrup. Mrs. Butterworth's new light.
We're obsessed with aliens.
That's a UFO.
New evidence keeps popping up. What's the real extraterrestrial deal?
There is indeed a cover-up.
We have documents, but they're classified.
Everybody loves a mystery.
Then, aliens invade Hollywood. From Flash Gordon to today's sci-fi blockbusters, aliens are mega movie stars. Alien Invasion Week tonight, beginning at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
If you need a car and you need credit but don't have a pen or pencil, get one and write this number down. 1-800-893-1896. Toll free. 1-800-893-1896. The Auto Loan Phone from Sam Swope Mitsubishi, home of Galant and Eclipse, is the easiest way to get pre-approved for a car loan or lease. Choose from over 200 vehicles, all in one great location. Call now, toll free. 1-800-893-1896.
Loud. They're tyrannical, and they drop in unannounced. No, they're not your relatives, but you should invite them in anyway. Because when you order The Lost World on pay-per-view, you can get a free Lost World action figure from Hasbro and $10 off the upcoming CD-ROM game Trespasser, the digital sequel to The Lost World from DreamWorks Interactive. So order The Lost World on pay-per-view for this earth-shaking offer. Just make sure they wipe their...
Coast Guard arrived. The boat was so badly burned that they couldn't read the name or registration number.
We had family members look at photographs, some stills off of it, and everybody says it appears to be the same boat.
The trailer for Earl Morris's boat was found abandoned near the boat launch.
Once the boat trailer was found, it was fairly easy because the boat trailer location was very near a boat rental location. They had documentation that he had been there on the day that the boat was seen burning.
Blood on the headboard, blood in the El Camino, those different places, and in the bathtub. All those...
It could make you pretty sick. And the worst part is germs live on all kinds of things, even things we touch every day.
But luckily, Purell Instant Hand Sanitizer is clinically proven to kill germs without water or towels. So use it often, anytime, any place. After all, who knows what you're in line for? To help stay well, Purell. And now there's Aloe and Icy Blue Mint Purell.
This is the Power Steamer Deep Cleaner from Bissell, and this is some very dirty carpet. Fortunately, the Power Steamer has Smart Mix to control the cleaning solution going in and an exclusive power brush to lift grimy particles out. So, it not only gets the dirt out of your carpet, the Bissell Power Steamer gets the really deep down dirt. Life's messy. Clean it up.
Okay, I think I see a clearing up ahead there.
But I saw this tree an hour ago. Yes, we
Yeah, well, all trees look similar. You know, man, I think we're lost.
Don't worry, Mr. Henry.
Oh, you're a good scout, Jonathan.
Clear across America, the one name people still rely on is Cellular One.
I guess you take this being prepared thing pretty seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good scout.
In the Army National Guard, you'll be challenged like never before. Trained to protect your country and serve your community. Accept the challenge. Become the best. The Army National Guard. Americans at their best.
We're obsessed with aliens.
That's a UFO.
New evidence keeps popping up. What's the real extraterrestrial deal?
There is indeed a cover-up.
We have documents, but they're classified.
Everybody loves a mystery.
Then, aliens invade Hollywood. From Flash Gordon to today's sci-fi blockbusters, aliens are mega movie stars. Alien Invasion Week tonight, beginning at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
Wildfires rage out of control in the California suburbs, destroying hundreds of homes and lives without warning. Then keep watching for Alien Invasion Week, next from TLC.
A delightful day at a water park turns to terror and tragedy. Then, wildfires rage out of control in the California suburbs, transforming day into night without warning. Coming up next on TLC.
A day at a water park turns to terror for unsuspecting fans. Find out why this speedboat went terribly off course. When hillside mansions are set ablaze, firefighters can't fight back. Residents are shocked to find out what went wrong. When ferries start capsizing around the world, investigators go underwater to discover why they're sinking without warning. It's a balmy summer evening at the SeaWorld Marine Park just outside Cleveland, Ohio. Along with live marine animals, the park's big attraction is a show based on the Baywatch television series.
Contact lenses. It's guaranteed or your money back. Call now. Get the Believer bonus pack from OptiFree. Up to a $40 value free. It includes a...
As the audience waits for it to veer away, the 18-foot-long craft bears down on them at over 30 miles per hour. There's no way of knowing that something has gone terribly wrong. Shock turns to horror.
I remember thinking it's going to stop, but it didn't.
Fama Neely, her husband Frank, and their 2 young children are in the front row that day.
My daughter really wanted to sit close because she wanted to get splashed. I happened to notice a gap in the front row, and we went down and squeezed in the front.
But their vantage point turns out to be a dangerous choice. The 1-ton boat flies 60 feet out of the water, scraping Fama's head with a glancing blow. then crashes into the packed stands behind her.
For a second, I really thought we were going to die. And then when I realized that we didn't, it's like, oh my gosh, let's get out of here. Because if something was going to happen with that boat exploding, I didn't want to be under it.
As emergency workers arrive, Fema tries to comfort her screaming children. She's too caught up in the chaos to notice her own injury.
I did not actually realize my head hurt until probably about 4 minutes afterwards. I had an adrenaline rush. You know, it was get out, stay alive, and get my kids, get my family.
Frank Neely rushes to help victims trapped underneath the boat.
People started yelling and screaming, and then it was just a mass of people just running around and just trying to get out of there, and other people were trying to help, and I guess natural reaction is go to help someone. That's what I did.
One man is in critical condition with head wounds, and 22 others, including 9 children, are injured. But miraculously, no one is killed, and Fema and her family escape with only minor cuts and bruises. An investigation begins almost immediately. A team of marine experts is led by Jim Gorman.
When I first arrived on scene, the audience had already left the amphitheater area, and we were very surprised that the injuries weren't more serious.
They first analyze how this high-speed stunt is supposed to work. What the audience doesn't know is that the stunt requires not 1, but 2 drivers. A stuntman pretends to pilot the boat from the deck, while a ghost driver hidden in the hull is actually steering.
The stunt driver is standing up above the controls, acting like he's steering the boat. And this stunt driver would fall out of the boat. At that point, the ghost driver would continue operating the boat as he had all along, and then a rescue would take place by the Baywatch staff of the show to jump on board and stop the boat.
But the boat doesn't respond to the hidden steering wheel.
At this point, there's no steering control. The boat is careening toward shore, and it's just a split second away from beginning its impact to the shoreline.
The boat uses a jet drive that shoots water through a narrow nozzle to propel it. The nozzle moves to steer the vessel. An inspection reveals that the nozzle had broken free, severing the steering mechanism.
This entire unit here is supposed to be turned and attached onto the jet nozzle. When this unit separated and was held only by this cable, the operator lost all steering control.
But Gorman still doesn't know why. His main suspects are a crucial metal pin and a tiny screw that should hold the steering unit in place. Both parts are missing, and Gorman wants to know if they were torn out during the crash or failed beforehand.
We went back down to the grandstands. We raked to the beach. We spent hours looking for that horizontal shaft pin or the set screw to determine, when did this fall out.
The parts are nowhere to be found, so Gorman begins tracing the boat's history. The previous owner supplies a photograph taken just before he sold the boat to World Entertainment, the company SeaWorld hired to stage the Baywatch performance. Though the jet drive can be seen in the picture, it's impossible to tell if the parts are in place or not. So the photograph is rushed to a nearby NASA imaging laboratory where it's digitally enlarged many hundreds of times. The enhanced image shows that the vital pin was missing before the boat came to SeaWorld.
It placed a great deal of torque and pressure on the one pin that was still in place, and eventually it sheared away.
Thankfully, all the victims of the accident recovered from their injuries. But for Fema Neely, her lucky escape has had a lasting effect.
I play it over and over in my mind. I don't even know why I do. Sometimes I just lay down in bed and I start to think about it, and I can't stop.
Gorman attributes the accident to poor maintenance, and World Entertainment is held responsible. SeaWorld no longer hosts the Baywatch stunt show at its parks. And hopefully, Jim Gorman's successful investigation will reduce the risk of another freak accident, turning a spectacular stunt into a terrifying disaster. Coming up, how firefighters lost the battle against one of the most terrible fires of modern times. and trying to solve the mystery of why so many ferries capsize at sea.
Hi, Fred Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
Because we don't have any feet.
No feet?
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Hi, my name is Sierra, and this is my Gateway commercial. If you want to buy a computer, call my mom. She's right back here. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Sierra.
She knows a lot about computers, and she's really nice.
PC software and monitor for $14.99?
That's right.
She really is nice.
Don't forget the color printer, too.
You should call my mom.
Gateway computers feature Intel Pentium processors with MMX technology. Give us a call. You've got a friend in the business.
You Americans work too hard.
If you ask me, you could use a holiday in a place that's made for it. Australia.
Where summer's in December, just when you need it the most. For the winter, though, you need to throw in something a little warmer.
Mate, 2 weeks can fill the rest of your life with stories.
So why don't you pop on down? There's plenty of room. For a free Australian travel planner, ring us at 1-800-DOWN-UNDER. Hey, it's not as far as you think.
A fast-moving fire has erupted in the hills above Oakland, California. Fueled by 60-mile-an-hour winds, it explodes through expensive hillside neighborhoods in minutes, forcing thousands to flee.
Coming out! Get off the street!
Hundreds are trapped in the fire's path, cut off from escape by narrow canyon roads, quickly jammed with cars.
It was pandemonium. I mean, it was panic. People were running on foot.
The fire, which just seemed to pour down the hill, almost like somebody had a bucket of fire.
It didn't matter which way you looked, left or right, up or down. I mean, the flames were all over.
As the fire intensifies, homeowners abandon their cars and run for their lives. It will become the most destructive and costly fire in the United States in 80 years. Yet its origins were in a minor brush fire firefighters thought they had extinguished the day before. But when gale-force winds suddenly strike the San Francisco Bay Area, smoldering embers from that small fire are whipped into an inferno. Fed by thick brush, flames as high as 100 feet race over the hillsides at 60 miles an hour. Rescue efforts are hindered by fire engines too wide to easily navigate the narrow canyon roads. A menacing plume of smoke turns daylight into darkness and conceals escape routes from Dr. Jan Corwin and his family.
It was like midnight, and people were running up and down the street and screaming, and fire was everywhere, and you really couldn't tell which way to go. And at this point, I mean, total panic had set in.
For many, there's no time to salvage precious belongings. The fire is upon them.
Tell people to just get out of their car. I think that if I would have wasted another minute trying to save some important pictures or articles, I think it could have cost us our lives.
Firefighters now have another serious problem. The water supply for the hills rests in water tanks that are filled by water pumped up from reservoirs below. The tanks supply enough water at the beginning of the fire, but the pumps that refill them are inoperable because the fire has destroyed the power lines. Hydrants now run dry, and the firefighters are forced to retreat. The fire now bears down on a 400-unit apartment complex. Residents have almost no time to react. The images TV cameraman Steve Carollo captures are portraits of terror.
People were frightened. People were scared, and I'd never photographed that kind of fear before.
In the pandemonium, Carollo notices a young boy all alone. He is scared and lost in the inferno until a volunteer guides him to safety.
The images were so compelling that I kept walking in, and it just became more and more fascinating to look at.
The fire hits the apartment complex with such overwhelming fury that firefighters retreat, hoping to contain the flames elsewhere. While videotaping, Carollo gets trapped in the thick smoke and has to use a fire hose as a lifeline.
I just kept the camera rolling as I ran along a fire hose, because I always figured if I followed a fire hose, I would eventually end up at a fire truck or at a fireman.
The hoses lead him to firefighter Larry Rosso.
My God, I've never seen anything like that!
Both men are now in danger. Gusting winds have changed the fire's direction, and it's heading straight for them. Next, what prevented firefighters from getting the upper hand? And coming up, the terrifying story of survival after a ferry sinks in the North Sea.
The very thought of you, and I forget to do the little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you, my love.
Why am I always the last to know? When we got the Peterson account, I was the last to know. The merger? Last to know. Hey, we got a new logo?
Introducing Ship Alert from FedEx.com. More than tracking, it can email you the moment a package has been shipped.
First to know. Mr. Smith, the shipment just left Italy, and you heard it here first.
Smith was transferred a month ago.
Of course he was. I knew that.
Be the first to know with FedEx Ship Alert.
We're obsessed with aliens.
That's a UFO.
New evidence keeps popping up. What's the real extraterrestrial deal? Find out on UFO, coming up next on TLC.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Sam's Swope Pontiac GMC is still overstocked. The response to our used car sale was so big, we have more used car trade-ins than ever. A huge selection of pre-owns must be sold. Fresh, one owner, validated trade-ins. Price as low as $19.99. Keep your cash and make no payments till spring. Plus, special financing is available. Don't miss this sale. Every car, truck, and van will go at below discount prices. Only at Sam's Swope Pontiac GMC on Hurstbourne Parkway and Shelbyville Road. And Sam's Swope's Courtesy Pontiac GMC on Dixie Highway.
Pay-per-view brings you face-to-face with excitement.
Isn't this fun?
Travolta.
I don't care if I live.
Cage.
You're not having any fun, are you, Sean?
The only way to catch this killer is to become him.
You get licking.
White-knuckle action.
What do you say we trade back?
An absolute blast.
Plan B. Let's just kill each other.
There's no resisting. Face off. Exciting entertainment is easy to order on pay-per-view.
Monstrous fire in the Oakland Hills is consuming homes at a rate of 3 a minute. Trapped at a large apartment complex, the situation is a desperate one for firefighter Larry Rosso.
You know, you can be in a safe position 1 minute and the burning embers start a fire behind you, and you're in a situation where you're trapped. And I'm thinking that this is not good.
Rosso and TV cameraman Steve Carollo are in growing jeopardy as the fire closes in on them.
And I thought that at that point, this is going to be the make it or break it. If it drops down to ground level, we're all going to go.
But the gusting wind pushes the flames high over them. They are scared, but survive. By nightfall, nearly 3 square miles of Oakland are engulfed. The fire consumes everything in its path, and thousands of homes burn.
And you felt helpless. And here you're the fireman. You're the last hope that the people have that you can stop it. And nature, it wasn't going to let us do it.
Dawn finally gives the firefighters the break they need. The winds die down, slowing the spread of flames. It takes 3 days and the aid of an additional 1,000 firefighters from around the state, but the Oakland Hills fire is finally extinguished. It claims 25 lives, including a firefighter and a policeman, and causes $2 billion in damage. 2,500 homes are destroyed.
It looked like a thermonuclear device had gone off in the canyon. It burned everything so fast, you had to see it to believe it.
Residents return to what's left of their homes, sifting through the ashes. Neighbors comfort one another. The tragedy brings families like Dr. Jan Corwin's closer together.
We tried to make it a learning experience and trying to apply, trying to be thankful for every day that we're alive and appreciate that we didn't get burned, killed, or maimed.
In time, most homes will be rebuilt. And Larry Rosso will work to ensure that the fire has a positive legacy, that people know how to help prevent similar disasters in the future. Dry brush is now cleared away regularly. The Oakland Fire Department has smaller vehicles that can navigate the narrower canyon roads, allowing them to respond where they couldn't before. And the power lines that feed the reservoir pumps are now buried underground, safe from fires. Still, there was a lesson in all this. Those who choose to live in a wooded, mountainous area to escape the city should know that wildfires are a part of their new environment. In this case, learning that lesson came at an extremely high price. Next, 200 feet underwater, divers search for clues to determine how a crowded ferry could flip over and sink in minutes.
If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand.
Peace of mind from Buick LeSabre.
Genital herpes isn't just about worrying over future outbreaks. It's about suppressing them. And it's not only about waiting for an outbreak to begin treatment. It's about suppressing it ahead of time with Valtrex just once a day. Call this number to get product information for Valtrex and a free trial coupon. Remember, even if you don't have symptoms and are on suppressive therapy, it may be possible to spread herpes to others. There is no cure for genital herpes, and Valtrex may not prevent all recurrences. If your immune system is not normal because of advanced HIV disease, bone marrow, or kidney transplant, make sure your doctor knows this to avoid a potentially serious complication. In studies, the most common side effect was headache. See our ad in Life magazine. Don't wait. Call this number today and ask your doctor about Valtrex. It's about suppression.
Glaxo Wellcome. Breakthrough medicines for everyday living.
We're obsessed with aliens.
That's a UFO.
New evidence keeps popping up. What's the real extraterrestrial deal? Find out on UFO, coming up next on TLC.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Massive seagoing automobile ferries, vital transportation links used by millions around the world. But an alarming number of them have sunk in recent years, taking thousands of people to the bottom of the sea. This British ferry suddenly capsized after leaving Belgium, killing dozens. It's not an isolated incident. 44 ferries sank between 1980 and 1995, killing more than 6,000 people. A death rate per passenger mile much higher than air or rail transport. And one tragedy in particular causes the world to notice. Divers break a window to enter the sunken wreckage of the Swedish ferry Estonia. They're looking for clues to explain why it capsized and sank in seconds, drowning more than 900 people. 136 people survived, plucked from the frigid waters of the Baltic Sea. This is what investigators know. On an autumn afternoon in Tallinn, the capital city of Estonia, hundreds of passengers drive onto the car deck of the Estonia, the same way they're boarding her sister ship, the Mare Balticum, seen here.
Just go down there, there's a chief officer down there. Right. And they park you over on the way. Right. Okay.
Passengers leave their vehicles below and go to the upper decks, where they can shop, dine, and sleep in private cabins during the 15-hour trip to Stockholm, Sweden. Among them is Swede Anders Eriksson, who is on his way home to Stockholm with a friend after a sightseeing trip to Tallinn.
They told us when the ferry departed from Tallinn that there was going to be a storm that night.
Unconcerned, they visit the ship's bridge, eat a leisurely dinner, and then retire to their cabins. But Eriksson can't sleep. Large waves pound the boat.
And around about midnight, there was two very heavy knocks from the front, and I was nearly falling out of my bed.
The ferry begins to tilt as Eriksson hurriedly dresses and rushes from his cabin to investigate.
The boat started to go aside, and it didn't stop.
The engine room reports that water is streaming in from the car deck. The captain urgently sends out a mayday.
Mayday. This is Estonia.
We have a problem here. Very bad listing on the right side.
Panicked passengers try to fight their way out of their rooms deep inside the vessel. Eriksson is one of the few who makes it outside onto the open deck.
The wall became my floor now. The water came more near. I didn't have anything else to do than to jump into the water.
It all happens so fast, there is no time to lower life rafts. The fortunate ones plunge into the frigid, turbulent sea. Hundreds of others can only watch in horror from inside the ship as the sea swallows them. The Estonia sinks 200 feet to the sea floor and comes to rest upside down. Eriksson swims to find one of the Estonia's inflatable life rafts, but it is upside down and too large to turn over. He can only cling to its sides.
I can feel my toes, I can feel my fingers, and I'm alive. And someone must come and help us.
He rides the enormous waves for 6 hours until the break of day, when rescue helicopters find him. Against all odds, Anders Eriksson has survived. As for his friend,
he's not found. He's still down there, I think. He's dead.
The Estonia becomes the worst in a long line of ferry disasters. Investigators want to examine the ferry's 56-ton loading door, which they suspect may be the key to understanding what went wrong. Called a bow visor, it lifts up to allow the loading of vehicles. It has 3 locking devices, 2 at the sides and 1 at the bottom. Experts theorize that as the Estonia forged through heavy seas, the buffeting of the waves caused the door locks to fail. Their suspicions are proven correct when divers locate the bow visor a mile away from the wreck. It had broken completely off.
Everything's just been ripped out completely. It's ripped the weld. There's no plate there at all.
But the failure of the bow visor, which salvagers winch off the seafloor, is only a partial explanation. The other unanswered question is, why did the ferry capsize so quickly? The answer may come from model simulations conducted by Dr. Ian Winkle, a naval architect at the University of Glasgow.
Notice the rapid build-up of floodwater, which leads to rapid heel, resulting in capsize, the ultimate stable condition, upside down.
Winkle and the others say that as water flowed freely across the open car deck, it surged to one side, causing the ferry to heel over, turn upside down, and quickly sink to the seabed. Experts believe that the combination of the faulty lock and the open car deck are the two factors that triggered the catastrophic capsizing of the ferry. This finding prompts governmental action. Within 2 years of the accident, Northern European nations adopt the Stockholm Agreement. This calls for the retrofitting of ferries with flood control partitions on the car decks. And as a result of the Estonia tragedy, closer monitoring of the bow visor locks becomes a universal practice. But until all countries adopt the agreement, industry critics fear more ferries will be lost at sea. Still, for the relatives of those who died aboard the Estonia, there is some small solace in knowing that their deaths led to a new beginning in ferry passenger safety around the world.
Next on TLC, do you believe we're alone in the universe? Some people claim we aren't and have the extraordinary stories and videotape to prove it. UFO, coming up on Alien Invasion Week.
Fred Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
In the winter and spring of 1989 and 90, a triangular object with dazzling lights was seen by hundreds of people in the skies over Belgium and Germany. Hovering low above towns and villages, it was reported by civilians, teams of police, and military personnel. Then, on March 30th, 1990, 2 NATO radar stations at Semerzaki and Glans simultaneously recorded an unidentified flying object passing south of Brussels. The Belgian Air Force scrambled 2 F-16s for an intercept. Their radars locked onto the object, the diamond shape, which suddenly dropped 4,000 feet in 1 second. As it dropped below approximately 600 feet, it vanished from all radar screens. The Air Force had no explanations. A scientist suggested the pilots were chasing a rare atmospheric phenomenon, but the chase lasted 75 minutes. The object was seen on 5 radar screens, and the testimony of hundreds of eyewitnesses remains. UFOs. We bring to them our own expectation of what they might be, what they could mean. Since the beginnings of history, UFO experiences have ranged from the sublime to the manifestly absurd. If reports are to be believed, we are already the objects of much curiosity, and every year many hundreds of people claim to have had a UFO experience.
ってるね。
UFO やったあれ。
本当に光ってるわ。赤とね、青の光出してる。
あれ UFO やって。
I mean, that could not be a weather balloon. That's impossible.
Well, it's going up and then going over, reappearing, and it's sort of going in a sort of circle, isn't it?
Tell you what, I'm pleased I got it on bloody film.
One community that experienced the full force of a UFO flap was Gulf Breeze in northern Florida.
Over those dunes right there. Over the dunes. Oh my God. There she is. There she is right there. Oh my God. Okay. Kind of way out. There's that boat just went by. Oh, Jesus, when you know it.
Property developer Ed Walters videotaped that in November 1993, but it was only the most recent of a whole sequence of events that took the community by storm. In 1987, he photographed these extraordinarily detailed UFOs with a simple Polaroid camera. The original Polaroids were extremely dark. This one was allegedly taken as a UFO hovered above a road, and then photo analysts light blasted them, which revealed more detail in the emulsion layers. For many, the photos proved that UFOs were here to stay. Others remained unconvinced, but the events put Gulf Breeze firmly on the media map.
There are so many hundreds of other witnesses locally and thousands of other witnesses worldwide that maybe haven't been exposed to the media like I have because maybe they haven't written a book or they haven't for whatever reason. So I don't think that it's a Ed Walters story. I think that the UFO story stands on its own with thousands of other people standing up and saying, I know what I saw.
With a naval base at the seaward end, the vast expanse of water and sky was ideal for UFO enthusiasts beating a path to Gulf Breeze and nearby Pensacola.
What is that baby doing?
I don't know. It may look like it's moving around, doesn't it?
I see two of them. Moving to the west, slowly. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on up there? There's two of them.
Who is that?
Look, drop. Look.
Yes. Right again. There it goes. Right again. Look, it's right there.
Just drop something out, Gary.
Bruce and Ann Morrison now have 5 hours of video of the strange lights maneuvering above the bay.
Look how it moves, Bruce. It's just... Well, I was having lunch with a friend at work one day, and she had heard about the Gulf Breeze sightings, but they had not hit the papers in Pensacola. You know, Gulf Breeze is a little smaller community outside of Pensacola. And she started telling me about this man in Gulf Breeze who had taken all these beautiful pictures, and there had been articles about it in the Sentinel. And I remember my reaction was so strange because all of a sudden I looked at my arms and I had chill bumps all over me. It was just like, it was an overwhelming feeling of wonder, amazement, and extreme interest.
3 minutes, 29 seconds.
Oh, it's white. It's turning white there.
There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
Let's go what?
Whoa, go, baby, go, Bubba. Come on over here and show us some more, Bubba.
I can tell you right now, I have been out with people that would go bananas when they saw an airplane. In fact, there's a man that comes out occasionally with our group that every airplane that flies over to him is a UFO, and he will get mad and irate if you look at him and say, that's an airplane. I mean, it can be a 727, 5,000 feet over your head coming into the landing pattern at the Pensacola airport. This guy will look up at it and say, that's a UFO. And that's his right. But I know what I saw. I know what's on my film.
Come on over here, Bubba.
And if you want to believe it, fine. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine also.
Oh!
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, it's kind of green. Got a green halo around it, doesn't it? Did y'all see green around it?
Yeah.
All right.
Not surprisingly, Ed's photograph seemed too good to be true. and he soon found himself attacked by the debunkers.
Well, it's really kind of shocking. I'm an average fella. I build houses. I'm a working man, and to see something so extraordinary and tell about it, and then to be blasted, it's shocking. You just don't expect that kind of reaction. You expect people to say, "Oh my gosh," rather than, "Oh, you're crazy." Over the dunes. Oh my God. There she is. There she is, right there. Oh my God. I would like for somebody in the military-industrial complex, for the world governments, I would like for somebody to come forward and say, "Don't worry, here's what it is, this is the answer, sleep well." But they don't do that. I think they don't know. I think that they're struggling just like we're struggling. I think that when there is a flap, a UFO flap, then I think that the military and the governments of the world are paying attention behind the scenes.
The love-hate relationship between governments and UFOs began when the United States Air Force's Project Blue Book was set up to investigate cases like these during the 1950s and 60s. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory claims that this is a light aircraft, but Lee Hansen, the photographer, is adamant that this is nothing of the sort. As James Waters drove through Monument Valley, a bright object sped past, followed by another a second later. Slowed down, the object seemed to contract and expand. Official explanation, a meteorite. But two, one after another?
Hi, Brent Stewart from Third Rock. Watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
Alien Invasion Week is sponsored in part by Ford Motor Company and by Sure Trade. Buy or sell up to 5,000 shares of stock for $7.95.
A black Lincoln?
Yes, sir.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln.
Why didn't you just have him park it in the lot?
I didn't want it scratched.
Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
Information fed by intuition creates confidence. Confidence, tempered by pragmatism, enables prudent action. Actions come together to create momentum, and momentum can lead to frenzy, which further explains the need for information. Sure Trade, a comprehensive internet broker for independent investors.
Do aliens exist? It's the trillion-dollar question.
We're on the edge of discovering that there's life out there.
Get up to speed on the latest alien tracking technology. Then join Gillian Anderson as she takes you on a fantastic trip from science fiction to science fact.
I'm not interested in any reports of UFOs anymore unless they're so close you can read their license plates.
Alien Invasion Week tomorrow beginning at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
Has your automobile insurance been canceled because of too many tickets or DWI? It doesn't matter who you are, anyone can have auto insurance problems. Come to Able Insurance Incorporated now and let them help you with your insurance needs. They will put together the right insurance plan you require. Buy here, pay here. Payment plans are available. 4 locations to serve you: New Cut Road, Taylorsville Road, the Starks Building, or Preston Highway in the Maryville Shopping Center. Or just call one of the numbers listed below. Able Insurance Incorporated. We say yes.
Open the door to your future. Call the New Life Psychics now.
My whole life turned on my consultation.
I definitely would pick up the phone. I could sit here for an hour and tell you all the different things that have been
told to me that no one would know, or predictions that have been made that have come true.
They can help you in your future.
Call a psychic.
Discover your destiny. Call the New Life Psychics now.
Call now for your free reading.
In the skies above Britain, a UFO appears from nowhere and flies alongside the Concorde. It seemed intelligently controlled, but cameras can lie. The flights were filmed with a specially designed periscope camera system, Astrovision, which uses a complex arrangement of lenses and prisms. We asked Alan Tanner of the original British Airways film team to take a closer look.
Now, this is probably the classic UFO shot that everybody refers to when they talk about UFOs and Concorde. Again, you will find that it looks very similar to other shots that we've got with funny little marks on it that people say, was this a UFO or wasn't it? Look at it closely and you'll find that there's that little spot of light coming there, which could be quite easily mistaken for a UFO. But in fact, it's quite possible that the sun, which was off to the left-hand side, had caught the front element of the Astrovision periscope system and would have caused an internal reflection. And I feel that that is really sums it all up. You will see that as the camera moves, so that little spot moves, and I don't think that's a UFO.
Norfolk, England, 3 fishermen filmed a diamond-shaped UFO. Checks were run on aircraft and weather balloons, but the skies were completely clear.
3
months earlier, beside the Black Sea, a tourist videotaped this. It seemed an extraordinary coincidence, until we met Simon Nash of Panasonic.
This is a basic iris motor. The principle of the iris motor is to regulate the amount of light entering the camera. The iris motor will open on very dull scenes and poorly illuminated scenes and close down on very high intensity or brightly lit scenes. We actually have no idea what this sort of object is here in the sky. It could be reflection from a plane or some other light source. But as the camera starts to zoom in, you can clearly see here the shape of the actual iris elements within the lens section of the camera. It appears to be caused by a reflection of light entering the front of the camera and bouncing around between the lens elements. And of course, sandwiched between the lens elements is of course the iris motor. And the iris motor takes on this characteristic shape that is often seen when you're looking directly or indirectly in towards the sun. But the image at the beginning of the tape is quite unusual and is something that can't be explained by normal camera technology, if you like.
Over the past 30 years, some 8,000 UFO sightings have been reported to a special department at the British Ministry of Defence. About 5%, or 400 of these, remain unidentified. Nick Pope is from the ministry.
The thing to stress is that 95%, I would say, of the reports that we get can be very easily explained. There is probably a hard core of about 5% which appear to defy explanation, and of course we keep an open mind on them. But having said that, it doesn't mean that because something appears to defy explanation that in fact it couldn't be explained the very next day. Recently we've had an airship operating over the UK, and that's been brightly illuminated from the inside. Now when you see it from close up, it's very obviously an airship. But when you see it from a long distance away, it just looks like a very bright cigar-shaped object. And of course that has generated an awful lot of UFO reports.
Many reports continue to defy rational explanation. In a valley near Ottawa, Canada, the object on the right was apparently witnessed by more than a dozen people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said it was in fact a Sikorsky helicopter, but the Canadian Defense Department said there were no helicopters in the area. This curious object filmed above an English cornfield remains a mystery. The tractor driver in the distance said that he saw a small silver disc fly silently over him.
Whatever that is, that's moving on its own.
As a TV cameraman was setting up for a weather picture in Wisconsin, an object flashed past the windmill. It's traveling at over 1,000 miles an hour. He checked with the local airbase and with the NORAD Defense Network, but they had nothing to report. While filming a farming program, a TV crew suddenly noticed this object over the fields.
Well, first of all, we saw what appeared to be a very large vapor trail, much thicker than the normal vapor trails. And when this vapor trail finished, it stopped at a straight line, as opposed to fading out. The object, which was obviously circular and an orange-yellow color, seemed to stop very slowly and then very quickly out of frame, and it went so quickly, just couldn't follow it. It seemed to be an amazing speed, it really was.
Well, first of all, it was the vapor trail, which seemed to suddenly appear. The line in the sky before the vapor trail actually appeared was also visible, so it looked as though it must have passed overhead without us noticing it at all. But then the vapor trail itself was, may I say, sort of curly, as though the object that was leaving it was in fact spinning. Then looking at the object itself, you could see with the naked eye that it was in fact spinning, and orange and round.
Over 3,500 UFO reports worldwide have come from civilian and military pilots. People like Colonel Fletcher Prouty, who commanded an air squadron based in Tokyo in the 1950s. He was one of the 5 founders of the massive NORAD Defense Network.
My aircraft were in the sky over half the world, regularly, all the time. And one day I got a top secret memorandum delivered from the White House, from the headquarters of the Air Force. And it ordered me to tell my crews that if ever they saw an object that was unidentified, they were to report it to me. I was to set them down and take their depositions, sworn statements, and then mail them to a certain office in the Pentagon. And one day, one of my crews on a flight from Honolulu to Tokyo saw something that they had to report. And they walked in my office that morning, and the captain of the crew was an old acquaintance of mine. He said, "Colonel, I'm really a little embarrassed today." He said, "because we're going to get involved in a lot of paperwork." He said, "We saw an unidentified object flying beside our aircraft for over an hour last night between Midway and Tokyo. We had 60 passengers aboard. There's no way we can say that it wasn't seen and wasn't there." So I had 12 men in the crew. I had to set aside 12 rooms with 12 interrogators. We had them write their stories down, what they saw. I packaged that all up and sent it to the headquarters Air Force. Never heard another word from it.
In the United States, secrecy remains the order of the day, in part a legacy of the Cold War and new weapons development. But in Russia, things seem to be changing. We were given unique access to leading military figures in the former Soviet Union who not only came forward with their own testimony, but discussed research projects linked to UFO incidents. Now, hundreds are reported every month to UFO groups and the military authorities. As a Russian film crew was shooting a music video, watching crowds saw this object appear over the center of Tbilisi. In Moscow, a KGB officer and his family filmed a group of unidentified lights. Until very recently, people did not dare report UFOs, let alone release pictures like these.
Hi, I'm French Stewart from Third Rock, and for the latest on alien abductions and encounters, please watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
This is Imagine TV.
Mind stepping out of the Grand Marquis, sir?
Is there a problem, officer?
Huh? Just want to take it for a spin.
Want a donut?
With Mercury moving upward as we...
Answer the question,
Okay,
Mr. Smith.
she wasn't with me. She was out all night with the Grand Marquis. The Mercury Grand Marquis.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Precision engineering. Performance that nails you to your seat. But enough about the high-performance computers Dell built for Ford. What can we build yours to do? Call and for just $19.99 we'll build you this Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor, 32 megs of SD RAM, 4.3 gig hard drive, Microsoft Windows 95 and Home Essentials 98, a large screen monitor, 32X Max Variable CD-ROM, even an AGP video card, and 24-hour tech support. The Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor. Pure performance, just $19.99. Dell, what can we build yours to do?
Genital herpes isn't just about worrying over future outbreaks. It's about suppressing them. And it's not only about waiting for an outbreak to begin treatment. It's about suppressing it ahead of time with Valtrex just once a day. Call this number to get product information for Valtrex and a free trial coupon. Remember, even if you don't have symptoms and are on suppressive therapy, it may be possible to spread herpes to others. There is no cure for genital herpes, and Valtrex may not prevent all recurrences. If your immune system is not normal because of advanced HIV disease, bone marrow, or kidney transplant, make sure your doctor knows this to avoid a potentially serious complication. In studies, the most common side effect was headache. See our ad in Life magazine. Don't wait. Call this number today and ask your doctor about Valtrex. It's about suppression.
Glaxo Welcome. Breakthrough medicines for everyday living.
Left tentacle blue, right tentacle green.
Check out TLC, Space Jocks.
Alien Invasion Week. Aliens invade Hollywood. Coming up next on TLC.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
For years, the old secret regimes prevented anyone from admitting to any UFO experience. Now, for the first time, Major General Boris Surikov was able to tell us about an unidentified flying object encountered during the Second World War. As it approached, it electrically charged their bomber, threatening a massive fuel explosion. To save the plane, they jettisoned their bomb load, but reported their mission a complete success for fear of reprisals. One incident which revolutionized Russian military thinking about UFOs happened on September 20th, 1977, at Petrozavodsk on the Russian-Finnish border. At about 4 in the morning, over 170 witnesses, including 20 border guards and police, saw a large glowing object raining down beams of light. It hovered over the town for some 15 minutes before moving off towards the Finnish border. But it had been seen over a wide area for at least 4 hours before that. Colonel Boris Sokolov headed the Ministry of Defense's investigation team.
Later, having read the report, I found that a large group of military men had witnessed the event, about several hundred kilometers away from Petrozavodsk, in one of the border regions. when they tried to report it using their usual field communications. They had telephone and cable lines, radio and shortwave. None of them worked. After the incident, which had lasted for several hours over Petrozavodsk, and a little shorter period of time over the border area, all communications were suddenly restored.
This event so concerned the military that for the first time they and the scientists began a unique state-funded research project. The Russian Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Defense in Moscow were able to draw on a potential observer force of some 6 million troops.
It was a huge number, an experiment that will never be repeated. It lasted 10 years, and the whole of the Soviet Union was involved, 1/6 of the globe. And the number of potential observers was over 10 million.
Up until now, this incident has always been dismissed as disinformation, a cover story for a secret rocket launching. Now, for the first time, Colonel Sokolov has testified to the actual events that led to one of the world's most extensive UFO research projects. If UFOs are tangible objects, they seem to demonstrate an extraordinary technology. In Moscow, there is a state-funded organization that is actively investigating new propulsion systems based on UFO reports. Dr. Anatoly Akhimov is the director.
We are not looking to limit our research objectives by just trying to explain abnormal physical experiments. What we are trying to do is to go beyond the normal investigative boundaries. If we believe, and we certainly have good reason to do so, that the UFOs exist as a real phenomenon, then naturally the question arises as to whether our contemporary science can come to some understanding of them.
In stark contrast to the openness of the Russians, the British Ministry of Defense is still denying an incident that happened in 1980 here at the Woodbridge Joint British-American Air Force Base. This was one of the busiest military air bases in the United Kingdom. Its activities were highly secret, and it held one of NATO's largest stockpiles of nuclear weapons. It was in the early hours of December 28th that two teams of base security officers left the East Gate to investigate strange lights in the forest. One team included the deputy base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Halt, and in the other group was Larry Warren, then 19 years old.
I'm standing in Rendlesham Forest. We're on December 28th to 29th, 1980. Just behind me, Colonel Halt and a group of NCOs and officers had their sighting of events, which is recorded on the tape that he made that night, about a quarter mile that way. My event took place right here, heading toward this farmer's field. I had no idea what was about to happen. No one else with me really did at that time at all, except that this field in front of me was illuminated with some very bright, strange light. I noticed that this giant oak tree here was illuminated as well. That was my first indication that something wasn't right in the field.
As standard procedure, Lieutenant Colonel Halt was tape recording his team's progress through the forest. As they measured radiation levels, they spotted something through the trees. The voices you hear are from the actual tape. The pictures are a reconstruction.
Strange, small red light. You'll see out maybe a quarter, half mile, maybe further out. Switch off. The light is gone now. It was approximately 120 degrees. Triple sight. Headed back again. Took down his flashlight set. Let's go out to the edge of the clearing so we can get a better look at it. So you can get the star scope on it. The light's still there, and all the barnyard animals have gotten quiet now. So we're heading about 110, 120 degrees from the site out through to the clearing now. Still
As Holt and his team were moving towards the light, Larry Warren and the others saw a curious circle of mist in the field in front of them.
Out in front of me, as we approached, I could see, as I was watching this mist on the ground, there was other Air Force personnel, security, police, all throughout this field. Over in the distance was two cameras, and one was a video camera, one was a motion picture camera, and at the time the video cameras were very bulky technology, but I recognized it for what it was. Everything I saw in this field was documented on film that night, both on still photographs and on motion picture. There's no doubt about it. What I saw, I'll walk to the center of the area where this mist was. You can see it clearly. Ground zero would be here. After watching this object on the ground, a red ball of light moved in. I thought it was an A-10 taxiing to RAF Woodbridge behind me, about a mile. Came in over that far stand of trees, stopped over the circular fog-like object on the ground, dispersed in an explosion of color that was soundless, heatless, and what happened was a transformation somehow of this mist to a structured object. It was about 30 feet at the base, 20 feet in height, and a bank of blue lights at the base of it, and mother of pearl or rainbow effect all over. It was very difficult to look directly at. The worst thing to happen to me was that when the event transpired, when there was that transformation somehow, some senior people ran off into these woods, into these fields, and left us here. And why I didn't run could have been shock or whatever, but a number of us ran, a number of us just stayed glued.
I think it's something on the ground. I think it's something that's on a tree right over. It's not the first nightbird we've seen. We're about 150 or 200 yards from the site. Everyone else is just deathly calm. There's no doubt about it. Just some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird. It appears to be maybe moving a little bit this way. It's right on has been. It's coming this way. It's definitely coming this way.
But the military personnel were not the only witnesses. From his house near the runway, local resident Jerry Harris watched the strange lights around the forest.
I stood there for ages. It seemed like ages watching this. And they were dipping down behind the trees. They were going down behind the trees and coming back up again and sort of zigzagging about. And I thought, well, if they were airplanes, they would crash into the forest because the runway's over there and they're over there.
A strict security clampdown, denials, and other explanations quickly followed the incident. Oxford Nest Lighthouse, 6 miles away, was one. Others included meteorites, police cars, and bright stars. The alleged films and photographs have never been released, but one piece of evidence remains: Lieutenant Colonel Halt's report, authenticated as genuine by the British Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, strange, small red light. You'll see out maybe a quarter to half mile, maybe further out.
It was released 3 years later through pressure from Warren and others using the Freedom of Information Act.
We're about 150 or 200 yards from the site. Everyone else is just deathly calm. There's no doubt about it. Just some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw a yellow tinge in it too. Weird.
Despite government pronouncements, one man whose views cannot be ignored is Lord Peter Hill Norton, Admiral of the Fleet and Britain's former Chief of Defence Staff in the early 1970s.
It seems to me that something physical took place. I have no doubt that something landed at this U.S. Air Force base, and I have no doubt that it got the people concerned, the U.S. Air Force people and the commanding general at the base, into a very considerable state. My view is that the Ministry of Defense, who were repeatedly questioned about this, not only by me but by other people, have doggedly stuck to their normal line, which is that nothing which was of defense interest took place on that occasion. My position about this has always been quite clear, And I have said this both in public and on the television and on the radio, and I said it face to face to Lord Trefgarne when we met. Either large numbers of people, including the commanding general at Bentwaters, were hallucinating, and for an American Air Force nuclear base, this is extremely dangerous, or what they say happened did happen. And in either of those circumstances, there can only be one answer, and that is that it was of extreme defense interest to the United Kingdom. And I have never had a satisfactory rebuttal of that view.
Most UFO incidents are reported by ordinary people, and more often than not, the event itself can be deeply traumatic. But more traumatic is the secrecy machine that moves into action to deny, to ridicule, or even to threaten those who have unwittingly experienced something quite out of the ordinary, as a small community discovered when a UFO allegedly crashed near Roswell, New Mexico.
He said, "You did not see anything. There was no crash here. You don't go into town and making any rumors that you saw anything, that there was any crashes." And he said you could get in a lot of trouble. Well, I was a little agitated, a little mad about the situation when he called me an SOB to start with. And I said, "Hey, look, mister," I said, "I'm a civilian and you can't do a damn thing to me." And he said, "Oh, yes, we can, mister." He said, "Somebody will be picking your bones out of the sand."
Hi, Brent Stewart from Third Rock. Watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
The actions of the stock market are complex and can confound. Even the most able investor struggles to make sense of it. But in rare moments, you can see what to do. The chaos becomes clarity, and then you act before the opportunity fades away. SureTrade, a comprehensive internet broker for independent investors.
Are you tired of struggling with hot wax and ingrown hairs? Then stop. Is razor stubble causing you to shave every day? Then stop. Introducing EpilStop Plus with vitamin E, the amazing European system that not only removes unwanted hair, but actually stops it from growing back. EpilStop is not a wax, but a natural vitamin E lotion that instantly and painlessly dissolves the entire hair, including the root. And EpilStop Vitamin E Spray prevents hair from growing back, while it nourishes your skin. For beautiful, hair-free legs you never have to shave again. We tested EpilStop Plus against ordinary tweezing, shaving, depilatory cream, and hot wax. Look, EpilStop Plus is faster, easier, and more effective than any of these products. It even works on tough facial hair. We used a razor on one side and EpilStop Plus on the other. Days later, the side that used EpilStop Plus is still smooth. Amazing!
I used EpilStop Plus 4 months ago, and there's no more embarrassing facial hair.
I used EpilStop Plus 3 months ago, and I can't believe it. My legs are still smooth.
Remove unwanted hair from your lip, underneath your arms, your legs, anywhere on your body in just minutes. Imagine a beautiful bikini line with no irritation, no ingrown hairs. Stop shaving, stop waxing, stop sugaring, and stop wasting money. With EpilStop Plus, you'll never have to worry about unwanted hair again. Order now and get our smoothing thigh cream for hips, thighs, and stretch marks. A $20 value, yours free. We guarantee EpilStop Plus is the fastest, easiest way to remove unwanted hair or your money back. But keep the thigh cream just for ordering. Lasting hair removal is only a phone call away. Order today.
Call toll-free 1-800-204-3399. Order your EpilStop Plus for $29.95 plus shipping. If you're not completely satisfied with EpilStop Plus, keep the thigh cream. A $20 value is our gift. Call 1-800-204-3399. That's 1-800-204-3399.
Left tentacle blue, right tentacle green.
Check out TLC, Space Jocks.
Alien Invasion Week. Aliens invade Hollywood. Coming up next on TLC.
Discover your community.
You play a part at the Y.
Discover more time with your family.
More quality, more time, more fun.
Discover your capabilities.
One more lap, one more rep, one more shot.
Discover a new you.
at the Y. Join by January 31st and receive your free YMCA personal fitness package.
Barrett Nuss Funeral Home has served the needs of families since 1882. Our family-owned and operated funeral home will provide the same dedicated service and quality of care that remains constant to this day. We have services and prices to fit different needs. There's plenty of parking, spacious funeral chapel and parlors, elegant atrium entrance, and a room for children. Barrett Nuss Funeral Home, dedicated to those we have the privilege to serve.
The case of the crashed disc and its alien occupants has become an enduring UFO classic. On July 2, 1947, near Roswell, New Mexico, Mac Brazel discovered an extraordinary collection of metal and other debris scattered over his ranch lands. A few days later, he contacted local Sheriff George Wilcox, who called the Roswell Army Air Base. They sent Major Jesse Marcel to investigate and collect as much debris as possible. The Army issued a press release saying they had recovered a crashed disc. But later that day, Major General Ramey denied the report, saying the debris was simply a grounded weather balloon. For Fred Whiting of the Fund for UFO Research, the official conclusion simply didn't hold water. With other researchers, he has filmed the testimonies of some surviving witnesses and their family members.
Heretofore, stories of crashed saucers were twice-told tales. I have a brother who has a cousin who has an uncle whose barber says he knows someone who heard something. That has been the way most of these accounts have been circulating. That's very frustrating because you can't follow up on that. You can't ascertain what the facts are, and in all likelihood the story's bogus because it's been told by so many people and therefore is quite distorted. Roswell is different. Roswell has a cast of characters who are known, most of whom are still alive even after 46 years, all of whom are extremely credible people.
One thing I was certain of, being familiar with all air activities, that it was not a weather balloon, nor an aircraft, nor a missile. It was something else of which we didn't know what it was. They were just fragments strewn all over the area, an area about 3/4 of a mile long and several hundred feet wide.
One evening we were watching TV, and it was on TV there was something about space. And my grandmother looked over at me and she said, "Barbara, do you believe in anything, outside of the earth?" And I said, "I do." And she said, "Well, I have something that I would really like to tell you, but I don't want you to ever discuss this or tell anyone because I've never told anybody." She just wrote an article one time and put flying saucer on it, and that's all she had ever written down on a piece of paper. And I said, "Fine, what do you need to tell me?" And she, I thought it was going to be something completely different than what she told me. And she said, in the 40s, there was a spacecraft, a flying saucer is what Big Mom called it, crashed outside of Roswell. And I said, "That's interesting." I said, "How do you know about it, Big Mom?" And she said, "Your grandfather, George, was as a sheriff at the time. When the incident happened, the military police came to the courthouse, to the jailhouse, and told George and I that if we ever told anything about this incident, talked about it in any way, that not only we would be killed, but the family, that they would get the rest of the family." Why? What did he know?
According to witnesses, the military discovered something more. At the Army Air Base, an autopsy was in progress, witnessed by a nurse, a close friend of the local mortician.
She said when one of the hands was detached from the arm, and she said when the doctors turned it over, that she noticed on it, and they made a notation. That's what she was doing, was trying to take notes and making notations for them. And they were all sick. But she said that on the tips of these little fingers, it looked like little pads with little holes that kind of looked like a small suction cup on each end of these fingers here. Said there was no thumb at all on none of. They only had like the 4 fingers on there.
I undertook an effort to try to find out if the Pentagon was still sticking to the weather balloon story. So I generated a series of letters through my senators and my congressmen, and I also urged other researchers to do the same thing. What we got was a very clear pattern of denial and buck passing.
The people of New Mexico were also alerting their own congressman, Stephen Schiff, who took up the case on their behalf.
From the statements of witnesses that I've seen or read, a number of individuals described that whatever it was that was recovered from the area around, actually Corona, New Mexico, near Roswell, that apparently it was put in a special plane that was flown in for this purpose, and that the materials were under armed guards because people described the MPs. And I think it's logical to say that weather balloons aren't normally flown by special planes under armed guard. So that by itself at least raises a legitimate question as to, was this a weather balloon? I got a response from an Air Force colonel who just said, we've referred your request to the National Archives. And, you know, that simple, that quick. And so I contacted the Department of Defense again and received a response at a higher level. We're referring you to the National Archives. So I contacted the National Archives. The National Archives responded to me that they didn't have any material on the Roswell incident. Now, needless to say, I considered this a runaround at the least. And it was at that point that I asked our General Accounting Office to assist me.
Hypersonic speed, when they require fanatical performance, when they crave unfathomable feats, they get it on a Dell computer. In fact, Rollerblade uses Dell computers every day. What can we build yours to do? Call and for just $19.99 we'll build you this Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor, 32 megs of SD RAM, 4.3 gig hard drive, Microsoft Windows 95 and Home Essentials 98, a large screen monitor, 32x max variable CD-ROM, even an AGP video card, and 24-hour tech support. The Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor. Pure performance, just $19.99. Dell, what can we build yours to do?
UFOs? Crash test dummies? You've heard the news. Now you decide. Presenting the Roswell Report, a complete set of the just-released Air Force documents detailing the mysterious events at Roswell, New Mexico. Read the entire, thoroughly illustrated report, then view the declassified video released with it. That's right, you'll receive the complete Roswell Report, plus the declassified video, plus the press transcript, and extra exclusive video you just have to see. UFOs or not, this package is a gold mine of new information on top-secret Air Force programs. Millions are debating Roswell. UFOs, crash test dummies, cover-up? Order your set of the official reports now, and you decide. Not available in stores.
Call now with your credit card ready to receive Roswell plus the 231-page U.S. Air Force book and the press conference transcript, or send $19.95 plus $6.95 shipping to the address on your screen. Call now 1-800-429-9559. That's 1-800-429-9559.
Typical blue, right typical green.
Check out TLC, Space Jocks.
Alien Invasion Week. Aliens invade Hollywood. Coming up next on TLC.
Saturdays, a stroke of bad luck. Living on the edge. An angry Mother Nature. In an instant, catastrophe. Then it's up to the brave among us. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Sunday on TLC. Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. Then they're mysterious, but new research is getting inside their heads. biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
This is a real ER. This is a real hospital.
Critics call it a blast, exhilarating. TLC's on the scene at hospitals all over the country, shooting trauma, life in the ER. The show that brings you the real-life thrill of the emergency room is now a full action-packed hour.
In an hour, you can get deeper. You can get to know the physician much, much better than you could in a half an hour.
This gear is really precisely one of the reasons why we can do what we do here. I mean, it's small, it's compact, the quality is very high.
Trauma allows high-tech access to the rush of the ER and its human stories.
It's about saving lives.
Feel the intensity of real life. Trauma, Life in the ER. Original one-hour world premieres, Tuesdays at 8 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
The General Accounting Office, at Congressman Schiff's request, agreed to undertake an inquiry into whether or not there was a cover-up of information concerning the Roswell events. An investigator was assigned to the case, reporting back, of course, to the Congressman's office, since the General Accounting Office is a creature of the Congress. It's the Congress's investigative arm. This investigator approached an official within the Air Force Congressional Liaison Office, the Director of Plans and Operations, Colonel Larry Shockley. The investigator said to Colonel Shockley, "I'm interested in getting into the Roswell case." Colonel Shockley's response reportedly was, "You've got no business getting into that." This is not the first, and I suspect nor will it be the last, such obstruction of this investigation.
They didn't say, Congressman Schiff, we have documents, but they're classified. You're going to have to go through certain procedures if you want access to them. That would have at least been a reasonable response. But to send me to an agency which doesn't have the documents, and by now they must know that, that is not a reasonable response.
Stephen Aftergood of the Federation of American Scientists believed there could be a less secretive and more mundane explanation.
The National Archives reports that it has more than 300 million pages of classified documents from before 1960 alone that are awaiting declassification review. In other words, documents dating from pre-World War I through 1960. If we extrapolate that to a likely estimate for all classified documents through the present, I would say there have to be well in excess of 1 billion pages of classified documents that are waiting for declassification review. The secrecy system has become reflexive. We are concealing a lot of information that is not genuinely sensitive, and ironically, we are probably not protecting those genuinely sensitive secrets adequately. The Roswell incident in particular has been an enduring story because there have been so many mixed signals from the government, and above all because there remains a quantity of government documents that have been kept secret more than 45 years after the event. I think a government accounting for this whole episode is long overdue, and people have every right to demand that such an accounting be carried out.
Now what we need to do is we need to establish in the minds of the Congress, it's already firmly established in the minds of most of the UFO researchers in the United States and elsewhere around the world, that there is indeed a cover-up of information. For what reason? We can only speculate. To what end? We haven't the faintest idea. But the fact of the matter is that our government is not being responsive to its citizens who want simply to know the facts.
I think there's a big leap that is made by some people from an unexplained incident to an explanation that invokes sentient extraterrestrial entities that are somehow active on Earth. I am not personally cognizant of any evidence to support that, but certainly there is a vast quantity of government documentation on the phenomenon of unidentified flying objects of one sort or another.
The obsession with secrecy is a legacy of the Cold War. As West meets East, will we join the Russians in attempting to find an answer to the mystery of the UFO phenomenon?
Интересуется тем, что происходит на нашей земле.
We cannot rule out the possibility that creatures who may well be superior to us are interested in what is happening on our Earth. These unidentified flying objects that appear to display unique characteristics, such as their speed, their rapid maneuvering, and so on, must be studied in the interest of mankind.
I do not subscribe to the views that some ufologists hold that this is all in the mind. I believe that there is undoubtedly something, or a number of things, they may be quite different things too, in our atmosphere, which is physical, and were it to land, could be seen and touched and photographed. And indeed, there are people who say that all those things have already happened.
Everybody loves a mystery, and I think someday we'll know.
It seems to get like brighter, doesn't it? And then
it's changing shapes. Like it's like flashing out.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's sort of really bright, isn't it? And then it's gone behind a cloud.
Oh no, something's flashing on the video, like the tape's running out or something.
Oh wow, it's just shot up in the air. Oh wow, well, I didn't get it on tape.
Hey Earthlings, French Stewart from Third Rock from the Sun. You know, a lot of great movies and TV shows such as mine have featured alien visitors. You know what I mean? Look, you can get My Favorite Martian, Independence Day, pretty much anything with Barbra Streisand. Oh, that's a joke. No, but I gotta tell you, TLC has got all the aliens in a terrific new show called Aliens Invade Hollywood. It's a great behind-the-scenes look, and you're not gonna want to miss it. It's coming up next on TLC. Hi, Fred Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
Throughout human history, we have searched the stars, looking for clues to answer the ageless question, are we alone in the universe? Could there be something out there interested in visiting us?
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Without a doubt, there is one place on Earth that extraterrestrial life forms have not only visited, but are doing so more and more often. And that place is Hollywood. Are these alien movies mere entertainment? Or could they possibly hold a mirror to the truth? Join us as we witness the scientific inspiration for Hollywood's fantasies. Discover how filmmakers envision their alien creatures.
Wham! Something hit me.
And compare eyewitness accounts of alien abductions with the on-screen portrayals of these terrifying events. Prepare yourself for a close encounter as aliens invade Hollywood.
Welcome to Earth.
Nice to go off reading all of, the UFO sightings and this, that, and the other thing. You're always excited when you hear about it, and you always expect the fact that the government's covering stuff up and all that. You always want that to be, don't you? I mean, don't you want to be people who are smarter than we are somewhere in the universe?
Nye County, Nevada. This desolate desert landscape is the home of a top-secret United States military base. An installation as mysterious as its name, Area 51. know that the U.S. Air Force tested the F-117 stealth fighter and other super-secret aircraft right here. But many believe something far more phenomenal has been spotted in these skies. They allege the U.S. government is using Area 51 to rebuild and fly a crashed alien spaceship. Just ask the people who live near the base.
Well, my feeling on a lot of it, that it's craft that our government is working together with alien beings on them. So whether they're actually crashed ships that have come here, ships that have just come, some we've redone, or our own technology that we've learned from the beings and we're back engineering is a good probability.
Whatever is happening here is shrouded in secrecy. Travel is forbidden on all roads leading to the installation. Cameras capture movement of any who dare approach the site. These photographs of the base are the closest any civilian has come to documenting what is going on inside Area 51. Today, the site from which these photos were taken is off limits to the public. Trespassers risk death. But that didn't stop Hollywood.
Mr. President, welcome to Area 51.
In the science fiction blockbuster Independence Day, movie audiences see what the planet's most mysterious bunker might look like.
Let's see it.
Independence Day was the first Hollywood feature to present Area 51. The film's co-writer and producer, Dean Devlin, believes this is a key to its success.
There's a certain type of mythology about UFOs that people already know. I mean, in our film, as soon as we mention Area 51, a good half of the audience already knows what it is before we even explain it. Anyone who wants to do science fiction today, they have to build on what's been done in the past. So what you try to do is build on pre-existing mythology and then take it one step further.
Cut.
For one of Area 51's surprises, director Roland Emmerich used a 60-foot tall mock-up of a captured alien craft. The extraterrestrial spaceship and its underground bunker were designed by art directors Oliver Scholl and Patrick Tatopoulos after conducting extensive research on Area 51.
We spoke to people, we got a lot of reference. That was a very important thing for us, is try to grab as much information as possible. And Area 51 is a very magical place, nobody knows about it.
Several sources told Tatopoulos of huge truckloads of cement being taken into Area 51. With this in mind, Tatopoulos designed a bunker with concrete walls.
On the scale, what we did on the set is we made sure that the actual design and the architecture of the underground world would reflect the fact that it's underground.
ID4 goes on to reveal the mysteriously shaped alien pilots that some allege are vaulted in Area 51. Other movies have also lifted the veil of conspiracy that follows extraterrestrial creatures. In Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a group of scientists and government operatives secretly rendezvous with a massive spaceship at Devil's Tower, Wyoming. Could these movie fantasies be shedding light on the truth? Is our government covering up the evidence of extraterrestrials?
The evidence is overwhelming that planet Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft. In other words, some, underline the some 18 times, some UFOs are alien spacecraft. Most are not. I don't care about that.
Stanton Friedman is a nuclear physicist. In the 1950s and 60s, he worked on highly classified U.S. government projects to develop nuclear-powered aircraft. At the same time, he privately began research on UFO sightings. After years of tracking top-secret documents, he is certain that our government is withholding evidence of extraterrestrial visitors.
The subject of flying saucers represents a kind of cosmic Watergate, meaning some few people within governments have known since 1947 that aliens are visiting.
UFO researchers point to a series of incidents in 1947 as ground zero for the government cover-up. On July 8th of that year, The U.S. Army base at Roswell, New Mexico, reported finding a flying saucer.
At a ranch 75 miles northwest of Roswell, what apparently happened was a mid-air collision between two flying saucers. This was in the middle of a huge wave of sighting. One researcher has collected over 2,000 reports from 1947. So it was headline stuff all over the country.
The Army quickly recanted. They said debris recovered at Roswell was simply a weather balloon. In 1994, Air Force investigators announced the debris was really a spy satellite. But by then, charges of a cover-up had grown to include reports of recovered alien pilots.
Now I get a strange question. Where could they hide the bodies and the wreckage from Roswell and any other crashes? My goodness, if you can hide 30,000 nuclear warheads and all kinds of chemical and biological material, you can certainly hide a few bodies and a few pieces of wreckage. Also, people tend to forget that there are places in the United States, Area 51 being one, that you cannot fly over them. They'll shoot you down if you don't go away when they get up close to you. Keeping secrets is easy.
In the absence of absolute facts, Hollywood has stepped in to provide possible scenarios.
Detection protocol, now!
In the science fiction thriller, The Arrival, a radio astronomer, played by Charlie Sheen, picks up a signal of extraterrestrial origin.
Jumping ahead to phase 3, second source verification.
Government superiors who stop his research are, in fact, aliens intent on taking over the planet from a secret subterranean base. In real life, most scientists dismiss the idea the government is concealing the existence of extraterrestrials.
It just strikes me as an improbability on top of an improbability based on a premise that doesn't make too much sense, namely that the government is keeping the most interesting scientific story of the millennium from every scientist and every member of the populace. And by the way, they haven't done a very good job of it either, have they?
Seth Shostak is an astronomer with SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. He has spent much of his life scanning the heavens for signs of alien activity.
Obviously, I think that the cosmic company is out there. I think they're there. I don't think they're here, but I think they're definitely there. And this is our best shot at finding them.
That best shot is called Project Phoenix. This ambitious program is eavesdropping on the 1,000 stars closest to Earth from a 140-foot diameter radio telescope, isolated in the hills of West Virginia.
Radio astronomy is just astronomy by other means, if you will. This gargantuan construction behind me is a telescope in every sense, except that it operates at radio waves. So there's a big reflector, collects the radio energy. There are numerous receivers that amplify that energy, and we study the result.
A major challenge for SETI is figuring out where to aim the telescope. After all, there are more than 100 billion stars in just our galaxy alone.
We, of course, don't know in which direction ET might be situated, so we have to try lots of different directions. And a couple times a day, you do have to check something out. And one of these times, that checkout procedure will last long enough to convince us that we found ET.
It is just that scenario that has made SETI astronomers popular players in Hollywood's dramatizations.
The SETI program is often depicted in science fiction films. Usually we're functioning as a distant early warning system for the aliens who've decided to come down to our planet and wreak havoc and destruction. And normally we only detect them when they're not very far away. I think in Independence Day, the SETI project finds them at the distance of the moon. Well, we're looking a lot farther away than the moon. I hope we can do better than that.
It's hard to give the SETI specialists, I call them cultists, because SETI really stands for silly effort to investigate. It's hard to give them the name science. They have consistently misrepresented the data about interstellar travel. Trips to nearby stars are feasible, and they have consistently ignored the data about flying saucers.
I think that if there was the slightest bit of real evidence for that, you would see some benefit. I mean, our Air Force would have planes that were 100 times better than anybody else's planes. None of that is true, so there's been no benefit from it either, except maybe for Hollywood.
Even though the data may still be scientifically debatable, Hollywood has always led the way in keeping the subject of extraterrestrials in the public eye. Coming up, movies boldly go where science can only theorize. When Aliens Invade Hollywood continues.
Hi, Brent Stewart from Third Rock. Watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
Alien Invasion Week is sponsored in part by Ford Motor Company and by Ricola, the all-natural cough drop imported from Switzerland. Relieves coughs naturally.
This is Imagine TV.
Why don't you slip into something a little more comfortable?
All right.
With Mercury moving upward as well.
Answer the question, Mr.
Okay,
Smith.
she wasn't with me. She was out all night with the Grand Marquis. The Mercury Grand Marquis.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
We hope you don't mind us blowing our own horn, but Ricola, the original all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland, now comes in a soothing new throat syrup you're gonna love.
Hi, Beaver. How was your day?
Well, it started out with a bang. Then this guy ripped off my bike.
Hasta la vista, baby.
The computer went out the window. And I have no idea why everybody's been getting so upset.
Don't worry, Beaver. Tomorrow's another day.
That's what I'm afraid of. Oh, brother.
Leave It to Beaver is now on video. Get it before it's gone.
Do aliens exist? It's the trillion-dollar question.
We're on the edge of discovering that there's life out there.
Get up to speed on the latest alien tracking technology. Then join Gillian Anderson as she takes you on a fantastic trip from science fiction to science fact.
I'm not interested in any reports of UFOs anymore unless they're so close you can read their license plates.
Alien Invasion Week tomorrow beginning at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
Carriage Ford announces the mother of all sales. Crazy about a Ford truck? You bet. Carriage Ford has available a huge selection of one-owner XLs, XLTs, and Eddie Bauers. That's right, Eddie Bauer Ford trucks. No money down and only $179 a month. No money down, $179 a month. Think you're dreaming? No way. This sale is as real as a country mule is stubborn. Don't miss it. Carriage Ford trucks, best by a country mile.
Ellipse.
A revolution in total body conditioning.
Ellipse.
Ellipse.
New from Nordic Track.
Feel great.
Feel great.
Shape.
Your body.
Tone.
Your muscles. Shape changes everything.
Ellipse.
Ellipse. Ellipse.
Total body aerobic exerciser.
Exerciser.
Call Nordic Track.
Nordic Track.
Free video and brochure.
Free video and brochure. Ellipse.
I mean, I grew up on these movies, and there was a million of them, you know, and I'd see every one. And I think it just happens in waves. And I also think at the end of the millennium, it's just people kind of go kind of crazy and nutty and get all like everything's, you know.
Movies have always told stories of extraterrestrials. In 1902, pioneering French filmmaker Georges Méliès amazed audiences with his depiction of space travel in A Trip to the Moon. Méliès's Earthling explorers were taken prisoner by a strange race of crustacean-headed creatures called the Selenites. But the Selenites have a fatal weakness. They explode when they are struck. The early astronauts make their escape using their umbrellas as weapons.
There was a very naive quality to what aliens would look like, how they behave, what their relationship was with humans. Generally, prior to World War II, aliens were fairly simplistic, almost comical, not taken very seriously by either the filmmakers or the audiences.
Robert Skotak is a Hollywood visual effects supervisor and an Academy Award winner for his spectacular miniatures in the science fiction classics Aliens and Terminator 2: Judgment Day. Skotak's fascination with the alien invasion genre began with his earliest movie experiences.
This could be the beginning of the end for the human race.
Well, when I saw The War of the Worlds, it had a tremendous impact. It was a very impressive film. I was 5 years old at the time, and it inspired a tremendous hunger to see more of this type of impressive special effects.
Is there nothing that can stop the Martian death machines? Guns, tanks, bombs, they're like toys against them.
In 1953, this classic H.G. Wells story of invading Martians was adapted by legendary filmmaker George Pal. The movie raised the standards of special effects and fueled Hollywood's interest in portraying extraterrestrials.
Well, The War of the Worlds was quite a success when it came out. It caused a big stir in the industry.
You are now inside a flying saucer. Our destination, the planet Earth. We are the Mysterians.
Unfortunately, a lot of much lower budget producers kind of jumped on the bandwagon and made a bunch of films that were frankly terrible and kind of gave the genre a bad name.
Swooping down from outer space, blowing up from the...
A recurring theme in these films had aliens coming to take over our planet.
The Mysterians.
I think what started the alien invasion craze in the 50s was probably the UFO reports that were starting to appear in the late 40s and the early 50s. Having come out of World War II, the whole notion of the U.S. being subject to outside invasion of some type seemed very fresh and very frightening to people. Something that was added to that particular mix was our fear of the communist countries with their secret police. And I think the whole notion of the Red Scare developed from fusing this fear of the communist countries, the UFOs that we're hearing reports about, as well as the fact that we had experienced massive warfare. So they all fed into the sort of hopper and created this genre of films.
Even the most sensational stories took inspiration from real-world events. The 1954 film, This Island Earth, based the design of its spaceship on photographs of a UFO taken by a Brazilian photojournalist.
If you look at the production drawings, they're actually very close to the photographs that were taken in Brazil. So that's a case of Hollywood going off of what seemed to be a very valid sighting at the time.
Around the same time, Air Force engineers began testing experimental craft that bore a striking resemblance to movie images of alien spaceships.
Air Force interest in this vehicle began in 1955.
These experimental aircraft were not necessarily proof the government was using alien technology, but these images helped fuel the idea that the entire truth regarding flying saucers was not being revealed.
The earliest film to deal with UFO cover-ups and government conspiracy was a small, low-budget film called Invasion of the Saucermen, produced in 1957 by American International. Right in the middle of the film, a little military group goes out to the wooded area and immediately proceeds to destroy the ship and bury it and cover up all trace of it.
Only this special unit and the President of the United States will know what happened here tonight. You mean you think we know what's happened?
Made 10 years after the Roswell incident, Invasion of the Saucermen is fondly remembered by its effects assistant, Bob Burns.
But it's just such a totally unique design for a saucer. And what's really kind of cool is it still actually works.
For 40 years, Burns has proudly displayed in his studio the 2-foot model spaceship used in the film, and the alien head he wore for close-up shots.
This is 57 now. Roswell was in the 40s, not that far back. When they wrote the script, somebody had to have heard something about that, because they did do this military cover-up of when the saucer lands and they end up blowing it up, trying to get inside of it. And they tell the police, oh, one of our jet planes crashed, which is like an old story. We've heard that many, many times.
A government conspiracy is not the only theory touched on in these movies. Over the years, Hollywood has presented intriguing reasons for why extraterrestrials might be visiting.
Something is happening.
In the 1950s, a few films suggested that some aliens were not only peaceful, but their superior wisdom might help humankind.
I came here to give you these facts. But if you threaten to extend your violence, this earth of yours will be reduced to a burned-out cinder.
By the late 1970s, after the political fallout from the Vietnam War and Watergate, movies began to portray aliens as more trustworthy than our human leaders.
One thing that we've seen emerge a lot is the idea that there is a reason to hide facts about UFO visitation. Certainly, Close Encounters touches on the government trying to suppress it long enough until they can find out what these aliens want.
Hollywood's shifting attitudes towards otherworldly species can clearly be seen in the influential Star Trek saga.
Perhaps today is a good day to die. Prepare for running speed!
In the old Star Trek, the Klingons were definitely the enemy, and now we've seen a change where Klingons are now working with human beings.
This intergalactic détente was a welcome development for Worf's human counterpart, Michael Dorn.
Worf, from the very beginning, started out to be egotistical about his own race. And then he discovered that they weren't all they were cracked up to be. And he always knew that he was better than humans, but there are some parts of human beings that are worth hanging on to.
Who are you?
I am the Borg.
Released at the approach of a new millennium, Star Trek First Contact presents the once human-like, now biomechanical, Borgs as its most sinister villain.
The Borg have a collective consciousness. I'm endeavoring to become more human.
Human. We used to be exactly like them. Flawed, weak, organic. But we evolved to include the synthetic.
The power of these fantastic stories shouldn't be dismissed, according to no less an authority than Star Trek's Captain Picard.
Star Trek is epic in scale. It's mythological. It's deeply serious and deeply entertaining. It puts out a strong affirmative message about humankind.
Prepare to evacuate the Enterprise.
Star Trek was very thoughtful in terms of how societies at different levels of development interact with each other.
If we should ever meet extraterrestrials, how would they treat us? If we're to judge other species by human history, the answer may not be comforting.
If you look at civilizations like those that existed here in the Americas or in the South Sea Islands, when they were first visited by other civilizations, namely Europeans, it didn't usually work out too well for them.
It is indeed typical that you Earth people refuse to believe in the superiority of any world but your own.
Until we know how alien creatures might treat humanity, the movies will keep us guessing.
I am the Borg.
If they are out there, what do they look like? How Hollywood special effects wizards conceive aliens next.
Hi, I'm French Stewart from Third Rock, and for the latest on alien abductions and encounters, please watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
This is Imagine TV.
This Mercury Sable sure is roomy.
Yeah, but why don't we ever go anywhere?
Because we don't have any feet.
No feet?
I love you even more than I did before I had amnesia. I think.
Even more than your Mercury.
I have a Mercury. I'd forgotten. Where am I going?
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Genital herpes isn't just about worrying over future outbreaks. It's about suppressing them. And it's not only about waiting for an outbreak to begin treatment. It's about suppressing it ahead of time with Valtrex just once a day. Call this number to get product information for Valtrex and a free trial coupon. Remember, even if you don't have symptoms and are on suppressive therapy, it may be possible to spread herpes to others. There is no cure for genital herpes, and Valtrex may not prevent all recurrences. If your immune system is not normal because of advanced HIV disease, bone marrow, or kidney transplant, Make sure your doctor knows this to avoid a potentially serious complication. In studies, the most common side effect was headache. See our ad in Life magazine. Don't wait. Call this number today and ask your doctor about Valtrex. It's about suppression.
Glaxo Welcome. Breakthrough medicines for everyday living.
Hi, Chuck. Here's lunch.
Thanks.
How's business?
Not bad. Yours?
It's okay. Hey, what's that on your screen?
Oh, that. QuickBooks accounting software from the makers of Quicken. I called a toll-free number and got a free trial version.
My system works fine for me.
That's what I thought. But if you have bills to pay or customers who owe you money, you really ought to try this.
Yeah, I really don't have time to learn new software.
Well, if you can write a check, you can use QuickBooks. Answer a few questions and it tailors itself to your business. Now I create invoices like these.
Yeah, but my business is so different from yours.
But that's what makes QuickBooks so great. It's the #1 software for any small business. It has accounts payable, accounts receivable, even payroll and inventory, and you never have to enter information twice. There's over 60 customizable reports that put you in control. Know if you're making or losing money.
Sounds pretty good. I'm going to get that free trial version.
Nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-475-9733. That's 1-800-475-9733.
He says his wife disappeared, but detectives unravel a tangled tale of sex, lies, and DNA. Then a delightful day at a water park turns to terror and tragedy. Medical detectives followed by Without Warning, coming up next on TLC.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Invaders from Mars. We're fantastic beings of a super intelligence.
Imagining what an alien species might look like is a science fiction given. Most early depictions were distinctly humanoid.
They were forced, I think, because of the technology to do a kind of a basic approach that you might do that the Ziegfeld Follies or the Mardi Gras might do, which is something kind of decorative and wild and just strange. And they all had to be built around the human form. So the creatures tended to look like 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, human-like.
On occasion, Hollywood aliens took on a vastly different type of molecular structure. The Martians in the War of the Worlds, with their electronic eye, seemed to be a movie commentary on the big screen's new rival, television. In 1977, George Lucas revitalized the science fiction genre with Star Wars. One of its most memorable scenes took place in the Cantina, an alien bar.
I didn't really worry too much about how I was going to do anything when I wrote it. I knew I'd figure out a way, which is usually the way you do it when you write. But once I got finished, obviously we wanted to do a lot of creatures actually in Star Wars, and I began to look around about who would do it. How would I get this accomplished?
To help visualize his fictional worlds, Lucas turned to visionary artist Ralph McQuarrie.
Going into outer space is an adventure. It's got to be more exciting than climbing a mountain or hang gliding or any other sort of putting yourself on the line adventure that I can imagine. The freedom it gives you to fantasize, traveling from one planet to another, meeting aliens, which is always a fascinating idea.
While McQuarrie's alien creatures were impressively diverse, even the oddest share a resemblance to animal and insect species known to Earthlings.
I think you're always looking for something that is going to be a little interesting and different, but also something that people can relate to. If it was possible to come up with something totally different, completely different, and nobody would know what it was.
To design a creature that would stand out in any crowd, the producers of the Alien film series turned to Swiss surrealist H.R. Giger.
They always want to have eyes. I said, no eyes, no eyes. It's much more dangerous. You don't know what the creature is doing. You don't know if you see nothing.
Among those who testify to the alien's power is its most frequent opponent, Sigourney Weaver.
Well, actually, I find the alien quite beautiful. The Giger designs are very extraordinary. For some reason, the alien has
I've never really spent time with the guy playing the alien. I don't want to get used to like seeing him drink tea and stuff. So when I have had scenes with the alien, it's always been quite a powerful experience because it is very frightening.
Another creature with a fearsome bite, the predator, features exterior mandibles, a look inspired by beetles and other insects.
You're bad.
Creator Stan Winston also borrowed details from reptiles and other jungle creatures.
There are elements of his face that are somewhat snake-like and somewhat insect-like. Things, and with all of these things put together, all these little things that we have seen, but never quite together like this, they excite us and they go, my goodness, I have never seen that, that's really neat, and you believe it, and you go, this could be real, because it relates to something you've seen.
In contrast, the fierce invaders of Independence Day were created to complement their spacecraft, according to art director Patrick Tatopoulos.
We created the spacecraft first. The alien had to work around that. I started to design two different types of alien. One would be more in the tradition of, the Giger style, those like big fantasy creatures. The other one, the smaller one, was more based on the popular imagery, I believe. I mean, big head, small body, but looking a bit like human proportion.
Director Roland Emmerich liked both designs, so Tatopoulos created an alien inside an alien. The larger creature provided a protective exoskeleton for the smaller alien.
So what this is actually, it's a real organic creature. It's a living creature that the small alien, more clever than those guys, used to travel through space. This is a much stronger creature. It's almost like a bony structure. And the small alien, which is much more fragile, sits on the inside of this thing and basically controls the creature.
For the scene where the interior alien awakens during its own autopsy, Tatopoulos manipulated a 2-foot-tall rod puppet. Shots utilizing the puppet were filmed in front of a green screen. In this process, the green background is replaced when it's digitally combined with all of the elements of the shot. Advancements in visual effects have led to a new generation of extraterrestrials that are generated on computers. That's how the little green stars of the movie Mars Attacks were brought to life. For his salute to the 1950s alien invasion movies, director Tim Burton asked animators at George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic, or ILM, to recreate aliens originally featured on bubblegum cards.
They're like beautiful little paintings. That's part of the thing that was attractive about them, the colors and the way the characters looked, and the style of painting was just so nice.
Using the cards as a springboard, art director Mark Moore designed computer-generated models for the ILM animators to follow.
The biggest challenge on this project was finding that line where it's realistic enough so that you feel that this is actually taking place, that these Martians exist, and this technology of theirs is wreaking havoc on Earth. We wanted to make it, using the tools that we have at our disposal now, entertaining enough so that people are actually caught up in the story and with the way the characters are working with everyone else and so perfectly blended with the backgrounds that you'd be sort of astonished as to how this is taking place.
One of the animators' more bizarre assignments was a scene depicting the Martians' medical experiments on human captives.
What's happened is the Martians have abducted the reporter Natalie, Sarah Jessica Parker's character, and also abducted her dog. They're in the spaceship and they're basically performing experiments on them, I suppose you'd say.
To create the shot, technical director Ben Snow combines a number of separate elements into one seamless image. First, actress Sarah Jessica Parker and a small chihuahua are both filmed barking in front of a blue screen.
And we've got to basically remove her head and put on her dog's head. The dog's name in the film is Poppy, and we've got to graft Poppy's head onto her body. And then In addition to that, we have the doctors, the Martians, who are all dressed in their sort of Martian operating theatre garb and looking very threatening. And they're turning around, interrupted mid-experiment, and they reveal what's happened to her body.
Martians have long been Hollywood's favorite invading species. So NASA's 1996 announcement of the possible discovery of a life form found on a Martian meteorite had us riveted.
The rock contains organic compounds, organic material, which we believe comes from Mars.
Fossils on the rock indicate the presence of an unknown microorganism, magnified here at 100,000 times its actual size.
By this means, we've been able to look and see the first organic molecules that we believe come from Mars.
Such discoveries are welcomed by Hollywood. They can only fuel future cinematic visions. The freedom to create a new species has inspired several generations of filmmakers and provided audiences with many memorable potential alien candidates. Coming up, the mysterious phenomenon of alien abduction as Hollywood creates aliens based on eyewitness accounts.
Hi, Brent Stewart from Third Rock. Watch Alien Invasion Week all week on TLC.
Mr. Sandman.
Remember when a quarter bought you 3 songs on the jukebox? And where you had the most fun hanging out with your friends?
Young love, first love.
Now relive those malt shop memories with 36 of the most romantic songs to ever come out of a jukebox.
Since I met you, baby, my whole life has changed. Earth angel, will you be mine? Heavenly shades of night are falling. It's twilight time. 16 candles.
Malt Shop Memories brings you 36 unforgettable songs by the greatest idols of the time.
See the pyramids along the Nile. Come with me, my love. Teen angel, can you hear me? I'm sorry now. A white sport coat and a pink carnation. Poor little fool. Oh yeah, I was a fool. All I have to do is dream. 'Cause I want girl to call my own.
Malt Shop Memories, 36 all-time classics on 2 cassettes or 2 CDs. Here's how to order.
Have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-614-1818. Call from U.S. or Canada. That's 1-800-614-1818. Or send $19.98 for 2 cassettes or $26.98 for 2 CDs, plus $4.95 shipping to Malt Shop Memories, P.O. Box 6900, Libertyville, Illinois, 60048, 6900.
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
Unchain my heart, and baby let me go. Unchain my heart, 'cause you don't love me no more.
Eldorado Touring Coupe with the 300 horsepower North Star system. Isn't it time you lived without limits?
The new 1998 Value City Furniture is now here. Unfortunately, so is the new 97. Something's gotta give. All right, you win. Announcing the Value City Furniture Emergency Markdown Sale. You'll find some of the lowest prices of the year on all the great home furnishings you want. So you won't need much money. Just a little something you've tucked away for emergencies. And this is an emergency.
It stands in a remote corner of eastern Arizona, Over the years, Apache Sitgreaves National Forest has known the footsteps of Native Americans and the roar of loggers' chainsaws. If woodsman Travis Walton's phenomenal story is true, it was also the landing site of an alien spacecraft.
Well, November 5th, 1975, there were 7 of us working in the woods. And we come up the road, and it was starting to get dark. We hadn't come very far when we noticed a light coming up from up to our right. So I was wondering if maybe, there was a fire or maybe a plane crash.
Stop, Mike! Stop the truck!
Boom, there it was. I just threw open the door and headed towards this thing because I was thinking that it was just going to be gone in a flash. And it'd be gone before I even got up close to it. But it didn't turn out that way.
The substantial evidence supporting Travis Walton's account convinced Hollywood to tell his story in the 1993 movie Fire in the Sky. Reports of alien abduction are not uncommon, but they are almost always stories from individuals with no eyewitnesses to corroborate the claim. This was not true with Travis Walton.
Oh my God.
More than 20 years later, the 6 other loggers in the woods that night still swear they saw Travis approach a hovering metallic disc. Mike Rogers was driving the truck.
I remember this very clearly. This is a memory that's just etched, it just burned deeply into all of us. I mean, there's no forgetting any minor detail of this thing.
Rogers drew this illustration of the hovering object.
This thing was 20, 25, maybe even 30 feet in diameter. It was saucer-shaped, or kind of like a white dome on top, just barely peeking over the top of it. Parts of it were lighted and parts of it were metallic, or semi-reflective. When I saw this thing, it was a real shock, and it just got worse from there. Something came out of the bottom of that thing. Whatever it was, it hit him in the head and chest area and blew him backwards, just like an explosion had gone off in front of him. Wham!
Stunned, afraid Walton was dead, and thinking they might be next, Rogers and the others drove off through the woods.
This thing lifted up and just shot off in a streak towards the northeast, just like that. And it was gone, just a blur.
The men returned a few minutes later to look for Walton, but found no sign of him. When they reported the incident, police suspected they invented the story to cover up Walton's murder.
They conducted a pretty broad search that very day, and they didn't find a thing. And for 4 days, there was never a sign of him.
When I was returned, I found out that I'd been missing for 5 days and 6 hours, even though to me it seemed like just a matter of hours.
News of Walton's disappearance had already attracted sensational stories in the press. But his own account of this missing period is stranger than any reporter's speculation.
I didn't regain consciousness quickly, and I was disoriented. I didn't know where I was. There was a light above me. When I looked at it, it really hurt my eyes. My vision finally cleared, and I got where I could see. I saw this creature standing over me, and I just became hysterical. I just flipped out instantly.
These illustrations of the alien abductors are based on Walton's recollections. They reveal 2 different types of alien beings on the craft, including creatures that are remarkably humanoid. Walton's experience ended when the craft deposited him on a road running past the forest.
I looked around. I was outdoors. I'd been lying beside the highway.
Some psychologists say stories of alien abductions are hallucinations triggered by extreme stress to the brain. And in the years since the event, Rogers and Walton have heard every rationale from skeptics out to discredit their story.
I don't care if they believe. I mean, I've done what I can. I've taken 2 lie detector tests, the only 2 I've ever taken in my life. Both of them on this subject. I've passed them both.
One of the things that was just silly, you know, is they were claiming that this was some kind of a delusion. Well, how do 7 people have an identical hallucination? And, you know, it doesn't happen. People raised on horror movies and Hollywood special effects, sometimes I get the impression that they don't understand the incredible fear that I was experiencing. But to look into the face of a being of that sort is absolutely the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Coming up, should aliens unquestionably contact Earth? Could we handle the news? And is Hollywood helping us prepare for that day?
Ricola, the original all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Now available in Echinacea Orange Spice and Echinacea Honey Lemon.
Is that big clip causing stale chips? Is freezer burn making your stomach turn? Then you need EuroSealer, the amazing new sealer that creates an airtight seal that locks in freshness, so food lasts longer. Simply slide EuroSealer along the edge of any bag, and it's sealed airtight. It's that easy. Every time you open it, food tastes like it just came fresh from the store. Once, twice, every time. The secret is EuroSealer's microthermal technology that creates a seal so airtight even water won't leak. Amazing! Don't waste money on spoiled food. Don't waste money on spilled food. Use what you need and seal up the rest. EuroSealer keeps cereal crunchy, chips crispy, vegetables fresh, and deli meat as delicious as the day it was sliced. Look, 1 week later, salad stored with a twist-tie bag is brown and slimy, but salad sealed with EuroSealer is green and fresh. With EuroSealer, you'll save a bundle buying bulk at warehouse clubs. And look, its magnetic surface attaches easily to the refrigerator. Use it outdoors. It seals the heaviest bag airtight. Keep bottles from leaking when you travel, and more. This huge sealer costs $229, and you have to buy the bags. But now on this exclusive TV offer, you can get the amazing EuroSealer for only $19.95. Call within the next 10 minutes and get EuroCan at no additional charge. EuroCan leaves edges incredibly smooth. You can even reapply the lid. Imagine, you get EuroSealer and EuroCan, a $40 value, all for only $19.95. Not available in stores, so don't delay. Seal the deal and order EuroSealer today.
To order the EuroSealer and receive the EuroCan absolutely free, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-960-7799 or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Ask your operator how you can get the AC adapter jack so that you will never have to use batteries again. Order yours, call now.
He says his wife disappeared, but detectives unravel a tangled tale of sex, lies, and DNA. Then a delightful day at a water park turns to terror and tragedy. Medical detectives followed by Without Warning, coming up next on TLC.
Do aliens exist? It's the trillion-dollar question.
We're on the edge of discovering that there's life out there.
Get up to speed on the latest alien tracking technology. Then join Gillian Anderson as she takes you on a fantastic trip from science fiction to science fact.
I'm not interested in any reports of UFOs anymore unless they're so close you can read their license plates.
Alien Invasion Week tomorrow beginning at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
Real stories of bravery, real emergencies, real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
On March 2nd, 1972, NASA launched Pioneer 10, history's most distant human-made object. The first spacecraft to leave our solar system. It travels at 30,000 miles an hour. Built to far outlive its human creators, Pioneer 10 carries a plaque with a message to extraterrestrials about its home planet.
I know that we've sent a message out there, and I believe there's a strong possibility that there'll be an answer one day.
Hollywood has often speculated about how the announcement of alien contact would be handled.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Drew Pearson. We bring you this special radio-television broadcast in order to give you the very latest information on an amazing phenomenon.
the arrival of a space ship in Washington.
Typically, the news is followed by scenes of mass panic in the streets. If the day of first contact occurs, how would we react?
The artillery doesn't penetrate.
The level of panic we experience is likely to depend on how the story is reported. According to Van Gordon Sauter, former president of the CBS Network News Division, this is not a job journalists would take lightly.
This would be the most consequential, emotionally driven story in the history of what we would call the news business.
Panic that sweeps around the globe as the great...
If you are an inherently paranoid individual, and a certain segment of the American population is, you would be convinced that doom was around the corner, that these people were on the way here to fulfill H.G. Wells and any number of those science fiction predictors of Armageddon.
It'll be big news, that's for sure. I don't think there'll be panic in the streets because I think most people in this country believe we've already heard them. I mean, they're sort of preconditioned for our discovery.
Are we preconditioned? Thanks to Hollywood, we may have been preparing for the aliens' arrival for decades.
There's something timeless, I guess, about the notion that there may be other people out there and that some of them may be visiting us.
Film historian Leonard Maltin has been observing Hollywood's fascination with extraterrestrials for more than 20 years.
It never seems to wear out its welcome. And you'd think somehow that with the progress of decades and the progress of scientific investigation, that this would become less interesting or would be obliterated by science. Instead, it seems to be proliferating.
Interest in extraterrestrial visitors is not just limited to movies. Well-known sites with UFO connections are trying to attract more human visitors. Rachel, Nevada, the nearest town to the infamous Area 51, is candidly looking for tourist dollars. Coinciding with the release of the film Independence Day, the state of Nevada renamed Route 51 the Extraterrestrial Highway. It's even prepared a vacation brochure encouraging sightseers to take the ET experience. For its part, Roswell, New Mexico, site of the famed 1947 reports of a crashed spacecraft, is now the home of the UFO Museum and Research Center.
We have a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation out about the crashes in 1947. At this point in time, we actually feel there were at least 3 crashes in this area during that week. And so we have to be very specific in providing the information and the correct information to the people involved.
Among the exhibits is a model of the alien featured in the movie Roswell.
This setup is basically kind of like the autopsy that has been talked about. We don't know, nothing has ever come forth as far as the autopsy, other than we know that it took place at the military base hospital.
Hollywood's treatment of extraterrestrials is not passed off as mere fantasy here.
This is our history as far as Roswell is concerned. Hollywood does things Hollywood has to do. And even though some of the things are not based on research, are not based on anything credible at times, they are still getting the stories and the questions out into the public's minds. And that works. These things, we don't know what it's like yet. Hollywood helps us conceive those ideas.
A planet doomed to destruction. Thanks to Hollywood's imagination, alien civilizations continue to fascinate.
We have been taught to accept this, and maybe that's the whole plan. So that in the next few years, when they say, oh, by the way, aliens have crashed and they're here living among us, okay, fine, good, great, let's meet them. And it won't be the pandemonium that could have happened years ago.
it's an interesting idea to think that the government is slowly leaking things to prepare us for the final contact or confrontation with alien beings. Actually, I think what is happening right now is that there's just a tremendous interest in it, and Hollywood is always interested in what people are interested in because they know they can make money.
If there are alien life forms, and if they do come to Earth, I hope that it isn't these movies that have given us any idea of what to do, because I think then we're going to be in real trouble.
But even exaggerated depictions validate the efforts of those who are professionally seeking extraterrestrials. And it also allows all of us the chance to be explorers of the final frontier, fulfilling our need for adventure.
People have always wanted somebody outside themselves that can come in and influence their lives for the better, usually. And in the past, that would be angels, maybe organized religion, leprechauns, I don't know what. Now, in the late 20th century, it's the aliens. People want somebody or something to believe in, perhaps.
The opportunity movies give us to collectively dream is sure to keep these universally popular stories coming.
People of Earth, attention.
Should we awake one day to learn something is indeed headed our way, Hollywood's visions will provide our frame of reference.
We're all going to sit here and say, boy, do I really hope that this is E.T. and it's not some disease-bearing, malevolent force that is going to eradicate life as we know it.
The questions movies have raised will also continue to linger.
The Area 51 and how people have caught on, even amongst government people, secrets don't stay secret forever.
Until the day comes that the truth about extraterrestrials can be resolved, Hollywood will keep us watching the skies.
Hey, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow's Alien Encounters. It's a scientific glimpse into the search for extraterrestrial life in the universe. Oh, speaking of science, this thing's cool. Look at this. Beam me up. Oh, man. My agent's going to hear about this. Do you believe they're real? Do you believe they're among us? For the latest in supercomputers and out-of-this-world exploration and more, be there for Alien Encounter tomorrow at 9 right here on TLC. Stay tuned for medical detectives, sex, lies, and DNA.
He says his wife disappeared, but detectives unravel a tangled tale of sex, lies.
Saturdays, a stroke of bad luck. Living on the edge. An angry Mother Nature. In an instant, catastrophe. Then it's up to the brave among us. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
They're people with talent, scoring breakthroughs, blowing you away. How'd they do that? Sundays at 8 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
Tonight, I'm in the mood for danger, danger, danger. TLC's gonna drive you to the extreme machines. Extreme Machines, Mondays beginning at 8 on TLC.
This is a real hospital.
Critics call it a blast, exhilarating. TLC's on the scene in hospitals all over the country, shooting trauma, life in the ER. The show that brings you the real-life thrill of the emergency room is now a full action-packed hour.
In an hour, you can get deeper. You can get to know the physician much, much better than you could in a half an hour.
Our trauma rooms are very small, and it gets very crowded in here. It's hard being watched.
This gear is really precisely one of the reasons why we can do what we do here. I mean, it's small, it's compact, the quality is very high. We can walk into an emergency room, get into a helicopter or an ambulance, do what we have to do and not bother anybody, which is very important.
It's almost like a ballet which takes place in the trauma. Essentially, we can show to them that we know the same dance, that it works.
Trauma allows high-tech access to the rush of the ER and its human stories.
This was a young male, came in, multiple gunshots to the abdomen and chest. Wherever he was bleeding internally, he was just losing so much fluid. His blood pressure was dropping and his heart rate was going up, so took him straight to the OR.
People live kind of on the edge of our society. They live very violent, very desperate lives. It's very alarming how badly people take care of themselves.
You never know when a trauma hits. I think people need to see what happens here. It's about a procedure. It's about saving lives.
It's gripping, dramatic, charged with the intensity of real life. Trauma, Life in the ER. Original 1-hour world premieres, Tuesdays at 8 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Over half of all victims are related to or acquainted with their murderers. Thousands of others are killed by strangers, often strangers who were aiming at somebody else. As for some of those we met in this hour, young Dasmain Russ, the 4-year-old shot by a stray bullet, spent over a year being treated at various hospitals. His recovery has been slow. He cannot use his right hand and now walks with a slight limp. 3 members from the same gang were arrested in the shooting. Raymond Navarro, charged with murdering his wife Maria, was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Will Leonard, the convicted killer paroled in 1990, has reportedly been living near Washington, D.C. At last report, he had no parole violations. And John Wayne Ford, Leonard's accomplice, remains in prison, but authorities say there is a good chance he, too, will be freed on parole. I'm Dan Rather, and that's 48 Hours.
Next, Alien Invasion Week continues. What would you do if you met an extraterrestrial? Before you answer that question, meet a few people who say it's happened to them on Alien Encounter, coming up from TLC.
Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
Are we alone in the universe? Discoveries of possible life on Mars and intriguing new planets have raised the odds that we are not alone. Today, scientists are probing the cosmos, actively seeking a first encounter with alien life. If it turns out to be intelligent life, our little world might never be the same. Since the most ancient times, humans have gazed at the night sky and wondered if somewhere, out there, some other being might be looking back. We may now be on the verge of answering that age-old question. Popular culture teases us by giving aliens a face and a mission. We've seen
fixated on apocalyptic visions of ETs out to get us. They've become imaginary foes to beat up, to conquer.
Welcome to Earth.
These creatures were once the sole domain of Hollywood, artists, and sci-fi writers. But today, scientists are hot on the trail of extraterrestrial life. What they find may be quite different from our fantasies. Sparked by recent discoveries from Mars and beyond, scientists are pushing technology to new heights, searching for evidence of other life out in space. They may have already found evidence of alien microbes. Finding intelligent life may be just around the corner. Looking for aliens is no longer considered crazy by the scientific community. In fact, the search has gained momentum worldwide. Italy is the setting for a major league summit of international scientists gathered to share their theories on extraterrestrial life. They come from the fields of astronomy, biology, physics, cosmology, experts the world would turn to in the event of a first alien encounter.
If you look carefully at this representation of a planetesimal or an asteroid-like thing... Which one will be published? Both. Both. I don't know.
Here, normally reserved scientists let their imaginations soar.
I would say that mankind has to speak to extraterrestrials with one tongue. If an extraterrestrial craft arrives on Earth, you know, that is even more important because we are not prepared. Not at all. Not at all.
We never know whether the aliens are actually aiming their transmitters in our direction.
What happens if we actually overhear a signal, right? What happens then?
It's a factor of 20 faster.
Much of the excitement revolves around two American astronomers, Paul Butler and Jeffrey Marcy of San Francisco State University. Together, in less than 2 years, these men discovered more planets than anyone else in history. What we know about life indicates that it formed on a planet. Butler and Marcy's new planets increase the odds of finding alien life.
The reason we look out there for planets and the reason we look out there for other creatures has all to do about in here, you know. Where do we fit in the universe? What is our role in the universe? You know, we're driven by our only desire to have a deeper understanding of ourselves.
Even with our best telescopes, astronomers can't see planets beyond our solar system. So Butler and Marcy looked instead for peculiar behavior in the stars.
The real difficulty with trying to find planets orbiting other stars is that stars are 1 billion times brighter than the attendant planets that are going around. Probably the best analogy is to imagine trying to see a firefly at night. But now imagine that a nuclear explosion has just gone off next to that firefly. You're going to have a lot of trouble seeing the firefly itself. We admit right from the start we ain't going to see the planet, so we focus our attention on the star. And that's all we observe, in fact, is the star's light. And we look for the effect of the planet on the star. And in fact, planets exert a gravitational force on the star. And so the star is kind of yanked around as the planet goes around.
On the beach at Capri, Jeff Marcy uses a boulder to demonstrate this celestial dance.
The rock represents the planet, and I represent the star. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So while I'm pulling on the rock's pulling on me, and if you watch me carefully, you see that while I'm swinging the rock is swinging me, making me wobble. And the same exact physics applies to a planet orbiting a star. The planet yanks on the star yanks on the planet, and they do a little dance around each other.
For Butler and Marcy to see a star's wobble, they begin high atop a mountain over California's Silicon Valley. Here, at the Lick Observatory's 120-inch telescope. This giant telescope will focus on stars similar to our own sun, but by itself, it can't see everything these astronomers are looking for.
Desperately focus.
Right.
And then we go to Tabu.
Right. CCD focus set.
Where do you take it?
Yep, I'm ready.
Throughout the night, the team points the telescope to promising stars. The starlight gathered by the telescope is sent through a grating, which, like a prism, spreads it into a spectrum of colors. Back in their office, the astronomers study this spectral data. They're looking for what's called the Doppler effect, changes in the light coming from a star. When a star is tugged by a planet toward Earth, its starlight appears bluer. When the planet pulls the star away from Earth, the starlight appears more red. These black gaps, or absorption lines, are elements in the star that block areas of the light. They tell astronomers what the star is made of. They also make the Doppler shift easier to see. But proving this shift is caused by a planet requires further analysis. Butler and Marcy created the software and Sun Microsystems the one-of-a-kind hardware to take on this job.
We literally have invented a new way to analyze the data that allows us to measure things much more precisely than any group in the world does.
To find their first planet, their hybrid computer crunched through nearly a decade of data gathered by the Lick telescope, a backlog of some 60 star systems. Then, one morning in December 1995, out of the mind-numbing stream of numbers, a repeating pattern emerged, evidence of a planet.
It's like 8:30 in the morning. I almost fell off of my chair. There was nobody around because it's 8:30, it's Saturday morning, and all I could do was stare at my computer screen for about an hour. Jeff.
I couldn't squeeze out of him what was happening. And I just said to him finally, Paul, is it good or bad? And he said, it's good, get over here again. And when he said it was good, I knew that it was probably something really good.
I showed him the data and his jaw hit the floor and he knew it was a planet.
What Butler and Marcy detected was a gaseous planet 2.5 times the mass of Jupiter orbiting the star 47 Ursa Majoris. Soon after this find, a second planet emerged, another gas giant. It was 6 times the mass of Jupiter, circling the star 70 Virginis. Theoretically, both new planets are the right distance from their stars to have water vapor in their atmospheres. Water is the essence of life as we know it. Scientists believe the chemical reactions that produced life on Earth began in a watery environment.
So our best guess is that there's going to be some layers in these planets that have a warm mist, something like the atmosphere in a sauna, in which the air is hot, maybe a little humid, water vapor dancing around.
In temperatures reaching 180 degrees Fahrenheit, life in the superheated sauna atmosphere of these planets may resemble Earth life, the strange creatures that thrive near hot volcanic vents on the ocean floor. This is how scientists think these aliens in the mist might look. But whether or not life exists on the new planets, it's their size that intrigues Butler and Marcy. They're like Jupiter, which astronomers say protected Earth so life could develop.
In order for us to be here on this Earth right now having this conversation, Jupiter has to exist. And this is relevant because the sorts of planets we find right now are Jupiter-mass planets. Jupiter basically acts as a giant gravitational vacuum cleaner so that all the stuff flying around in space is being gravitationally sucked, if you will, into Jupiter.
Jupiter's gravity cleared the solar system of debris that would have otherwise smashed into Earth.
You need to have millions and millions of years between these impacts in order for evolution to derive crazy creatures like ourselves.
These two crazy creatures have found more than a half dozen huge new planets to date. But they think there are as many sizes of planets as there are of rocks on a beach. They hope to someday find smaller, Earth-like planets.
You were considered a lunatic for going out and looking for planets where there might be life and ETs and so on. It sounds like the stuff of, you know, the tabloids or some cheap TV program or something. And now that we've actually found planets, we have pushed planet detection into mainstream science and yanked along with us the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
On the third rock from the sun, planet Earth, intelligent life evolved through a fortunate mix of distance from the sun, chemical conditions, and biological circumstance. Scientists reason life must have happened on other such rocks with similar conditions. The pioneering finds of Paul Butler and Jeff Marcy bring us all a shade closer to finding alien beings on other planets.
Now, I bet that for every big planet, there are many smaller planets.
Well, and furthermore,
Alien Invasion Week is sponsored in part by Ford Motor Company.
This is Imagine TV.
Brad, I brought you up here in my Mercury to tell you something.
Yes, Brittany.
I'm carrying your father's child.
Wouldn't that be me?
Exactly.
Oh, yes. That's nice.
Jerky?
Actually, no. It's a pretty smooth ride.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Ricola, the original all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Now available in Echinacea Orange Spice and Echinacea Honey Lemon. Waiting for the fish to bite, you think about how smart your daughter has gotten and how much your son is starting to look like you, and you wonder why you never noticed until now. But you might as well head back to camp. The fish seem to be as relaxed as you are. Rediscover your family while you discover America. Recreation vehicles. Wherever you go, you're always at home. Call today for a free video or visit an RV dealer near you.
Sunday on TLC. Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. Then they're mysterious, but new research is getting inside their heads. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Real stories of bravery, real emergencies, real acts of courage, real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
It took the kids back and forth to school 13,752 times. It took the family to the lake every summer. And after all that, your dealer says, well, it's worth maybe $800. To us, it's worth everything. If you have a car, a boat, or RV, call the Volunteers of America today and donate it. You'll get the tax advantage, and you'll help the disadvantaged. It's the American way.
Of doing business as usual? Come see the latest trends in business. Explore the Communications and Technology Expo on January 27th and 28th at the Commonwealth Convention Center. See over 150 exhibitors with some of the area's most plugged-in professionals. Hear nationally recognized speakers at our information-packed seminars. The Communications and Technology Expo. Look into the future with people in the know. Call 429-5825. That's 429-5825. With technology moving this fast, it's time to get up to speed.
I see you are quite well. You have recovered from your unfortunate accident. Who are you? A scientist, like yourself. Where do you come from? From a planet, yet unknown to you.
The notion that distant planets could harbor intelligent life is nothing new.
This is our planet, Astron Delta.
What's new is that now we know other planets exist beyond our own solar system. Thanks to astronomers like Paul Butler and Geoffrey Marcy, we have concrete evidence that planets larger than Jupiter orbit distant suns in far-off solar systems, something mankind really couldn't prove until now. And where there are Jupiters, there may be Earths. These discoveries have thrown other planet seekers into action. In the Jet Propulsion Labs of NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, technicians appear to be dancing for joy. But really, they're hard at work on a new kind of telescope called an interferometer. When perfected early in the next century, it will be launched into space where the smallest vibration could affect its precision alignment. These men are finding ways to stabilize the setup and cancel out any vibrations. Like a monstrous erector set than a conventional telescope, the space-based interferometer will probe deeper than ever before into neighboring solar systems, searching for planets 300 times smaller than those found by Butler and Marcy, planets more like Earth.
And we've always wondered, are we alone? What are the forces that led to the creation of life in the universe? And it's an area where there are lots of questions and very few answers.
Charles Weichmann heads Planet Finder, part of NASA's Origins project to find other worlds.
And the goal of Origins is over the next 10 to 20 years to actually characterize the planets around other stars. Find out, are there other Earth-like systems? Do those Earth-like planets have an atmosphere? Does that atmosphere have the temperature, the density, the chemical composition to either support life, or even is there evidence for life?
Right now, the way to find new planets is to analyze the wobble of stars. The Space Interferometer will take things a giant step further. By interfering or canceling out the incredibly bright light of the star, it will reveal the fainter light of any planet circling it.
As you can see here, as we dim the spotlight, as we dim out the sun, the faint planet can be seen orbiting around the star. The light from the star itself has been rejected by the interferometer, and you can actually make out the pale blue dot of the planet.
But the big question is whether there is life on those distant worlds. Once NASA can see the planet, analysis of its light will tell them how hospitable a place it is.
And with a few spectral tracers, a few atmospheric tracers, we can find that out. Is it cold and barren like Mars? Is it a very thin atmosphere? Is it very, very hot and a runaway greenhouse like Venus? Or is it somewhere in between those two, something like our own Earth?
To get the high degree of magnification needed to find and study Earth-sized planets, a traditional mirror telescope would have to be huge, over 100 meters or 330 feet in diameter. That's 10 times the diameter of Earth's most powerful telescopes, like this massive hunk of glass at Keck in Hawaii. Such a big telescope would be cumbersome to launch into space, but with a clever mirror trick, astronomers have found a way around the problem. The interferometer uses a pair of small telescopes placed at either end of a beam as long as a football field. As it rotates, it traces a path equal to the diameter of a huge telescope mirror, allowing it to see just as much detail. The more telescopes added to the system, the better the view of other worlds. They could be home to creatures only dreamed of in our imaginations. At Mount Palomar in California, a prototype interferometer is being tested. Michael Shao, the world's leading expert on optical interferometry, walks one arm of the telescope. An inside look at this interferometer reveals more mirror tricks. From two telescopes 330 feet apart, starlight is collected and sent to a beam switchyard, a series of precisely angled mirrors and beam splitters. These delay lines, little mirrored trolleys, move back and forth to equalize the paths of the incoming light from both telescopes. The light is sent into a beam combiner through more mirrors, where the light waves interfere or cancel out. The remaining light is picked up by a detector cooled by liquid nitrogen to a bone-shattering 77 degrees Kelvin, or minus 353 degrees Fahrenheit. This lets scientists test the device in conditions that mimic the deep freeze of space.
The difference between doing this on the ground and going into space is on the ground, we can see things like Jupiter and Uranus mass planets, and in the space we would then be looking for Earth-like planets.
Space is where NASA plans to put one of these interferometers by the year 2010. Planet Finder will be flung out beyond Jupiter, where our solar system is free of obscuring dust. Until then, ground-based interferometers continue to gather data on faraway suns that might support heavy planets, building on and refining the work begun by Butler, Marcy, and others. With such brand new technology, Earthlings may someday find the home of that alien cousin we instinctively believe is out there. But Jeff Marcy warns, we may hesitate to claim these creatures as kin.
I'm a little worried that maybe evolution doesn't always lead to a species that has three marvelous characteristics that we humans have: gifted intelligence, fantastic dexterity, and a proclivity towards speech and communication with each other. Those three ingredients that are all necessary for us to be as brilliant as a species as we are, those three characteristics are rare, and I'm worried that they don't happen too often.
The science of biology shows that the incredible diversity of life on Earth is basically formed of the same stuff, carbon, which bonds readily with other elements like hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. Other planets with a mix of chemical elements like Earth's might give birth to life forms we'd recognize. Then again, other worlds don't have to follow Earth's blueprints.
It's certainly possible that we're wrong. If some clunking piece of silicon comes up to us, then that'll be enormously exciting. And we have our planet and then speculation. And the speculation is fun, but we're trying to advance the actual scientific part of it and just decrease the realm of speculation a little bit.
For now, glimpsing an alien, either silicon or carbon-based, will have to wait. But scientists are patient, methodically developing the technology needed to build their case. NASA's first big goal is just finding another Earth.
And until a spacecraft the size of Belgium puts itself over New York City and really announces its presence in a very incontrovertible way, this is probably the most scientific way, or these are the most scientific ways we know about to go out and try and find out, is there life elsewhere in the galaxy?
In the summer of 1996, the search for extraterrestrial life got a shot on the arm with an earth-shaking announcement about primitive life on Mars. The Mars find gave new urgency to the quest for an alien encounter.
Alien Encounter returns on TLC after this important incoming communication.
This is Imagine TV.
Mind stepping onto the Grand Marquis, sir?
Is there a problem, officer?
Huh? Just want to take it for a spin. Want a donut?
With Mercury moving upward as we...
Answer the question, Mr. Smith.
Okay, she wasn't with me. She was out all night with the Grand Marquis. The Mercury Grand Marquis.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
city. Rated R. Starts Friday, February 27th.
I'm sure there's other life out there.
You really think there are flesh-covered beings with small heads living on other planets?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I think you've been drinking too many Mars Lights.
Future Fantastic Alien, next.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Doesn't look like bark. Let me have your machete, Tom.
Life on Mars. It was always the stuff of our wildest fantasies. In the summer of 1996, those fantasies seemed real when NASA's claim grabbed headlines around the world.
Men of Earth, we of the planet Mars give you this warning.
But there were no little green men, just little worm-like structures thought to be some kind of fossilized microbes. They were found in a rock blasted off Mars by a cosmic impact millions of years ago. It landed in Earth's freezer, Antarctica. Richard Zayer of Stanford University.
How do we know they're from Mars? Well, first of all, we didn't for quite some time, and this has been a controversial matter, but pretty much now the people who do study meteorites have come to agree, based on the trapped gases, their chemical analysis, that these look like they came from Mars.
A second Mars specimen analyzed by British scientists in the fall of '96 also indicated primitive life. This has raised all our suspicions. And for scientists whose ideas were once considered on the fringe, their work gained new respect. The Mars microbes rekindled hope of a first alien encounter for Jill Tarter.
It turns out that that's really life. That's really biology. I mean, that's fantastically significant. We have to ask one further question, which is it the same biology as ours? That is, did life start on Mars and seed Earth, or vice versa, or were we both common seed of some other source?
Jill Tarter is head of Project Phoenix, part of SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. For nearly 2 decades, she's been tuning into the cosmos for a message from ET. Her job is greatly misunderstood by the public.
They think that we're just the X-Files and that we've got alien bodies hidden in a hangar somewhere. And it's really a shame, because the science that we do, the exploration that we're undertaking, is really pretty exciting and it's interesting.
In the remote backwoods of West Virginia, Tarter heads to the place where she listens to the heavens. The powerful radio telescopes at Green Bank Observatory. The universe is full of noise: gamma rays, X-rays, microwaves, light, radio, and cosmic waves. Static received through a TV antenna shows just how much is out there. Some of these specks could be remnants of the Big Bang, exploding supernovas, satellite beeps, background radiation, or a message from ET. SETI thinks an alien signal will be best detected at microwave frequencies on the radio dial.
There isn't a whole lot going on at radio frequencies compared with optical, infrared, X-ray, etc. It's the quiet window on the universe, and we want to take advantage of that to listen for signals that we expect will be very faint indeed.
But even in this quiet zone, recognizing a signal is a superhuman task. Imagine listening to tens of millions of radio stations simultaneously, trying to hear one sentence or phrase of music. No human could possibly do it, let alone for 24 hours a day.
I see those guys. Their utility or lease.
To plow through the chaos for an alien signal takes a dedicated staff of technicians and powerful computers like SETI's. They sift through cosmic radio noise as well as pollution from man-made signals. And something like this is what they're looking for, a signal nature would not produce, sitting at one spot on the dial, the earmark of intelligence. Day and night, Project Phoenix eavesdrops on very specific places in the galaxy. Their radio telescopes search one by one through a list of 1,000 different stars thought to be like our sun. Some of these stellar targets are the very planet systems found by Butler and Marcy. Phoenix tests its system by zeroing in on distant spacecraft they know were built by an intelligent species, the probes launched from Earth in the 1970s.
These are sources out beyond our solar system, the most distant man-made or woman-made objects. And these are the Pioneer 10 and 11 spacecraft, which have transmitters on them with the power that's about like a Christmas tree light bulb. And they are billions of miles in space. And in fact, we can track, we can find those signals. There have been some interesting late night, always late night for some reason, false positives. Other signals that in fact did get through this very intricate filter process. That's the only reason you have a human around. I mean, the machine does all the work and finds the signals and tells you about them. But the human is useful for checking it out.
Tonight, they listen and wait. But what if a real alien signal came through?
Confirmation phase 1. Swing dish 5 degrees off axis. And signal fades, looking good. Now swing dish back on target. And signal returns. Definitely sky-based. Wolf 336, you are howling. Oh! Ow, ow, ow! Phase 2. Initiating software check. Jumping ahead to phase 3, second source verification. Who's still online? Green Bank, Ohio State, Moffett Field. Checking here.
Earth's first big brush with aliens is a favorite topic of Hollywood films like The Arrival.
Oh, come on, Moffett, you're killing me. I'm dying here. Just pick up the phone so we can confirm this.
Just like in the movies, Tarter would seek confirmation of any convincing signal.
If we ever get a signal that passes all our tests, it's hanging around, it's doing all the right things, I mean, we're going to call somebody on another telescope. I'll probably, if Dan's on the telescope with the Serendip system, we'll call them because they've got just the right kind of equipment.
The Dan Jill Tarter would call is Dan Wertheimer of Project Serendip in California.
Hey Jeff, can you come here a second? This is kind of an exciting signal from Jill. What's up? Look at this. They found an interesting thing at Cal SETI.
If we were able to confirm the signal, I'd be hopping up and down. I'd be very excited.
So far, every signal Dan's group has been asked to confirm has had a logical explanation.
We get a lot of reports when meteors come flying, shooting stars come into the atmosphere. We get a lot of reports when there's satellites going across the sky. When the Skylab was coming into the atmosphere, we got a lot of people calling us.
No one has a bigger ear to the heavens than Project Serendip. They screen 168 million channels simultaneously using the world's largest radio telescope at Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Arecibo looks like something from a sci-fi flick, but this is no mere prop.
It's 1,000 feet in diameter. It's a big bowl, a metal bowl, and this bowl would hold 10 billion bowls of cornflakes.
It's not cornflakes this dish collects. Incoming radio waves bounce off its surface and are collected by a receiver 45 stories above. Arecibo scours a much bigger chunk of the universe than the radio telescopes of Project Phoenix. Serendip studies millions of targets, while Phoenix focuses intensely on 1,000.
Don't get all excited when you see this thing. It's not a detection of an extraterrestrial, but it's a test signal, and this is one of the possible patterns that we look for.
But we did do one thing with...
Tarter and Wertheimer are eager for the day when they can confirm the existence of alien beings.
I love the reflections there. They're really amazing.
Though they belong to highly competitive branches of SETI, they share common theories about intelligent aliens.
It's pretty amazing, yeah.
These two agree that any galactic society sending signals would have climbed to a much higher level of technology than we have.
Any technological civilization that we find out there is inevitably going to be much more advanced than we are. And that's simply because we're so young in an old galaxy. We've had technology for only 100 years. Our galaxy is 10 billion years old. Our own sun is only 4.5 billion years old. So there are many places where there have been stars like the sun that are far older than we are.
Tarter also says any alien communication we get today would have come from beings tens of hundreds of light years away.
The message will be old, and you won't be talking about a snappy, hi, how are you? I'm doing fine, how are you? Kind of conversation. But it may be communication nonetheless, even though it's only one way.
SETI scientists think it's a bit premature to worry about the end of the world from some alien encounter.
My guess is that if we do detect a civilization, it'll be sort of by accident. They won't broadcast a signal on purpose to us, but we will be able to detect their technological presence by some activity on their planet.
I was on a table. Next thing I knew, they were coming at me. Strange people.
SETI scientists also dismiss all reports of alien encounters. Despite a number of well-publicized abduction and UFO claims, they don't think we've ever been visited.
I'm extremely skeptical that extraterrestrials have visited Earth. There's no evidence for any of that. Although I am optimistic that there's life in the universe. I think the universe is probably teeming with life. It's kind of bizarre. Everybody reports these humanoid-looking things with 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes. But of course the extraterrestrials aren't going to look anything like that if you look at the diversity of life on Earth. And they're living on a completely different planet with different conditions. So they're not going to look anything like a humanoid kind of creature.
In the realm of extraterrestrial relationships, we have no real experience. And some think, if confronted with a strange new intelligence, our innocence would be lost, and we'd face our worst fear. The aliens might not like us.
Can your radio do this? Only one radio gives you such big stereo sound, yet it's small enough to fit almost anywhere. The incredible new Wave Radio from Bose. Only the Wave Radio can fill any room in your house with your favorite music the way it was meant to be heard. The Bose Wave Radio. It'll make a big difference in the way you listen to music. Call today to learn about our 30-day in-home trial.
Genital herpes isn't just about worrying over future outbreaks. It's about suppressing them. And it's not only about waiting for an outbreak to begin treatment. It's about suppressing it ahead of time with Valtrex just once a day. Call this number to get product information for Valtrex and a free trial coupon. Remember, even if you don't have symptoms and are on suppressive therapy, it may be possible to spread herpes to others. There is no cure for genital herpes, and Valtrex may not prevent all recurrences. If your immune system is not normal because of advanced HIV disease, bone marrow, or kidney transplant, make sure your doctor knows this to avoid a potentially serious complication. In studies, the most common side effect was headache. See our ad in Life magazine. Don't wait. Call this number today and ask your doctor about Valtrex. It's about suppression.
Glaxo Welcome. Breakthrough medicines for everyday living.
Is there evidence that extraterrestrials exist? The answers lie in UFOs Down to Earth, now on Discovery Home Video. Get eyewitness testimony, scientific explanation, and strange phenomena that cannot be explained. Footage never before seen, sightings, and close encounters. You evaluate the evidence. Hoax, cover-up, or has Earth been visited by aliens? Order UFOs Down to Earth. Nearly 4 hours of intriguing footage for just $34.95. Call 1-800-615-4949 now with your credit card ready.
Alien kidnappings, harmless fiction, or terrifying reality.
I saw 3 beings walking out of the field towards me.
Millions claim to have been abducted. Will we ever know the truth? Find out on Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Then encounter the unexplainable.
Then the light dimmed down and I could see some shadows moving around in this light.
Is it just another weather balloon or something out of this world? Alien Invasion Week tomorrow at 9 on TLC. New adventures.
In 1958, Alaska and Hawaii were not yet part of the Union. First-class postage soared to 4 cents. Back then, Don Hauer Plumbing made their first house call to you. Today, we still make house calls to protect your health and safety with the finest residential, commercial, and emergency plumbing. Don Hauer Plumbing. When quality counts, count on Don Hauer. That's Don Hauer, as in plumbing.
In just 5 years, 2 dogs can multiply to more than 300. 2 cats to over 12,000. If you haven't spayed or neutered your pet, you're part of the problem. This problem. Every month, unwanted dogs and cats like these and a million more like them across America will be put to death. The solution: spay or neuter your pet. Call 1-800-248-SPAY.
To the New York Times.
There is a popular notion that our first alien encounter would bring war, death, and destruction. Greg Bear is a science fiction author and advisor on space policy to 2 U.S. presidents. He's devoted many man-hours to thinking about first contact with aliens.
We can't consider aliens to be as dumb as they are in a lot of science fiction movies when they arrive with the Death Star and then we can send up F-14s and shoot them down. I think they're actually going to be incredibly sophisticated in ways that we are only beginning to be. I've written books that are both scary and also exalting. Books that show us that the wonder out there is incredibly dangerous. There is no such thing as a safe haven. We have no beneficent creator looking down upon us, making sure that we're going to survive.
Greg cites events from our human past to explain this fear of aliens who come conquering. Our history's filled with civilizations attacking each other. The entire natural world we live in is an incredibly competitive arena.
What we're actually looking at is common among all social animals. Ants, for example, social animals will take slaves, they have wars with each other. We are as much a part of nature as anything else. All the forces in the galaxy follow the same pattern.
In other words, there's no scientific reason why aliens would be anything but aggressive. The possibility that other beings could be hostile has not stopped scientists from attempting to communicate with them. They've sent greetings into space on the Pioneer and Voyager missions.
And they said, why don't we put a message, a graphic message? Of course, it's like throwing a bottle into an ocean 1,000,000 times bigger than the Pacific, but it's something.
Phil Morrison, a physics professor emeritus at MIT in Boston, was involved with attempts by Voyager 1 and 2 to talk to anything that might be out there.
They collected good morning greetings from 30 or 40 different languages by going to the UN, standing outside and asking people to say how they say good morning. My favorite one was some southern Chinese dialect where they said, good morning, have you had your breakfast today? I felt that was a down-to-earth situation.
Pioneer 10, launched in 1973, contained symbolic pictures, line drawings of man and woman, a depiction of where we are in our galaxy. In the right alien hands, assuming they will have hands, this information is a kind of galactic roadmap to our doorstep. But because these probes travel only 10 miles a second, it would take 50,000 years for them to reach the nearest stars. And they're not even aimed at the nearest stars. Though intentional efforts to send messages are few, we on Earth have been accidentally dumping information into the galaxy for over half a century. It's what Morrison dubbed leakage.
Take the famous show of a long time ago, I think 39 or 40 years ago, I Love Lucy. That would be out there.
It's the early TV signals. I Love Lucy and Ed Sullivan Show left the Earth about 50 years ago. That means they've gone out at the speed of light. They've gone out 50 light years. They've gone out to several thousand stars. So if there are civilizations on these first few thousand stars around the Earth, they may be watching our early TV shows now.
This Earth leakage is really nothing to be embarrassed about. Aliens would likely not even understand it, and to decode it, they would need the right receivers and TV sets, not to mention a thorough understanding of our languages and cultures.
And what they will probably detect, if anything, is just the existence of the signal, not what it means in any way. Very, very good thing. If they find out what it means, they might blacklist us.
Despite our potentially bad cosmic image, Earthlings are eager for first contact, even if it proves we're not so special. But this raises the concern whether the people of Earth will be properly prepared for an alien encounter.
Ships of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
I think the cultural reaction is going to be a bit shocked. You're going to have some portions of the community that simply will not believe it.
Sci-fi filmmakers delight in showing us how governments would panic. Military forces would go into all-out defense mode. People would lose their religious faith, all because we discover a superior life form.
What scares me about locating extraterrestrial intelligences is the possibility of a culture becoming unbalanced, going psychotic. It's going to be complete chaos.
To experience the unsurpassed beauty of the world's most glorious music. Introducing Opera's Golden Moments, a magnificent new collection featuring 40 of the most popular songs from opera. Here are some of the best loved songs of all time. Even if you don't understand the language, the songs project magical images and powerful emotions. These are pieces so popular, many of them have been featured in movies and television. You'll You'll enjoy brilliant performances by the biggest names and greatest voices of opera. Almost 3 hours of the most well-known arias, duets, and choruses. Songs that touch the heart. Immerse yourself in feelings of warmth and serenity. So many of the world's most beloved artists. Opera's Golden Moments is not sold in stores. You can only order it through this special offer. Here's how to order. Call this toll-free number now for Opera's Golden Moments. 3 cassettes, $24.98. 3 CDs, $29.98. Plus $4.95 shipping. Have your credit card ready and call now.
If you need information on money, health and nutrition, educating your children and more, then you need the free Consumer Information Catalog. Do whatever it takes to make sure you get this address. New catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
I'm sure there's other life out there. You really think there are flesh-covered beings with small heads living on other planets? Anything's possible. Yeah, I think you've been drinking too many Mars Lights.
Future Fantastic Alien, next.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Alien kidnappings, harmless fiction, or terrifying reality.
I saw 3 beings walking out of the field towards me.
Millions claim to have been abducted. Will we ever know the truth? Find out on Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Then encounter the unexplainable.
Then the light dimmed down and I could see some shadows moving around in this light.
Is it just another weather balloon or something out of this world? Alien Invasion Week tomorrow at 9 on TLC.
New adventures for your mind.
The arrival of aliens in Hollywood's version always takes Earthlings by total surprise. In reality, our first alien encounter will likely come in the form of an intercepted radio signal or an observation made by astronomers or other space scientists. But if these experts find indisputable evidence of another cosmic intelligence, Earth really isn't ready for the consequences. Space specialists like Peter Schenkel emphasize the need to plan now for the problems of meeting E.T.
And I think that adequate security arrangement would have to be made. Security in terms of really security for mankind and measures of safety, of biological safety, for instance, for us and for the visitors. And we should discuss who should be the interlocutors of those extraterrestrials. Because there will also be tremendous rivalries. Everybody would like to be on the team, you know, to talk to them.
But the United States government has no plan of action. The Pentagon, no protocol. The FBI and the CIA, no protocol. The United Nations is debating what to do in the event of alien contact.
Well, I think officials would first be likely, in the event of finding out about intelligent life, to go to the scientists. And then the scientists would call it the science fiction writers.
One of the few groups thinking about future contact is SETI, the group listening to the cosmos for possible alien signals.
We've agreed, everybody that's doing this research has signed on to an agreement that the information will be shared all around the world. No information will be kept secret. But we don't have a protocol for what, if we should respond, who should be able to respond for Earth, should the United Nations draft a message, or what should happen. Some people say it shouldn't be just one message that is supposed to represent all of mankind, all of Earthlings, but maybe we should just let everybody reply and let the other civilization make sense of, you know, what our Earth is like.
Scientists are seriously thinking about alien encounters as evidence mounts that something may be living out there in space. the ongoing work of SETI, the Mars discovery, the new planets found by Butler and Marcy, and NASA's plans to put interferometers into space all bring science closer to challenging the belief that humans are unique in the universe.
In our own galaxy, there are 100 billion stars. The Milky Way galaxy is probably teeming with planets, teeming with life at some level, intelligent or not. But in addition, there are at least 100 billion galaxies, each of which are more or less carbon copies of our own Milky Way galaxy. So there are a heck of a lot of chances out there for Darwinian evolution to charge ahead and eventually yield a species kind of like us.
The notion that maybe other life is forming out there, it certainly has religious implications. You know, if there's intelligent life out there, how do the major religions react to this?
The major religions are aware of the new astronomical finds. The question is whether or not they'll react as they did in the past. Butler and Marcy should count their lucky stars. There was a time in medieval Europe when their kind were imprisoned, like Galileo, or in the case of a monk named Giordano Bruno, burned at the stake by the Church of Rome for suggesting there were other suns, other planets, and other beings. In Capri, Italy, in the summer of 1996, a group of Earth's leading scientists celebrated the progress being made in the search for extraterrestrial life. But until an alien encounter truly takes place, scientists and the rest of humankind will never really know whether to rejoice or to panic. The fearsome myths about alien life still prey on our deepest insecurities. Yet it's a scientist's job to boldly explore unknown territories and make them less frightening. The search goes on with all the means our current technology can offer. We continue to look for a glimpse, a whisper, a signal that other life is out there in that unfathomable vastness called space.
Hi, French Stewart here, your host of Alien Invasion Week. Where were you? I miss you. I get needy. Now, you're not going to want to miss this next show, okay? It's called Future Fantastic Alien, and it looks into alien existence. It talks about today's science fiction, tomorrow's science fact, yada, yada, yada. But most importantly, it is hosted by Gillian Anderson of The X-Files. The truth is out there, Gillian, and I'm all alone here in my space-age duplex. Come to me. Investigate me. Hi, Fred Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
Ever watched a science fiction movie and wondered whether the world could really ever be that fantastic? Whether people alive today will live on Mars, teleport around the world, or even travel through time. If these things sound fantastic to you now, just think how far we've come in the last 100 years. If you've ever wondered whether the science of tomorrow could fulfill the spectacular promises of today's science fiction, then welcome to Future Fantastic. Science fiction's claims, the longest and the loudest has been that we are not alone. While it speculates about aliens, their appearance and superior technologies, scientists here on Earth are gaining insights into some of the weird science that fiction associates with these extraterrestrials. Whether or not we can master these weird technologies, one thing is certain. If we ever make contact with the real thing, It will be one of the most profound events since man first left the confines of this tiny planet. August 1996, the first tantalizing clue that life may once have flourished elsewhere in the solar system. As scientists at NASA try to unlock the mystery in the rock, some of their own astronauts say the conclusion is inevitable.
One day, we will open our hearts and our minds to the presence of living forms beyond our planet. One day, we will make contact with them. Only then will we truly understand ourselves and our place in this universe.
Story Musgrave, astronaut. He's flown 5 shuttle missions and is as comfortable floating in space as he is back on Earth. Who better to ask about the possibility of other life in our universe?
I know when I'm out in space that there is life out there. I know that from a logical, common sense point of view, but I also tend to feel it intuitively. The acceptance of other living beings out there, that's the beginning of a joint effort. That's the beginning of communication.
Story Musgrave isn't alone. NASA takes the idea of aliens very seriously. In 1992, it put $100 million into a project to listen to alien messages from the stars. The man who'd done most to convince scientists that there were aliens to be heard was astronomer Frank Drake.
There is no doubt that there is a multitude of civilizations in our galaxy to be found. I made an equation known as the Drake equation, which predicts this.
Frank Drake's equation has inspired scientists around the world to take alien hunting seriously. It may look complex, but it asks simple questions. How many stars in our galaxy are orbited by planets like Earth? Planets that hold water and have the right temperature to sustain life. And how many of those planets will develop life? Finally, how many of those life forms will have achieved at least our level of technology? Its conclusion is bold and startling. Think just for a second or two. How many civilizations might exist in our galaxy alone? One of billions of galaxies in the universe.
If you use the equation to estimate the number of detectable civilizations, you end up with a result that there are about 10,000 detectable civilizations in the galaxy.
The universe should be swarming with them. And that's why the scientists are listening, hoping for a stray signal or a cosmic crossed line that will tell us we are not alone. It's long been a dream of science fiction.
When I was young, I found science fiction very interesting and stimulating. And of course, it makes you think about what varieties of life might exist. And they remind us that not only are there other civilizations out there, but they may behave in ways very different from us. To meet them would be a great adventure. And all of that has motivated me all through my life to do what I can to detect other civilizations in space.
These alien civilizations are unlikely to resemble their comic book cousins, but we hope they'll have the technology to communicate across the void of space. It was in the 60s when our own hardware was first turned to the stars, and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence began in earnest.
This enormous cosmic listening post has just gone into operation. Scientists listen passively to space, collecting natural signals that someday may bring evidence of intelligent life out there.
But unwittingly, we've been sending signals into space for much longer than we've been listening. Every day, television signals burst through the Earth's atmosphere out through the solar system and beyond. The first TV pictures are now 340,000 billion miles from Earth. I wonder what Drake's aliens will make of them.
Hello, everyone. Hey, nothing. Such a hurry. Say hello.
And I wish you all, whatever party you belong, good fortune for yourselves and for our island home.
We've also sent high-tech postmen spinning through the cosmos in the form of space probes. They carry plaques showing what we look like and where we can be found. One day, something out there will receive these postcards from Mother Earth. And when they do, it should open up some exhilarating possibilities.
When contact is made, the big question will be, is there a message? And if so, do we reply?
Questions that astronomer Seth Shostak has thought long and hard about. As part of the latest project in search of extraterrestrial intelligence, he's likely to be one of the first to receive an alien signal.
If the civilization we're listening to is 100 light years away, there's no real hurry to reply. It's going to take 100 years for the reply to get there anyhow. But if we do decide to answer, we answer as one planet, all right? All humankind. Bring in the United Nations. Have everybody decide what it is we should say, if anything. So that's the policy. I think the practicality will be a little different. I think anybody who has a transmitter will probably aim it in the direction of where this signal's coming from and broadcast their own reply, but we'll see.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. In more than 30 years of searching, we haven't heard a peep out of even one of Drake's 10,000 alien civilizations. And until we receive this hard evidence, confirmation that we are not alone, everything else is just wishful thinking.
Alien Invasion Week is sponsored in part by the complete line of 1998 Lincoln Mercury automobiles.
This is Imagine TV.
Why don't you slip into something a little more comfortable?
All right.
With Mercury moving upward as...
Answer the question, Mr. Smith.
Okay, she wasn't with me. She was out all night with the Grand Marquis. The Mercury Grand Marquis.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
This beautiful little girl is Michelle. She lives overseas with her family in this horrible slum. Michelle must walk these rocky, filthy streets barefoot because her family is so poor they can't even afford a pair of shoes. Hello, I'm Walter Koppich for Children International. Please, call the number on your screen now. We'll send you this information kit absolutely free, without any obligation, with a photo and family history of a special little boy or girl who needs your love. In just a few days, your kit will arrive in the mail, and you can read all about your child, her health, her family, and living conditions. You can hold her picture in your hand and learn how you can change her life by giving her important things, like a simple pair of shoes. Then if you decide to become a sponsor, your monthly gift is only $12. Your $12 a month will provide medical care, clothing, food, a chance to go to school, and so much more. In return, you will receive the love of your child and the joy that comes from giving her a chance at a better life. Each year, you'll receive personal letters from your child and an updated photo. All this for just $12 a month. This affordable program is possible because we keep our costs low without sacrificing the care your child receives. If you could help change the entire course of this child's life for just $12 a month, wouldn't you? With Children International, you can. But remember, don't send any money now. Just call the number on your screen to request your free information kit. There is absolutely no obligation. Your love and support can do so much for one special child, like Michelle. Please, call now.
For free information on how to help a child like Michelle, call 1-800-481-3355. Operators are standing by. Find out how you can change one child's life with something as simple as a pair of shoes. That's 1-800-481-3355. Please, call now.
Alien kidnappings, harmless fiction, or terrifying reality?
I saw 3 beings walking out of the field towards me.
Millions claim to have been abducted. Will we ever know the truth? Find out on Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Then encounter the unexplainable.
Then the light dimmed down and I could see some shadows moving around in this light.
Is it just another weather balloon or something out of this world? Alien Invasion Week tomorrow at 9 on TLC.
New adventures for your mind. Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Carriage Ford announces the mother of all sales. Crazy about a Ford truck? You bet.
Carriage Ford has available a huge selection of one-owner XLs, XLTs, and Eddie Bauers. That's right, Eddie Bauer Ford trucks. No money down and only $179 a month. No money down, $179 a month. Think you're dreaming? No way. This sale is as real as a country mule is stubborn. Don't miss it. Carriage Ford trucks, best by a country mile.
In 1958, the nuclear submarine Nautilus made the first trip under the North Pole, and the U.S. launched its first satellite into orbit. Back then, when you had a plumbing problem, you called Donauer Plumbing for fast, reliable service. Today, we still protect your health and safety with the finest residential, commercial, and emergency plumbing. When quality counts, count on Donauer. That's Donauer, as in plumbing.
So how has science fiction explained this lack of hard evidence? Well, it's brilliantly simple. The evidence has been there all along. It's just been covered up. Someone's not being straight with us.
If any government has been contacted by an alien race, you can bet that they're using the alien knowledge they've been given for their own good.
David Bischoff, a science fiction author who writes at the classic conspiracy theory that governments are already working with aliens here on Earth.
There's a great relationship between science fiction and the conspiracy theories involving governments, particularly because science fiction itself has given us so many images of alien contact, of alien invasion, and clearly, if people believe that in fact we are being contacted, then the government's the entity that's suppressing that information.
But if a government really has made contact with aliens, as science fiction insists, where could the evidence be hidden? One suggestion is here, Area 51, a secret military base in the heart of the Nevada desert. The guards patrol the perimeter constantly in unmarked jeeps, and the penalty for crossing the boundary is death.
Area 51 is only the best-known secret base in a vast military complex where anything could be true.
Glenn Campbell quit his job as a computer programmer and moved to Nevada to try to find the truth behind the base, where it's rumored the military keeps several captured alien spacecraft. The American government denies the base exists, but Russian satellite photos tell the real story.
What we see at about 25 miles distance here is what looks like an ordinary Air Force base. There's a number of large hangars. There is probably the longest runway in the world. This was the testing ground for the U-2 and the SR-71 spy planes. It was built to counter the Soviet threat. Now we have no Soviet threat. The question is, why is it so secret?
30 miles from the base lies the tiny desert town of Rachel, a trailer park community that is enjoying the area's newfound notoriety.
Well, I'm rather sure, my own personal feelings, that there are in fact alien beings over there.
No one knows for certain what exactly is going on over there. But I do feel that they have flying machines that they don't fly with engines as we know them.
They are in Area 51, the ETs or aliens or whatever you want to call them.
I think there's always been weird things there. You know, secret crafts, military crafts, I don't know.
I think the government's entitled to a bit of secrecy for their testing and things that us mere mortals know nothing about.
We don't even know who runs this base. We don't know who their bosses are. We don't know if they report to the Air Force or to the President or whoever. We don't know that there's any accountability at all out here. This is only the best known base of a vast secret complex the size of the state of Connecticut, all behind me here. There are a lot of little valleys and desert nooks where you could hide secret facilities, where you could hide anything you want, where you honestly could keep alien craft secret. And I find that very interesting. In all my time here, what I've come to see is that the military really could keep a secret this big and keep control over its employees so the secret did not get out.
From the midst of the half-truths and misinformation surrounding the desert base comes one man, a solitary witness to the secrets hidden in Area 51.
have worked on extraterrestrial vehicles, also referred to as flying saucers, for the United States government.
Bob Lazar claims he was an engineer employed to examine one of 9 alien spacecraft held here.
The emotions, the feeling that I felt inside when I first entered the craft are quite different from what you'd expect. It's a very ominous feeling, a feeling as if you shouldn't be there. I know that sounds kind of corny, but that is truly how I felt.
Lazar's story is contentious, to say the least. He says he obtained maximum security clearance to join a team of engineers whose job was to duplicate the sophisticated engine of the alien craft.
The propulsion system is quite exotic. It's a gravity propulsion system. There's no propeller, there's no jet exhaust, there's no obvious mode of propulsion. What the craft does, it sets up its own gravitational field. It amplifies that gravitational field, phase shifts it, and uses that to lift the craft off the ground, kind of an anti-gravity, more or less. The first time I saw the disc fly, it lifted virtually silently off the ground. We're looking at something about 52 feet in diameter, just hovering silently in the air. It drifted over to the left, to the right, and then set back down. Pretty uneventful test, but it was quite impressive.
Lazar doesn't claim to know where these discs in the desert came from, or even what they're made of. Whether you're convinced by his story or not, few people will be satisfied until hard evidence appears.
I've heard people claiming that, sure, this guy Lazar is just making up the story, he's a hoaxster, so on and so forth, but my response to them would be, why? Why on earth would I do something like that? This has certainly not been a benefit to my life. It's something that's haunted me.
What do we make of Bob Lazar's story? Maybe he's telling it straight. Maybe he's mistaken advanced military technology for alien hardware. Or maybe he's been reading too much science fiction. Don Berliner, aviation journalist and seasoned UFO investigator, is keeping an open mind about the saucers at Area 51.
It's certainly a possibility, but we know that there is some extremely advanced American technology being used there, and how you separate the two, I don't know. But if we've had crash saucers, let's hope we've learned something from them in the area of science and technology, and perhaps we are using it.
Over the years, science fiction has imagined aliens as the masters of magic, fantastically advanced species with technologies that defy our understanding. And if they have visited us, they would have had to have traveled enormous distances, using energy sources beyond our comprehension. To most scientists, such technologies are impossible. But the history of science and fiction on this planet has seen the dreamers triumphant before. And when they were, they've turned the world on its head.
As soon as the world of subatomic particles became available to the imagination, science fiction writers were a lot more accurate than aged scientists in the early years of the century about atomic power. H.G. Wells himself in 1913 described it quite accurately.
And we know now that the atom, that once we thought hard and impenetrable and indivisible and final and lifeless, is really a reservoir of immense energy.
20 years later, and Lord Ernest Rutherford, the scientist who discovered the atom, was still adamant that power from this tiny particle was pure fantasy.
Anyone who looked for a source of power in the transformation of atoms was talking moonshine.
Atomic power was as awesome as it was unexpected. And with a possible billion years head start, who knows how many scientific marvels alien scientists may have uncovered. Here on Earth, we're still finding that there may yet be sources of energy that are weirder than we could possibly imagine. Inventor Richard Hull believes that there are huge amounts of energy trapped in one of the most abundant chemicals in the universe, H2O.
there is energy to be found in common water, which has remained untapped only because it hasn't been looked for.
Richard Hull is no mad scientist. He's one of a growing number of researchers who think there's more to water than we ever imagined.
When I was a boy, I could see all kinds of things in clouds. Today, when I look up there, I think, oh, there's 3 tons of water floating around there.
Peter Greneau helped to develop electrically powered guns for the U.S. military. One day, he started to wonder what would happen if a gun could be adapted to fire water instead of bullets. He teamed up with Richard Hull to find out.
You get a short piece of lightning.
Water and electricity, the awesome force of a thunderstorm exploding from the barrel of a gun. A thimbleful of water, a high-voltage electric spark. Water explodes at 3,000 miles an hour.
And this seems to cut neat, clean holes in quarter-inch aluminum plate.
Straight through.
But these water explosions were weirder than either of them could have ever imagined.
It appeared that there was more energy out of this explosion than was ever put into it.
There is a new kind of energy involved in there, which we didn't know about. Where does it come from? We don't believe in miracles. And the most obvious place to look for it is in the water itself.
Throughout the universe, ice can be found locked within the rocks of even the most arid-looking planets. But extracting that water could be difficult. Could there be another source of limitless energy?
It's long been a dream in science fiction to have this energy in limitless amounts. And many people have promised it, but as of yet, few have delivered it.
But in the world of alien science, they may have delivered the ultimate in technological wizardry, energy out of nothing. Here on Earth, one man has made his name breathing life into ideas that others think just a little far out. Maverick scientist Bob Forward.
A piece of space the size of a sugar cube that looks like it's empty is actually full of electromagnetic energy, so much so that it would run the whole world for 1 billion years. What is amazing to me is that we have found a way to get energy from nothing.
Energy exists in a mysterious way. You can't see energy, you can only see the consequences of energy, so it's natural enough that people who dream of infinite energy dream of almost anything generating it. Certainly if they can believe in the magic of subatomic particles, E equals mc squared. Touch it with your magic wand and you can go anywhere.
The secret of limitless power.
There is a way, according to modern physics, that you can apparently get energy out of nothing. It's named after a famous physicist called Casimir. It's called the Casimir effect.
Frank Close is one of the world's leading theoretical physicists.
It consists of 2 metal plates, and you position them very carefully with nothing between them. And then when you release them, they start moving towards each other very gradually until they come together.
A source of limitless power? Bob Forward thinks so.
You should be able to extract energy out of the vacuum in a useful form.
Bob Forward's idea is to put a small electrical charge on each of the Casimir plates and wire them up to a battery. As the vacuum pulls the plates together, the electrical charges repel each other and flow into the battery, charging it up. Energy from nothing.
To make a large energy source would require large plates. I mean, there's no limit in principle. The bigger and bigger the plate, the more energy you could make. But you've got to make the plates. If I want to get huge amounts out, I've got to make huge plates in the first place. And that requires an industrial plant to do it. So there's no free lunch in this.
The fact that I've shown that at least there's one way to get energy out of nothing means that all we need is a bright young mind to find some better way to capture more of that energy.
Any takers? There may well be bright young alien minds who have risen to Bob Forward's challenge and are already putting their limitless energy supplies to good use, hurtling around our universe. One day, they may even share their secrets with us.
Genital herpes isn't just about worrying over future outbreaks. It's about suppressing them. And it's not only about waiting for an outbreak to begin treatment. It's about suppressing it ahead of time with Valtrex just once a day. Call this number to get product information for Valtrex and a free trial coupon. Remember, even if you don't have symptoms and are on suppressive therapy, it may be possible to spread herpes to others. There is no cure for genital herpes, and Valtrex may not prevent all recurrences. If your immune system is not normal because of advanced HIV disease, bone marrow, or kidney transplant, make sure your doctor knows this to avoid a potentially serious complication. In studies, the most common side effect was headache. See our ad in Life magazine. Don't wait. Call this number today and ask your doctor about Valtrex. It's about suppression.
Glaxo Welcome. Breakthrough medicines for everyday living.
When rollerblade demands hypersonic speed, when they require fanatical performance, when they crave unfathomable feats, they get it on a Dell computer. In fact, Rollerblade uses Dell computers every day. What can we build yours to do? Call and for just $19.99 we'll build you this Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor, 32 megs of SD RAM, 4.3 gig hard drive, Microsoft Windows 95 and Home Essentials 98, a large screen monitor, 32x max variable CD-ROM, even an AGP video card, and 24-hour tech support. The Dell Dimension XPS with a 233 MHz Intel Pentium 2 processor. Pure performance, just $19.99. Dell, what can we build yours to do?
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
What if extraterrestrials are leaving clues for us, out there in the unimaginable vastness of space? Messages that are safely hidden until we are advanced enough to find them.
I think that contact would be the most important event in human history because it will tell us whether we're nearer the apes or the angels.
Arthur C. Clarke, the world's most influential science fiction writer, explored the idea of hidden alien messages in his most famous work, 2001: A Space Odyssey. In the film, the sleek black monoliths emit a mysterious force that accelerates human evolution. They're hidden in space to ensure that this dangerous knowledge would only be available to us when we were advanced enough to find it. Dr. Clarke still believes that this is a very real possibility.
I put the second monolith on the moon. The idea being that, until we qualified, got out of the nursery school and got there, no one would be interested in us. There may be other artifacts scattered around the solar system, perhaps in the asteroid belt. But this is perfectly possible, and we should keep our eyes open for this. We should also keep our eyes open for archaeological evidence.
And in the immediate future, those eyes are the probes we sent deep into space. The Viking 1 orbiter has already sent back many stunning pictures of other planets, and one of them caused quite a stir. This image from Mars is of a face a mile across. A freak rock formation, or the face of some long-lost alien god cast in their own image. It's an intriguing idea, but hardly what you'd call evidence. For most people, the existence of alien civilizations is supported by the frequent sightings of unidentified flying objects. Sightings that began back in the 1940s.
It goes back to the early summer of 1947, and the first major wave of UFO sightings in the United States. The reports hit the papers and radio, and there were some things flying through the skies that were puzzling. And since the Air Force had the responsibility for protecting the country from aerial intrusion, the Air Force got involved, and the conclusion was that something was really flying around. It was not imaginary.
The investigation continued and came to be known as Project Blue Book, but some now believe that it was just a cover-up.
They were out to explain sightings no matter what, and they came up with some absolutely preposterous explanations that, frighteningly enough, worked. At times I felt like there was somebody standing behind me, encouraging me, saying, "You can't possibly believe that, can you? Go ahead, reinvestigate this case."
But why would any government want to make light of events that, if true, were of immense significance?
Apparently there was great concern that the word might get around that these things were piloted by little green men from Mars, and that in that case there might be a repeat of the panic that supposedly resulted from the 1938 Orson Welles broadcast of the invasion from Mars.
Our army is wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. This may be the last broadcast. We'll stay here to the end.
Blue Book's purpose was not to find out what UFOs were, but to pacify the American people. And it worked extremely well.
While investigators like Don Berliner continue to scour the record offices for secret files that may yet unveil the truth about UFOs, others believe the truth lies within the vaults of a science fiction library.
Raymond Palmer is one of the principal links between science fiction and flying saucers. Palmer was the editor of Amazing Stories in the 40s, and he bought a lot of material from a man named Richard Shaver about alien flying ships or the whole alien technology, and it presented a very frightening look at the possibility of alien creatures at the time, which was in mid-1940s. In 1947 was the height of the popularity of these stories.
1947 was also the year of the much-publicized Roswell incident, when a flying saucer supposedly crashed in the desert of New Mexico and was spirited away by the U.S. military. Were these reports the result of Raymond Palmer's alien stories, or the Cold War paranoia that was gripping America?
I think that Raymond Palmer created a sense of fear of aliens coming to visit. And in the era, particularly the 40s, the 50s, the Cold War, the paranoia was attached, I believe, to the idea of the flying saucers coming from an alien planet invading us.
And David Bischoff isn't the only person treating these stories with caution.
Yes, I am getting rather bored with the whole UFO business, and I have several answers to people who ask me. I said, I'm not interested in UFOs. I've seen too many. And if you haven't seen one, you're not very observant. Everyone I've seen, eventually I was able to explain it away, and that's one reason why, I wouldn't. I'm not interested in any reports of UFOs anymore, unless they're so close you can read their license plates.
Forget license plates. What about the aliens? Surely we couldn't begin to guess at their appearance. There are a growing number of people who can tell you exactly what an alien looks like. They've met them.
All of us need to keep an open mind about abductions, because the implications of abductions are so important that if true, they could affect all mankind.
Dr. Richard Haynes, mild-mannered NASA psychologist by day, but by night he investigates UFO sightings and abductions. And occasionally Dr. Haynes is impressed. Take the case of Kathy and Susan, who under hypnosis came up with the same remarkable story.
This is a very interesting case because it qualifies as a multiple abduction, where two people claim to be abducted at the same time in the same place. The two women were driving along pretty fast. There's not much traffic that night. And all of a sudden, Susan says, "Look at the moon over there." And Kathy says, "Susan, that's not the moon's over here." Well, Kathy puts on the brakes and Susan jumps out of the car and starts running towards the object. Susan tells me under hypnosis that she watches the object come over her and stop over the car. A white beam of light comes out the bottom of it, and Kathy is seen rising up this beam. The next thing both of them remember is sitting in the same car side by side, 16 miles up that same road, with no recollection how they got there. And my impression of these women is that they are serious, sensible people who have nothing to gain, no money to be made, for instance. They don't want no publicity. They weren't out to fool me, I don't think.
Maybe the women weren't out to fool anybody. It's a typical abduction story, and the remarkable thing is that 1% of Americans feel they've had the same experience. The abduction bandwagon started rolling in 1961, when Betty and Barney Hill became the first people to reveal that they'd been forced into an alien aircraft, subjected to alien medical probes, and then dumped back to Earth. Their story set the pattern for thousands of reports that followed, from people claiming to have undergone similar ordeals. 3 elements in particular have been repeated time and again. The first is their removal into the alien craft and the strange medical examination that follows. The second is the use of telepathic communication by their alien abductors. And finally, the appearance of the alien itself. Is this consistency evidence of the truth, or of a shared fantasy from the realms of science fiction?
Oh, dammi una casa dove il buffalo gira, dove I cervi stanno a giocar. Non si sentano mai una brutta parola e il cielo non fa oscuro mai.
Introducing Navigator from Lincoln. What a luxury should be.
This beautiful little girl is Michelle. She lives overseas with her family in this horrible slum. Michelle must walk these rocky, filthy streets barefoot because her family is so poor they can't even afford a pair of shoes. Hello, I'm Walter Coppage for Children International. Please, call the number on your screen now. We'll send you this free, no-obligation information kit with the photo and family history of a little boy or girl who needs you. You'll learn how you can give one special child overseas, like Michelle, a pair of shoes, and so much more. Then if you decide to become a sponsor, your monthly gift is only $12. Your $12 will provide medical care, clothing, food, a chance to go to school, and more. But remember, there is no obligation, and the information kit is absolutely free. So please, call now.
Call 1-800-257-0200. That's 1-800-257-0200.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Alien kidnappings, harmless fiction, or terrifying reality.
I saw 3 beings walking out of the field towards me.
Millions claim to have been abducted. Will we ever know the truth? Find out on Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Then encounter the unexplainable.
Then the light dimmed down and I could see some shadows moving around in this light.
Is it just another weather balloon or something out of this world? Alien Invasion Week tomorrow at 9 on TLC. New adventures for...
We make shopping for a used car easy at Sam Swope. All you have to do is use Smart Cars. Stop by any Sam Swope dealership, and our computerized vehicle selection system allows you to shop over 800 used vehicles. In 5 minutes or less, you can have 3 or 4 great vehicles to look at, and you haven't had to shop all over town. Smart Cars makes it easy to buy a used car at a great price.
The Sam Swope Auto Group, where nobody walks away. Carriage Ford announces the mother of all sales. Crazy about a Ford truck? You bet. Carriage Ford has available a huge selection of one-owner XLs, XLTs, and Eddie Bauers. That's right, Eddie Bauer Ford trucks. No money down and only $179 a month. No money down, $179 a month. Think you're dreaming? No way. This sale is as real as a country mule is stubborn. Don't miss it. Carriage Ford trucks, best by a country mile.
think it's quite likely that in 10 years that the claims that people make about UFO abductions will be even more outlandish and bizarre than the ones they're making today.
Robert Schaefer, software engineer and hard-nosed UFO investigator, has studied the links between abductions and science fiction.
Some of the ufologists are going around saying that there's absolutely nothing in the science fiction literature that is like these UFO abduction stories, and that is simply flat wrong. 30 years before Betty Hill reported her UFO abduction, we find in a Buck Rogers comic strip a UFO abduction that's startlingly like the ones that we're familiar with today, where there's a hovering craft of the Tigerman from Mars hovers over this woman, Wilma, and reaches down a large mechanical claw and grabs her, pulls her in. They put her on a table, and they do a mind scan. And, of course, this is just exactly what the aliens are supposed to be doing today.
The early science fiction movie, Invaders from Mars, has striking similarities to the story Betty Hill revealed under hypnosis. In Independence Day, a captured alien talks telepathically to the President of the United States. Telepathy is an experience shared by countless abductees. So is there any scientific evidence of telepathy?
Right now, ESP is still a mystery, but I'm confident that in the future we will know all of the answers.
Ed May, a nuclear physicist who spent 20 years with the American Secret Services, developing ESP for international espionage. His specialty? An alleged psychic technique called remote viewing.
And that's an ability of people who are able to sit in a chair like the one I'm sitting in, close their eyes, and accurately describe some event someplace else on the planet. The first such example ever occurred on the project in 1974, where our client, the Central Intelligence Agency, provided the geographical coordinates of a suspected nuclear test site in Semipalatinsk in Kazakhstan.
What the psychic told them was enough to spark off 2 decades of research into remote viewing.
The subject drew a huge crane, and he said this crane is so large that a person standing next to the wheel would only come up to half a wheel height.
Satellite photos had already told the CIA the crane was there. They were intrigued. So they went on to ask the psychic, a policeman called Pat Price, what else he could see.
Pat produced notebooks, rather large notebooks full of data, and it's mixed. Some of it's right and some of it's wrong.
One of the things he could see was workers inside a building welding a giant sphere. It wasn't until 3 years later that the CIA found out that the sphere was real. Pat Price's remarkable revelations were followed by over 30 years of research into various types of telepathy. Over that period, Ed May built up a mountain of data, which independent judges have studied in great detail.
Our data has been looked at, along with everybody else's in the world, by statisticians and psychologists, and the bottom line is they say there's something to it. The ESP is real.
But are aliens tapping into this small psychic effect? John Clute remains unconvinced.
I think there's a huge human desire to believe in this sort of thing. I think people who believe in telepathy are exactly the same people who are likely to believe in UFOs. Exactly the kind of people who believe they've been abducted by aliens.
Like many others, John Clute believes that our perception of aliens tells us more about ourselves than about them.
Aliens before Darwin were not aliens as we understand them at all. Aliens before Darwin were parodies of us. The kind of parodies would include tailed beings, beings with large eyes, beings of different colors, but it was all based on imagination. The most famous film of the 1950s is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They are cocoons which have no function except to duplicate us. And when they duplicate us, they are just like us, except they are not us. Pure paranoia.
Jack Cohen is an evolutionary biologist who advises science fiction writers on the theoretical appearance of aliens. He sees no scientific possibility for shapeshifters.
In the 50s, there was ever such a lot of talk about aliens that were chameleons or shapeshifters, and I don't think a real alien could do this, because a real alien has to obey the laws of physics, and its mass has to remain constant. Like a werewolf or like a vampire, it can't change into a bat, because there's a lot of stuff left over.
But while Jack Cohen believes that they can't change their shape, he thinks it's possible they could disguise it.
Many aliens may well be able to fool us, not by changing shape, but by having camouflage or other things, like an octopus or a cuttlefish or a squid, which suddenly produce eye spots or change their color, and you think they're something different. There may be one here, and we just simply not know.
In the film Predator, America's finest battle an alien with a distinct tactical advantage. His technology may seem way beyond our grasp, but not for long.
Invisibility is a fantasy to most people. But systems exist today that would make that invisibility a reality.
Mike Burns, physicist and military systems designer.
The alien was able to hit a button on his wrist control panel and then cloak, basically become invisible. I understand it was a military official who saw that, looked at it, and said, I want one of those. It seems like it's an idea that's a little far-fetched, but can you really build one? And the answer is yes, you can really build one.
And Mike Burns is already doing it. So how does he intend to blend a soldier into any background?
You want to look like what's behind you, so your back would have to read what's behind you and then transfer the information to the front.
Burns's Invisible Man will wear a suit of electrically conducting cloth covered with intelligent reflective sensors. By changing their angle and color, these sensors project the image of their background out in front of them.
Now, if you had a perfect image of that, then I would be perfectly blended in with that background, and you would not see me. If it's not a perfect image, you see something that's slightly distorted. It looks like it's something like the background, but there's something else in the way. I don't know if it's a shadow or a tree. If you're off at a distance, you can't tell.
It sounds fantastic, but the technology is already here.
There are enough sensors and devices around that would indicate that you can actually put them together and make the system happen. Something as fantastic sounding as this, actually can be built.
Now you see it, now you don't. But we're still no closer to a clear picture of our alien. So where does that leave our eyewitness accounts of alien appearance? There has been a steady trickle of cases, nearly all featuring the same alien, the so-called Gray. But in the mid-70s, that trickle would become a flood.
When aliens make contact with us, we're going to find out how accurately we guessed their appearance. We're also going to find out how accurately they guessed what we would look like in their own versions of science fiction.
John Clute, author of the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction, agrees that this Gray isn't from a distant galaxy, but from Hollywood.
Every ectomorphic alien with great big eyes, every alien who appeals to us because it's so childlike we cannot resist it, is an alien that comes straight out of either E.T. or Close Encounters. Many, many people who now believe they've been abducted by aliens believe they've been abducted by Steven Spielberg, in effect. And what can you say? What can you say about that kind of belief? I don't really know what to say politely.
Since Close Encounters, the number of reported abductions has rocketed. But these accounts all have one fundamental problem.
The people that have been abducted, if they could bring us just the smallest amount of biological material back, or parts of that spaceship, or anything at all, it would be absolutely magnificent. They never bring anything back.
These idiots who claim that, there have been visits and produce ridiculous evidence and make it impossible for serious researchers to look into this subject, which I do take quite seriously.
Until the hard evidence appears, we'd be wise to file the sightings and abductions under F for fiction. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence continues, and there are plans to take that search beyond our planet and into space itself.
When an extraterrestrial signal actually makes its way into our radio telescopes, I hope that it's me that's there to receive the signal.
Dr. Jill Tarter is the head of Project Phoenix, the latest and most advanced search. She has big plans to escape this earthbound interference.
The next step may well take us to the far side of the moon, which always looks away from Earth, is always shielded from our own technology and our own interference by the body of the moon, and gives us a very stable base on which to build large arrays of telescopes for permanently listening.
And just what message does SETI expect to receive?
If the extraterrestrials happen to be rather close to us, they might know of our existence. They might have been picking up early radar experiments, or early TV for that matter, from the late 30s or the 40s, and that probably means they would send pictures that show themselves, what they look like physically, what their astronomical situation is, and it would probably be a mini encyclopedia about their own culture.
Just think how valuable an alien encyclopedia could be. Overnight, it would advance our understanding of science by thousands of years. But decoding this fantastic knowledge won't be easy.
The civilizations we detect may be far more advanced than we are, may use coding methods, communication methods, which are very difficult or impossible for us to decode. And of course that will be disappointing. But my hope is that they will be transmitting signals in a way we can decode and which we can use to learn about them immediately without having to ask questions and waiting perhaps thousands of years for answers.
And what would happen if, against all the odds, we got that surprise visit from an alien civilization?
Arrange for the extermination of all human beings. Exterminate him! Exterminate him! Exterminate him! Help me! Kill him!
It's true that in science fiction stories, very often the aliens are dangerous or hostile, but that is not based on any ideas as to what they might really be like. It's simply that makes good literature, it makes for fascinating stories. Our view is that civilizations we may detect in space will, on the whole, and perhaps always, be friendly, be benign, because if they are otherwise, they would have destroyed themselves.
It's a relief to know that the aliens are most likely to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, and the message they send will be one of peace. Nevertheless, expert opinion is divided as to the impact of the day we finally learn that we are not alone.
If you've just woken up, I can tell you there's only one story this morning. Confirmation from the White House that an unidentified craft has landed on Earth.
The acceptance of other civilizations out there is going to bring us together. And that contact is going to bring us together, not destroy us.
I can tell you the expectation here at the White House is overwhelming. We're expecting a statement any second now.
Every aspect of human life will be altered in a significant way. Our morals, our forms of entertainment, our values, all of these things will be greatly affected for the better, for our benefit, by what we learn from other civilizations.
There were survivors at the crash site. I've seen the evidence. At last, there is proof.
There's an upside to communication, and that is you're suddenly given an encyclopedia for a culture that's far in advance of your own. That's the upside. The downside is it might do you in. Think of asking a tribe in central Borneo 100 years ago, hey, look, we're going to put you in contact with the advanced civilizations of Europe. You think that there's any danger for you if we do that? Well, there is some danger. They might lose their will to develop their own culture further. Their traditions, all that sort of thing might go. We might be in the same position.
Are you tired of struggling with hot wax and ingrown hairs? Then stop.
Is razor stubble causing you to shave every day? Then stop. Introducing Epple Stop Plus with vitamin E, the amazing European system that not only removes unwanted hair, but actually stops it from growing back. Epple Stop is not a wax, but a natural vitamin E lotion that instantly and painlessly dissolves the entire hair, including the root. And Epple Stop Vitamin E Spray prevents hair from growing back while it nourishes your skin. For beautiful, hair-free legs you never have to shave again. We tested Epple Stop Plus against ordinary tweezing, shaving, depilatory cream, and hot wax. Look, Epple Stop Plus is faster, easier, and more effective than any of these products. It even works on tough facial hair. We used a razor on one side and Epple Stop Plus on the other. Days later, the side that used Epple Stop Plus is still smooth. Amazing!
I used Epple Stop Plus 4 months ago, and there's no more embarrassing facial hair.
I used Epple Stop Plus 3 months ago, and I can't believe it. My legs are still smooth.
Remove unwanted hair from your lip, underneath your arms, your legs, anywhere on your body in just minutes. Imagine a beautiful bikini line with no irritation, no ingrown hairs. Stop shaving, stop waxing, stop sugaring, and stop wasting money. With Epple Stop Plus, you'll never have to worry about unwanted hair again. Order now and get our smoothing thigh cream for hips, thighs, and stretch marks. A $20 value, yours free. We guarantee Epple Stop Plus is the fastest, easiest way to remove unwanted hair or your money back. But keep the thigh cream just for ordering. Lasting hair removal is only a phone call away. Order today.
Call toll-free 1-800-204-3399. Order your Epple Stop Plus for $29.95 plus shipping. If you're not completely satisfied with Epple Stop Plus, keep the thigh cream. A $20 value as our gift. Call 1-800-204-3399. That's 1-800-204-3399.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Alien kidnappings, harmless fiction, or terrifying reality.
I saw 3 beings walking out of the field towards me.
Millions claim to have been abducted. Will we ever know the truth? Find out on Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. Then encounter the unexplainable.
Then the light dimmed down and I could see some shadows moving around in this light.
Is it just another weather balloon or something out of this world? Alien Invasion Week tomorrow at 9 on TLC. New adventures for your mind.
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
Science fiction introduced us to the alien. And while the scientists must wait for proof, these signals or alien debris that would confirm their existence, it's the writers and the filmmakers who have inspired the scientists to look, and may even have prepared us for what they might find. Now, no one knows how it will change us, but contact with other species in our universe will be one of the most exciting adventures that awaits us in our fantastic future.
Hi, it's me, French Stewart, bringing you TLC's Alien Invasion Week live from my space-age bachelor pad. You know, I'm a little bored and I have some time to kill, so it just occurred to me that maybe we could Jetson Judy unlisted. Don't look at me like that, she's hot. Well, look, you and I can still make a date. Starting tomorrow, let's watch Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind at 9 o'clock on TLC. But for right now, Real America, 48 hours. Stay tuned.
This program contains material that may be disturbing to some viewers. Parental discretion is advised.
Hey, buddy, are you the other one that got shot?
The bodies of 2 young boys have been found up in the woods.
It happened last night at the 14th Street station.
Tonight on 48 Hours. Americans dying in record numbers.
There's no shock value left in it anymore.
Who's this?
Homicide used to be a big thing.
If it can happen here, it can happen anywhere.
Hey, let's start pouring, open up! The cops.
We may have bred a generation of youngsters that just plain doesn't care.
Were they shoot you in the crotch?
Why did I
The victims.
She was always cheerful, talented, beautiful little boy. How could this happen?
It tears your guts out.
The loved ones left behind.
Let them have the rest of their lives in prison to think about what they did to our children.
Searching for answers.
Do we or don't we let this person back out into society?
In Murder, USA.
Only a few cases make national news, but thousands of them fill the morgues and the police blotters. It's murder. And it's easier to count the reasons than the bodies, guns, drugs, hopelessness. A culture that glorifies violence and a quick fix. But behind the theories and statistics are flesh and blood victims and their families and good people trying to protect their neighbors and themselves. In 1990, 48 Hours met some of them as we surveyed the chilly landscape of Murder, USA.
Hey, buddy, are you the other one that got shot?
What kind of a gun was he carrying? How old was he? Were you in the house?
In some places in America, violence has become a way of life, as well as a way of death.
And what did he do? He just shot at you for no reason?
This is one of those places, South Central Los Angeles.
Hey, you didn't do anything. You didn't say anything to them. You weren't trying to buy any narcotics from them.
He's saying that he's walking down the street all by himself. Nothing's going on, absolutely no reason. Oh, no.
Paul Mize, L.A. Police.
And he's walking in his own blood.
Homicide.
There's no shock value left in it anymore. Homicide used to be a big thing.
3 people have been killed on average every day this year in Los Angeles. A lot more get shot but survive. In a perverse way, it's all becoming routine.
Stop there. Stop there.
This is just one more drive-by shooting, and police think they may be the witnesses.
You heard the shooting.
I heard shots, but what, we supposed to run out here when the shot? Run out and get shot?
What are we talking about, a neighborhood or a combat zone?
Well, I'm sure the people that live in the community here would probably argue the fact if I said it's not a combat zone.
6 days ago, somebody got killed right there. She got shot over 10 times with a Uzi.
With an Uzi?
With a Uzi.
There's a lot of activity, certainly on the street. There's a lot of gang activity in the area, and gang and narcotics breeds problems like we've had tonight.
Don't move, cuz.
A few hours later, 1 in the morning, another drive-by shooting.
How many shots did you hear? Did they say anything? See any people at all?
This time, a 20-year-old man and his female friend sitting outside when the bullets begin flying.
You know who it was?
No, man. Don't know who it was, man.
You in a gang?
Man, what does this matter, man? I'm shot, man.
Who's this?
This is his girlfriend.
Is it likely that he's ever going to talk to you, and if he knows something, and tell you who did it?
No.
This is one more shooting in the night that you probably will not be able to solve.
I'd say our chances of solving it are less than 50-50. Yeah.
Now, what about the chances of his gang, I'm going to put the word solving it in quotes, but retaliation?
Nothing goes unavenged. Nothing.
But it's not just guns.
¿Cuántos años, Jose?
During our 48 hours, this man was stabbed in the neck. Police think a prostitute did it.
Here, here, here.
And no one is sure why her friend ended up here.
He got stabbed.
Was you able to talk to her?
Yeah, she's coherent.
And this woman is down in the middle of the street after a gang of girls beat her in the head with a baseball bat.
We may have bred a generation of youngsters growing up that just plain doesn't care. If we don't get off our duffs and turn it around, we could very well lose a whole generation.
Keep your hands where I can see them and exit that vehicle. Okay, everybody out here, be advised, shotgun ammo out of the vehicle.
We have the brother of a victim who's indicated that his brother's been shot in the face with a shotgun.
Did they shout anything? How many shots did you see fired?
Put your forehead in the ground.
This is the vehicle you saw come by?
Keep your hands in the air. Now, what I want you to do is move to your right. Move to your right. Keep your
I want to make sure I understand this. These people are in a car with a shotgun, and they're out to shoot somebody, and there's a little kid in the car with them?
That's correct.
You were in the car?
Yeah.
So what did you do when they started shooting? Did you hide down the seat?
Yeah.
You were scared when this was going on?
Yeah.
They're shooting somebody out the window, and there's a kid in the car.
Absolutely.
Does that shock you at all, or are you used to just about everything?
Well, let me say this. 19 years ago, that would shock me. Right now, today, it doesn't shock me. It seems that not only are these people that deal in narcotics, but these people that participate in gang activities have an absolute disregard for human life, be it yours, mine, or this 2-year-old that was in the car.
42% of the murders in L.A. go unsolved. 42%.
We have instances out here where families will lose a loved one, a daughter, a son, someone real close to them, and they don't want to talk to us because they don't want people to think they're a snitch.
We heard a shot, but we don't see who did it.
Do you know where he got hit? How many shots did you hear?
And around here, there's a fine line between shooting and getting shot. Today's suspect, tomorrow's victim, is how the cops put it.
You were in the car? Did you hide down the seat? Are you scared?
48 hours in one of those American places where violence has become a way of life, as well as a way of death.
You just can't keep them under lock and key all the time, but...
Boys especially, boys gotta go out and play, you know. TJ knew that was off limits, you know, but it's a magnet for boys and kids on bicycles. It's not full of nothing but trails.
Caves.
Caves. This was a place to go, have fun, you know.
The bodies of 2 young boys have been found up in the woods, approximately 200 yards off the road.
2 small boys are found murdered.
It appears that it is the 2 missing boys, T.J. Pig and Ben Hurt.
A week before our 48 hours began.
No suspects at this time, no.
Not on the mean streets of a big city, but on Elm Street. In the Missouri town of St. Charles.
If it can happen here, it can happen anywhere.
Rocky and Rochelle Seaman are the parents of one of the boys, TJ.
And, you know, Elm Street, this is a great part of town, you know. There's doctors, lawyers, everybody lives around us. The mayor lives down the street, you know. You don't think it's going to happen here.
I never thought it would happen to me. I never thought it would happen to anybody that I know. And it's like a horrible nightmare. I cannot believe this has happened to me.
7-year-old TJ.
He's a beautiful little boy.
And his best friend Ben were sexually assaulted and strangled.
I just can't believe that, you know, I'll never touch my son again. I'll never love him. You know, and it's all because of somebody that
don't care.
You know, that didn't care.
Just a cheap thrill to some sicko. And the guy's still walking the street.
Yeah.
He's out there somewhere. Somebody somewhere knows something.
When a murder happens here, we stop whatever else we're doing and work on that until we're finished.
In fact, murder is so rare here, the police chief Patrick McCarrick calls in reinforcements from nearby towns.
Right now we've got about 40 detectives that are working this incident.
And we canvassed beginning that night, probably 1 o'clock.
Now this area is called what?
They refer to it as Dirt Hill.
Lieutenant Thomas Benton. And this is where the 2 boys were found.
This is where they were found.
Both dead.
Both dead. If you want the statistics, last year we had 1 homicide. This year, as of today, we've had 4.
I'm Sergeant Foster with the Major K Squad. If you don't mind, could you take a look at these 2 composite drawings we have? Could you possibly take a look at some composite drawings we have?
And the way I've got my curtains up to my windows, I don't see anything.
Nothing? No, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I've got absolutely nothing.
Onward and upward.
Well, we're just trying to see where
They all play on their bikes and everything up in this area.
5 days after the murder, there's still no solid evidence, but police are piecing together a few clues.
A shirt that the young man was wearing was taken and neatly placed over the face of the boy. That tells us psychologically that we're dealing with someone who has a close relationship with the victim. This is what he says.
They're going to find out who did this. I guarantee they will. I pray they find out.
The fact is, there is no place in this world where we may live that is immune to the evils of this age.
2 children of St. Charles are gone in a town mourning its loss of innocence.
The fact is that no matter how safe we make our homes, there is always the possibility of danger, yes, even death. God's grace, mercy, and peace be multiplied to
TJ's baby sister is left an only child.
City Police Department have a very brief statement. As of this time, we have 2 juvenile subjects who are in custody.
8 days after the bodies were found.
2 counts of murder in the 2nd degree and 2 counts of sodomy. And the other will be charged with 1 count of hindering prosecution.
The accused killer is not an adult, not a stranger, but the 13-year-old stepbrother of the other victim, Ben. Ben and TJ were buried on the same day.
For the rest of my life, I'm never going to be the same. None of us are.
Una bellissima opera.
E tu come hai fatto a vedere l'opera con questi occhi viaggianti, eh?
Sto guardando quella soprano.
La soprano.
La soprana?
Soprano?
Ma quale soprano?
Un spettacolo. Sei stato tu. Sei stato tu.
The Mazda Millennia. So accommodating. The steering wheel repositions itself as often as necessary.
Scema.
You Americans work too hard.
If you ask me, you could use a holiday in a place that's made for it. Australia.
Well, summer's in December, just when you need it the most. For the winter, though, you need to throw in something a little warmer.
Mate, 2 weeks can fill the rest of your life with stories.
So why don't you pop on down? There's plenty of room. For a free Australian travel planner, ring us at 1-800-DOWN-UNDER.
Hey, it's not as far as you think.
What's so new about new Lean Pockets?
Crispy, crusty, tender, flaky crust.
Now, Lean Pockets has an oven-baked taste right from the microwave. Same luscious fillings and still only 7 grams of fat.
What are you gonna pair?
Lean Pockets, new crispy, crusty, tender, flaky crust.
When I think about not being able to see, it's overwhelming. I went to the doctor at Lens Crafters for a regular eye exam. He thought he saw a problem.
Working with Lens Crafters, I have everything I need to give an accurate prescription. But with Elaine, something strange showed up. I checked her for glaucoma.
I did have the earliest stages of glaucoma.
I was able to catch something before it was going to really start to affect her life.
He helped save my eyesight.
Lens Crafters, helping people see better 1 hour at a time. Call 1-800-949-EXAM to schedule an eye exam today.
Real stories of bravery. Real emergencies. Real acts of courage. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
Sunday on TLC. Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. Then they're mysterious, but new research is getting inside their heads. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the king of the jungle.
Watch out! The King of Swing is coming to your home on pay-per-view.
George of the Jungle, ran to you and me.
Everyone's going wild for George. Brendan Fraser.
Watch out for that tree. Watch out for that.
George of the Jungle on pay-per-view.
Tree.
Order in a bang-up good time for the entire family.
We're smart. Sometimes we know mental illness when we see it. Too many times when we see it, we can't help. Fortunately, there's someone who can. Bridgehaven, 3 places in Louisville where your donations help the fragile get stronger. Call 778-6500 for more information.
As many as 4 may have entered the bar.
Straighten your fingers out.
Spread your feet for me a little bit more.
It was either 5 or 6 shots. We had a DJ playing. The music was loud.
There were about 75 people inside.
It's midnight at the Highbrow Bar in the Los Angeles suburb of La Puente.
Some confrontation on the dance floor over here. They took the victim into the restroom.
This is a story about one murder.
There's a male Hispanic adult.
The first this Friday night in L.A.
Got a wound here? Wound here. There.
And in the next few hours, this brutal killing will touch the lives of police.
I know there was 4 guys.
Witnesses, and mostly one grieving family.
This place has been tracked over, probably. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Few clues are found inside.
Is he wearing a Raiders hat or?
But outside, 2 women have shown up who may provide the first help.
My sister-in-law just received a call about an hour ago telling her that my brother might have had his head blown off in this place right here. We have to see if it is him. I just hope it isn't.
Let's confirm the fact that he supposedly went out the front.
Homicide Detective Frank Salerno is in charge of the investigation.
We don't know who we have in there, okay? I haven't come over here to tell you. I've come over here more to learn something. Does he have any tattoos?
Several. There's no one else with that popular song tune he put right here. Me So Horny right here.
All right, as soon as we can, we'll let you know. Based on the limited view we have of him, I'd say it is.
Detectives can't look for tattoos yet. More police work must be done.
We're fortunate enough, in this case, to have a lot of witnesses. Maybe somebody saw the suspect.
Witnesses are taken to the sheriff's department for questioning. Did you hear the shots?
No. The girl in the red skirt, man, she was real nice looking.
Back at the Highbrow, it's 5:30 in the morning.
We're just hoping it isn't him. We're just hoping we've got one thin thread left of hope. It might not be. We pray it's not.
The coroner's investigator is on the scene. Now they will work on identification.
Can we take a look for some specific tattoos that the women mentioned? And look at this.
He had some. He's got Me So Horny across his chest.
Me So Horny?
Yeah, it's up here on the top part of the ship.
It's 2 Live Crew.
It's right up also, here. I think there's a central.
It can't be him, Daryl.
No, it can't be him! It's not him! Why, dear Lord, why did he do that to him? Why?
The dead brother is Valentine Navarrete, 29. 3 times in prison for gang violence. Out since only June.
This can't be him! God, why?
The night of suffering is ending for Valentine's sister, Sarah.
Thank you, officer. You gonna stick around?
But now morning has risen
and she's going home to break the news to her parents.
Who killed him, Sarah? I still can't believe it. There's his picture, sir.
This is his picture.
This is his picture with his girlfriend last week. She says she's gonna have a baby. He's 28.
I always wish that I would have been the first one to die in my family instead of them.
And now he's gone. So I hope his enemies are happy. They got him now. He's gone.
His enemies are happy.
Yes.
Navarrete is one of 4 people who will be murdered this Friday night in Los Angeles. No arrests have yet been made.
Sometimes when I'm outside, they be shooting, and I run inside the building, and then I get scared, and then they tell me to come out, and I just can't come out.
On the streets of New York, stray bullets are scaring, wounding, and killing the children.
I'm just scared to get shot. I want to know, could we get bulletproof vests? Because so many people going around shooting people, but I know that's a stupid suggestion for me to say, so I take that back.
There's about 10 people that got killed right around here in this same block where Daz got shot. You understand what I'm talking about?
2 years ago, at age 4, Dasmain Russ learned firsthand what little value some people have for human life.
He got hit in the head here, and the bullet come out back here.
Rival gangs had a shootout. Dasmain was caught in the middle.
He knew he was shot. And he told me one day, he said, Mommy, he told me, Mommy, don't call me Grandma. He said, Mommy, I was shot and I was laying outside. He said, I saw the blood gushing out. He said, I had died, but I came back.
His grandmother, Louise Cooper, will never forget.
And the blood stayed until the rain washed it.
A lot of people have been killed. Would you consider Daz lucky to be alive?
Sure, he's lucky. He's the one that's the luckiest one there. They call him the Milker Boy.
But many babies and children were not as lucky. The fact is, in just one 3-week period this summer in New York, 5 youngsters lost their lives. Veronica Corrales, 9 years old, shot by a stray bullet while sleeping in her father's car. She was tired. She had just returned from an amusement park. 1-year-old Yaretimi Fruto was riding with her father when she was hit by a bullet. She died 2 days later. Ben Williams, nickname Shilka, shot while sleeping at home. The bullets were intended for an older brother. Ben was 3 years old. Rayvon Jameson was only 9 months old when a volley of 7 shots crashed through the front door of his home. Jameson was playing in his baby walker when he was struck. Raoni Rosa, 3 weeks old, shot while his father reportedly was cleaning an illegal gun.
I'm scared to die because I don't want to die. I want to grow up and be somebody.
There's a tremendous cycle of violence going on today, and the more guns that are on the street, the more apt they're being used by the people that are carrying them.
Charlie Thompson, you're the special agent in charge for the New York office for alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Have you ever heard of the term mushroom?
Yes, I have.
What does it mean?
Well, it's just if somebody gets, an innocent bystander gets shot, they're referred to by some of the perpetrators of these acts as mushrooms. They would just happen to be there, and that's tough.
And they don't matter?
They don't matter.
It's not right for the children to get shot when they're innocent.
There had been people killed before I sold guns, and there'll be people killed long after I stopped selling guns.
This man in disguise was a New York gun runner. We'll call him Bobby.
What types of guns?
Semi-automatic. Everything from 25 caliber to 45 automatic.
These are all handguns?
Yes.
He illegally sold 800 guns last year before he was arrested by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
These people you sold to, I mean, did you ever wonder what they're doing with the guns? Do you care?
No. No. Again, I couldn't get into caring because if I started caring, then I would get sloppy because I'd be thinking about other things other than watching out for my own safety and mainly making money.
Authorities say few of the guns will ever be recovered. Someone coming up with a box of guns and they're selling them on the
That's
open.
right. The man used to bring the box and set it right there and sell them before we sell them out so fast he couldn't even count them.
In response to the deaths of innocent bystanders,
Beautiful, beautiful.
New York formed a firearms task force. In this operation, guns smuggled from Florida are recovered.
Spread your legs out, yo. Legs out, apart. Spread them apart.
The guns we have here are a mixed bunch. They're not sporting weapons.
Tech 9? One Tech 9. Semi-automatic Colt pistol. Semi-automatic Colt Mustang 380 pistol. Intertech 22 caliber.
How much did he want for all that?
$5,000.
$5,000?
Yeah. You can double, triple, sometimes quadruple the amount of money that you spend for a firearm reselling it here on the street.
Let me tell you, they don't give a damn long as they sell the guns and get the money. Is that money talking BS for? Well, then that's all.
You ordered these guns out of the catalog?
Yes, over the phone.
Over the telephone?
Correct. They made it very easy.
I wonder how they get them kind of weapons and stuff. I don't think it's right for them people that give little kids guns because they just try to impress other people, and then when you ain't impressed, they're ready to shoot you or something like that.
Recovering from his gunshot wound has been difficult for Dasmain.
Okay, I want you to keep your... Straighten your arms up. Ah, it's frustrating.
He has limited use of his right hand and leg
Now, if I let go, what's going to happen? Come on, hold it.
and must undergo therapy twice a week.
Pick up that leg. That boy. Now kick it with that leg. Yep, the right leg. All right. Nice
No
job.
one knows how soon or even if he will fully recover.
Can you push me a little?
If you want to get rich fast, try playing the lottery. That's not why I invest. I invest so one day I can have my own shop, be my own boss.
Oppenheimer Funds. The right way to invest.
How come these things are so impossible to put on?
The cargo area inside the new Audi A4 Avant.
Remember the first time we did this?
Converts to a totally flat surface in seconds.
Oops.
It's for people who've fallen in love with the blast-to-drive A4 sports sedan, but could use a little more room.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, I love it in the morning.
The Audi A4 Avant. Get ready for the ride of your life.
At Century 21, we realize what buying a house really means. As part of the world's #1 real estate sales organization, Century 21 offices have more people, resources, and power to help you find the home of your dreams.
Power helps us see.
That's the power of #1, Century 21.
There's a new breed of projection TV in town. Presenting RCA Digital Focus. For our clearest, sharpest, brightest picture yet. Save up to $100 during RCA Super Bowl savings. Just in time for the big party.
Basically, I'm cautiously greedy. I love the stock market, but I don't like a lot of risk. How do I deal with this? By investing for the long haul.
Oppenheimer Funds. The right way to invest.
Do aliens exist? It's the trillion-dollar question.
We're on the edge of discovering that there's life out there.
Get up to speed on the latest alien tracking technology on Alien Encounter. Coming up next on TLC.
Saturdays, a stroke of bad luck. Living on the edge. An angry Mother Nature. In an instant, catastrophe. Then it's up to the brave among us. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life Real Heroes, Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
She was always cheerful, happy. You would never guess she had a worry in the world. But she was afraid. She was very afraid.
Maria called the police department on a Sunday afternoon.
Maria's song tells the story of her tragic death.
My husband's gonna kill me. Please send somebody soon.
Nearly 30% of the women murdered in America are victims of their husbands or boyfriends.
He's always been very violent.
For Maria Navarro's family in East LA, the song tells the story of what happened at her birthday party 1 year ago.
What do you think it was on that particular night that caused Raymond to reach that point where he decided that that was what he had to do?
Maria's sister, Norma.
I know the divorce papers were coming out, the legal separation, and maybe that ticked him off. I think that was a frosting of the cake. I think that really ticked him off.
When Raymond Navarro allegedly telephoned a threat, Maria called 911.
I have a word on my husband. He just threatened me. I'm coming over here with a 35, some kind of gun and shooting everybody out.
Okay, well, the only thing you can do is you just call us if he comes over there. I mean, what can we do? We can't have a unit sit there and wait in case he comes over.
Oh, my God.
So if he comes over, don't let him in and call us.
Okay, thank you.
15 minutes later, the LA County Sheriff's deputies weren't there when the shooting started.
Does your mom think it could have been prevented? It should have been prevented?
It could have been prevented. If the police would have arrived the first time she called, he would have seen a police car, a policeman. Probably he would have run out.
Today, Raymond Navarro stands accused of murdering his wife, Maria, 2 relatives, and a family friend.
It's Raymond Navarro. He is present.
It could have been prevented. It could have, if the cops would have been here.
The family is suing the police for not protecting Maria.
I don't want this to be forgotten about it, because I know there's a lot of Marias out there. Whatever happened to her could happen to somebody else.
But her husband showed up, just like she said. No one would listen. Now Maria is dead. In the city of angels, there's no mercy and there's no tomorrow for Maria Navarro. No tomorrow for Maria Navarro.
Obviously, the police should have come, but it's real hard to say that in every case like Navarro's, the police should come.
Look at yours. That's pretty good.
Susan Yoakum is an LA City cop.
Yoakum.
She feels the county sheriff's department has been unjustly criticized.
The resources just aren't there for us to answer to every threat.
To date, Rampart has had a 400% increase in fatals.
It's a matter of practicality is what it is.
How many of the cases that you get involve domestic violence, would you say? It seems like a pretty common kind of call you have to face.
It's hard to say how many, but it's a lot. It's one of the more frequent calls. It happens every night. Don't really like walking up on these houses because we don't know what's going on. We don't know who's upstairs looking down at us. The domestic violence problem is a family problem. It's a psychological problem. It's a lot of different problems.
It's supposed to be in the bedroom asleep.
And who could expect us to solve their problems? Right now, we're taking him downstairs and going to try to talk to his wife again. His wife is saying that he slapped her around.
Yoakum's partner, Ed Rubio, explains to the woman that she can have her husband arrested.
¿Entiendes? She doesn't want to make a citizen's arrest.
She doesn't want to press charges against him. Why not?
It's a battery. Because she's afraid that she's going to lose, he's going to lose his job. You're lucky you're not going to jail tonight.
If he's hitting you, then you're going to need to do something. It's only going to get a lot worse. Information about how to get a restraining order, which is the first step that the women need to take. And you've never requested restraining orders before?
No.
You need a restraining order?
Each year, thousands of women come here
Fill this out.
to LA Superior Court for protection. But even the courts can't protect everyone. 7 months before she was murdered, Maria Navarro also came here for a restraining order.
Okay. Thank you.
My sister died with the restraining order under her arm. When we went to the coroner's office to pick up her belongings, the lady was just shaking her head. She goes, I can't believe this. And I asked her why. She goes, the body had the restraining order under her hand.
No victim is to blame. I'm not saying that. But if she had been told that the police could not yet respond, why did she stay in her home? I hope that a lot of women can learn by this and learn that they need to protect themselves.
What happened? He hit my mom. She's up there. She's scared about him because he's gonna come back and hit her again.
The fact of the matter is that anyone determined to kill another person cannot be prevented from doing so.
No one will listen. Now Maria is dead. The city of angels. There's no mercy and there's no tomorrow for Maria Navarro. No tomorrow for Maria Navarro. Hey, hey.
This is Imagine TV.
Mind stepping under the Grand Marquis, sir?
Is there a problem, officer?
Just want to take it for a spin.
Want a donut? With Mercury moving upward as we...
Answer the question, Mr.
Okay,
Smith.
she wasn't with me. She was out all night with the Grand Marquis. The Mercury Grand Marquis.
Till next time, imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Walk right in, sit right down. Daddy, let your mind roll on.
Remember when folk songs were heard all across America?
Oh, no, don't let the rain come down.
At last, you could get all your favorite folk songs in one complete collection. The Time Life Treasury of Folk Music.
Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head.
You'll hear songs that bring back memories.
So here we are in the Tijuana.
Songs that touch your heart.
We'll sing in the sunshine. We'll laugh every day.
Songs that will live forever.
Michael rowed the boat ashore.
The Time Life Treasury of Folk Music. 30 classic songs that take you back to a very special time.
Where have all the flowers gone? Long time past.
You'll hear legendary artists like the Kingston Trio and Harry Belafonte.
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Me like come and me want.
So come and sing along.
I had a hammer in the morning.
You'll cherish these songs forever.
Breeze swaying in the summer breeze, showing off
The Time Life Treasury of Folk Music is not in stores, so please call now.
To order Treasury of Folk, call 1-800-424-9339. That's 1-800-424-9339. Or send $19.99 for 2 cassettes or $24.99 for 2 CDs, plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Treasury of Folk, P.O. Box 94040, Department L, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts, the biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
Has your automobile insurance been canceled because of too many tickets or DWI? It doesn't matter who you are, anyone can have auto insurance problems. Come to Able Insurance Incorporated now and let them help you with your insurance needs. They will put together the right insurance plan you require. Buy here, pay here. Payment plans are available. 4 locations to serve you: New Cut Road, Taylorsville Road, the Starks Building, or Preston Highway in the Maryville Shopping Center. Or just call one of the numbers listed below. Able Insurance Incorporated. We say yes.
Carriage Ford announces the mother of all sales. Crazy about a Ford truck? You bet. Carriage Ford has available a huge selection of one-owner XLs, XLTs, and Eddie Bauers. That's right, Eddie Bauer Ford trucks. No money down and only $179 a month. No money down, $179 a month. Think you're dreaming? No way. This sale is as real as a country mule is stubborn. Don't miss it. Carriage Ford trucks, best by a country mile.
We have inmate number 843. She is a 26-year-old female. She shot a man in the head with a .357 Magnum.
To the West Virginia Parole Board, she's just another number, a convicted murderer up for parole.
If you will get her, Miss Brown, we'll interview her.
Most people in society feel that if you kill somebody, lock them up for life, throw away the key, execute them, they took in life, they don't deserve to live. Sometimes that is true, but not always. People change.
Ready?
Prison's enough to make you want to change.
Before this day is over, they will decide if 5 years' time for murder is time enough.
I'm at their complete mercy today.
While number 843 is waiting,
being out here, it's wonderful.
Will Leonard, a convicted killer, is walking, a free man. You were in for 23 years.
Did you ever think you were going to be free? When you first went to prison, you were sentenced
to life without mercy, no parole.
Yeah, I thought that I would be free because I never did lose that opportunity or that hope. And I was determined to get out of prison, but get out of prison the legal way.
This is my mom and dad. This is Will Melvin Leonard.
And this is Opal Morrison. She thinks Will Leonard's parole let him get away with murder.
Most people, when they have a photo album, they have, pictures of their family. This isn't exactly that kind of scrapbook.
Oh, no. This is what happened since the murder.
Why do you keep all of this, Opal?
I knew I had a fight on my hands, so I wanted all the information I could have to try to keep him in prison.
Why did you want to keep him in prison?
Because I am afraid that someone else will have to go through the same thing that me and my families had to go through with.
Recommendations were attached.
This is a very, very tough job. People don't think so, but when you're making decisions on anyone's life and the lives of the community, it's one of the toughest jobs in the world.
But we're going to try to make the best decisions. Do you ever think back on the crime? We knocked on the door and had Mr. Russell a note. Then we forced our way in. We made the statement that this was a robbery. In the process, he didn't quite understand what he said, and he got hit with the butt of a gun. In return, he got hit twice. He fell, he got hit 2 more times, and that was it.
One of Dad's ears was beaten completely off, and then Mom, her brain was laying beside of her on the bed, and there was brain tissue on the chandelier over the bed. And Mom's eyes, one of her eyes was way down on her face.
This wasn't just a robbery. I mean, this was, and let's be honest, it was a very brutal killing. No, I would say it was a brutal killing. Brutal killing. I mean, this man was beaten up. The woman, his wife, was in the hospital for months afterwards. He died from his injuries. That's not brutal. I would give up my life, just in order to give his life back. But by me giving up mine, his life is not going to come back. We don't want anybody to go out and commit a murder again, naturally. But society says, and in this state, there's laws that say you have a right to come before the parole board.
Diane Poindexter.
But let's talk about Will Leonard. How do you know Will Leonard will never kill again? Will Leonard rehabilitated himself. He'd gone to college. He was remorseful for his crime. The parole board released him because we knew that he would not commit another crime or kill somebody else. Sorry that happened, but I went through just as much as the individual family the dude that I murdered. They lost a dad? Yeah, they lost a loved one. You've been away 22 years from a loved one.
from your loved one as well. You might as well be dead.
There's, no more of a fight to try to keep him in prison. What's left for you?
Well, it's just fear. I have forgiven Will Leonard. If I don't forgive Will Leonard, then I can't expect God to forgive me.
I didn't ask for forgiveness. Dad is gone. Now it's time for you to live your life. Don't try to live Will's life.
Ready? Come on back in.
Is it worth letting anyone out when there's even a small risk of them committing a crime again?
We want to protect society, too. That's part of our job.
But you make mistakes.
Thank you.
Doesn't everybody?
So congratulations.
Parole granted. Number 843 gets a second chance. You really make it.
Don't let us down, okay?
I won't.
Don't prove us wrong.
Thank you.
Greg Centron is on the job.
I do an average of about 100 miles a night driving here.
His beat is New York City.
Yo, come on!
All of it.
Jesus!
But Centron is no cop. He doesn't carry a badge. He carries a camera, selling what he shoots to any news organization willing to pay.
Nobody knows. It appears that I'm the only video guy that came down here to this level. Yo, make some calls. I got there's a homicide. Shot once in the head.
To die violently in New York is no guarantee of making the evening news.
I'm trying to figure out what might have happened here. I'm thinking if that guy has a family.
It depends on who dies.
It was a working man that was coming back home from work.
Where and how it happens.
And he probably refused to give up the stuff that he's working for, which makes it a decent story at this time. I got shots of uncovered bodies, shots of recovered scene, police investigating, searching, and whatnot. I got to rush to WABC.
It's the third subway killing in 30 hours and the 16th.
One murder,
so far this year.
3 sales.
Police say the victim was shot twice.
It happened last night at the 14th Street station.
Centron takes in $175 apiece.
The only one I seen was Pix, and there was another crew that left. I don't know who they were.
Centron works the 9 to 5 shift. That's 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. He's on the streets looking for the worst of what New York has to offer. How many homicides would you say you've seen through the years? Can you count them?
Right here, I shot a homicide, right here. Okay? I shot one there. I shot a homicide on this corner. I shot a mother that was pushing her baby in a carriage, get shot on the next corner.
Yeah, you got that? 164 at perpetrator shot by a police officer.
Yeah, 10-4, right there. If I had to take a guess of how many homicides I've seen in these years that I've been working, I'd have to say about 10,000. How you doing?
I'm the big daddy out here.
Excuse me, please?
Midnight. Centron's second job of the night, a shooting in the South Bronx.
Excuse me, please. I'm not only looking at it, I'm living it, man. I'm out here. I'm seeing it. This is real. That red stuff on the floor, that's real blood. That ain't no joke. This ain't no movie set.
But the scent of death does attract a crowd.
I'm the man with the face on a $100 bill. I'm the man that makes spaghetti. Let me tell you something. I'm trying to shoot this for the news. And it don't look right when somebody's laying there dead and people are jumping up and down laughing. Okay? It's not a joke. Okay? So let's have a little bit of respect, all right? Thank you. I appreciate it. See what I got to put up? You know, that's why a lot of times they don't run on stuff like this.
It was a robbery suspect armed with a 9mm pistol, shot dead by a cop. No news for local stations, no sale for Centron.
Apparently this guy was put in a large garbage bag and put in a closet.
It's 3 a.m., a police precinct in the Bronx. There's no dead body to photograph, but this is the most gruesome case of the night.
And we're just waiting here for the prisoners to be walked out. Which way you coming out, boss? What happens is a lot of these homicides don't get solved, and every now and then you'll see a perp walk, which makes you, feel a little better about the situation, knowing that some people are getting arrested for some of these crimes.
What's the chances on this making it?
If I had that answer, I'd be making a lot of money. Every time you go out, you can't expect to get a home run. It just doesn't work that way.
A tale of horror in the Bronx.
Not quite a home run, but Centron did hit a long ball. 4 teenagers accused of a torture murder.
Crimes, but used extreme cruelty.
A major story on every newscast the following day.
Lisa, it is a crime that has stunned the neighborhood, to say the least.
Chris Borgen, crime reporter for station WCBS in New York.
Both slightly retarded. In New York, murder is not used. The quality of the murder makes the difference. Police say the gang took over the apartment, selling the contents item by item while they party.
This should be the last piece, then we're done. Copy?
In speaking to the people in the building, even they, without realizing, either shield themselves from the impact or they're less callous. But I think they're shielding themselves. They don't really want to know what happened.
No, leave it. Too late to change.
Someone could walk into their apartment, take over their apartment, sell off their furnishings, hold them prisoner, kill them, and walk away. And in this big city, who cares?
What I'm doing is I'm looking through this big window that a lot of people don't get an opportunity to see. I'm giving society an opportunity to look out that window.
All right, that's well.
If everybody just closes their door and minds their business, what do you think you're going to have? This thing's just going to grow and grow and grow, and more people are going to die and die and die.
Germany, a country about twice the size of Wisconsin. Remarkably, it produces 3 of the world's finest automobiles. One of them is the new 200 horsepower 30-valve A6 from Audi. It fits quite nicely between the other 2, the A4 and the A8, also from Audi.
What's so hot about new Hot Pockets?
Crispy, crusty, tender, flaky crust.
Hot Pockets has an oven-baked taste right from the microwave, so your favorite Hot Pockets fillings are inside a
crispy, crusty, tender, flaky crust.
Every time.
What are you gonna pick? Hot Pockets!
New crispy, crusty, tender, flaky crust.
You have been asleep for over 7 years. Your mission will change the course of history. But first, you really have to brush your teeth. The Sonicare Sonic Toothbrush gets 31,000 brush strokes per minute, and Sonic Waves gently clean between teeth and below the gum line, going where no brush has ever gone before.
You have 42,000 new messages.
Sonicare, a better kind of clean.
500 miles from your driveway. 20 miles from the border. 10 feet from home. Recreation vehicles. Wherever you go, you're always at home. Call today for a free video or visit an RV dealer near you.
Do aliens exist? It's the trillion-dollar question.
We're on the edge of discovering that there's life out there.
Get up to speed on the latest alien tracking technology on Alien Encounter, coming up next on TLC.
Saturdays, a stroke of bad luck. Living on the edge. An angry Mother Nature. In an instant, catastrophe. Then it's up to the brave among us. Get in harm's way with the men and women who risk it all to save lives. Real life, real heroes. Saturdays at 8 on TLC.
They're people with talent, scoring breakthroughs, blowing you away. How'd they do that? Sundays at 8 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Everybody loves a lover. But what is love, really? We've got the sexy facts. The biology of love. What do women really want? Sunday beginning at 9 on TLC.
Tonight, I'm in the mood for danger.
TLC's gonna drive you to the extreme.
Extreme Machines, Mondays beginning at 8 on TLC.
This is a real ER, this is a real hospital.
Critics call it a blast, exhilarating. TLC's on the scene at hospitals all over the country, shooting trauma, life in the ER. The show that brings you the real-life thrill of the emergency room is now a full action-packed hour.
In an hour, you can get deeper. You can get to know the physician much, much better than you could in a half an hour.
Our trauma rooms are very small, and it gets very crowded in here. It's hard being watched.
This gear is really precisely one of the reasons why we can do what we do here. I mean, it's small, it's compact, the quality is very high. We can walk into an emergency room, get into a helicopter or an ambulance, do what we have to do and not bother anybody, which is very important.
It's almost like a ballet which takes place in the trauma. Essentially, we can show to them that we know the same dance, then it works.
Trauma allows high-tech access to the rush of the ER and its human stories.
This was a young male, came in, multiple gunshots to the abdomen and chest. Wherever he was bleeding internally, he was just losing so much fluid. His blood pressure was dropping and his heart rate was going up, so took him straight to the OR.
People live kind of on the edge of our society. They live very violent, very desperate lives. It's very alarming how badly people take care of themselves.
You never know when a trauma hits. I think people need to see what happens here. It's about a procedure. It's about saving lives.
It's gripping, dramatic, charged with the intensity of real life. Trauma, Life in the ER. Original 1-hour world premieres, Tuesdays at 8 on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Over half of all victims are related to or acquainted with their murderers. Thousands of others are killed by strangers, often strangers who were aiming at somebody else. As for some of those we met in this hour, young Dasmain Russ, the 4-year-old shot by a stray bullet, spent over a year being treated at various hospitals. His recovery has been slow. He cannot use his right hand and now walks with a slight limp. 3 members from the same gang were arrested in the shooting. Raymond Navarro, charged with murdering his wife Maria, was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Will Leonard, the convicted killer paroled in 1990, has reportedly been living near Washington, D.C. At last report, he had no parole violations. And John Wayne Ford, Leonard's accomplice, remains in prison, but authorities say there is a good chance he, too, will be freed on parole. I'm Dan Rather, and that's 48 Hours.
Next, Alien Invasion Week continues. What would you do if you met an extraterrestrial? Before you answer that question, meet a few people who say it's happened to them on Alien Encounter, coming up from TLC.
Stewart from Third Rock. You know, I'm not an alien, but I play one on TV, which is exactly why the good people at TLC have invited me to host Alien Invasion Week. Prepare to be astounded. That's Alien Invasion Week, all week, starting at 9.
Are we alone in the universe? Discoveries of possible life on Mars and intriguing new planets have raised the odds that we are not alone. Today, scientists are probing the cosmos, actively seeking a first encounter with alien life. If it turns out to be intelligent life, our little world might never be the same. Since the most ancient times, humans have gazed at the night sky and wondered if somewhere, out there, some other being might be looking back.